would say TSM CLG has been a rivalry that's been around ever since like the beginning of LCS. It got even stronger when we beat them in like spring finals.
He's going! Ready! Stick stay! They can go ahead! Donna!
Every time we play versus TSM or CLG, the crowd's always super packed, so it's always like a really fun match to play.
They just seem a lot less cohesive without Double Lift. I think they've got great players, but they just aren't a great team yet.
Going right through, Golden Glue goes down, no Emperors divide back, but TSM owns all of this zone.
Look at this, the 2 for 0 in enemy territory. Counter Logic Gaming turning it on.
Honestly, our team, we're not too worried about CLG.
Welcome to week 3, day 2 of the North American League Championship Series. We've got a full house pumped up for today's matches. Fans ready to cheer on their favorite teams and players. The fans arrived earlier today, and they were out in force. Can't wait for the games to get going. Some Rick Fox love there in the crowd, and a Wild Turtle rather, arriving here with Bjergsen for TSM, getting ready to play up against CLG. 60 and Darshan going to be practicing up there. Lemon Nation arriving with his team, and they'll face off against Xpecial and the rest of Dignitas on NALCS2. Hello, everyone. I'm Isaac Azael Cummings-Bentley, and joining me on the analyst desk is Mark Zimmerman. How you doing?
I'm great. I've outlasted Dash. He's dead. I'm the only returning member of the desk for today.
Yeah, man, we're doing tryouts, seeing who's going to get to take his place. But seriously, Dash is out sick, so we wish you well. Hope you're feeling better soon, buddy. But let's start off the week with a peek at how the teams are stacked up in the standings. Cloud9 start the day undefeated in first place. Then Phoenix One are 4-1 in second. Behind the teams in the middle of the standings are Envy and Team Liquid in ninth, not where they wanted to be. We'll see how those rankings change as we've got a full day of games ahead of us, starting with a classic clash on NALCS 1. Counter Logic Gaming take on storied rivals TSM, with Team Liquid going against Echo Fox shortly after. Then on NALCS 2, Cloud9 will be squaring off against Team Envy following our FlyQuest versus Team Dignitas match in the Battle Theater.
Well, lots of stuff to be excited about this today. There's a ton of interesting games, and especially seeing how teams end up afterwards, because some of these teams are not where they wanted to be.
Yeah, definitely not. Team Liquid and CLG, two teams not with the starts that they wanted. But if you missed it yesterday, guys, Week 3 is being played on 7.2, which brought a handful of impactful changes.
Right, and the big one that we've already talked a decent amount about is the lethality changes. We've seen the priority go up for Varus and Jace in particular, being played a lot. Jin also getting buffed as well, a little bit indirectly with that. Courage of the Colossus and Ghost both got nerfs. They're kind of mainstays in the game for Masters and Summoners, but ultimately people are experimenting and still trying to figure out what works there.
Yeah, Warwick, another new one to point out. You know, Xerxes busted it out for UL in the EU LCS. I'd be interested to see if that's going to come out in the NA LCS this weekend.
We'll see. I don't know.
Could be pretty exciting. But another one I know you wanted to talk about was Lulu. This was already something that was being played kind of as something to deal with Malzahar, and now it's even better.
Right, I think it's the kind of thing where you see a lot of the top teams really strong on Malzahar, but some of the bottom teams don't seem to want to play it. We see like Morgana being taken. Matt didn't look great on his Malzahar game. And with the buff of Lulu, it might be another option for people to leave the Malzahar up and just deal with it. The passive damage going up, the reduced mana on the Q is going to help people find alternative solutions to just playing Malzahar or banning it.
Yeah, I've also heard some whispers of perhaps the return of the Lulu solo lane, but we'll see if teams continue to adapt to the patch in our matches today. But before we jump onto the Rift, let's head to the Battle Arena for a special interview with the faces behind today's rivalry matchup.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with TSM's Reginald and CLG's Hotshot. GG, boys. Thank you very much for joining me. I have to ask you, though, there is so much history for your two teams in the NALCS. You look over here and see many championship banners for both of you. What does that history mean to you guys playing for the first time in the new arena?
I mean, it's always been a really competitive history where we played really close matches. You know, back in like 2011, 2012, when we played at Gamescom for one of my first international events, was like the first time we went to the best of 5 and lost to CLG, right? And then since then, we decided to get a gaming house and take League of Legends really seriously, and the history really started there, and it only got more and more competitive throughout the years. So every match with CLG is really intense. Feels really bad when we lose, so I'm always super excited to play them.
Yeah, for me, like just having the legacy and being a part of LCS forever is just awesome.
I see what you did there.
So I'll always like remember those championship banners for the rest of my life and what we accomplished as a team. So.
Great, and again, your teams have played against each other for so long here. What are your favorite moments as far as the CLG TSM rivalry is concerned?
So it goes down to 2 moments, right? I think it was 2000 or 2012 Gamescom, where we lost to CLG in a best of 5, and that was the very moment that I decided to go all in esports and do a gaming house, move our whole entire team to New York, and just play League of Legends full time. I remember losing to CLG in the 5th game in a decisive fight where they got Baron. And after the match, like, we all went to Subway and we were like just crying on the street. Like, we lost to the CLG. I hate those guys. I hate those guys. What can we do to beat them next time? We got to do a gaming house. The Koreans do the gaming houses. So I went back home, moved into a gaming house after like 2 weeks, and we just practiced like 10, 12 hours a day. And after that, we started to win tournaments. We played CLG. IPL, and that was like a big victory for us because it went to Game 5 as well, and it was a deciding moment in TSM's history where we started to beat CLG consistently. So, I mean, you can see the number of flags, right, and compare. but those are the 2 moments. One was in defeat and one was in victory.
What about for you, Hotshot?
So CLG initially started beating TSM, and the thing is, you don't really appreciate it as much until you like lose. So like, quite honestly, when TSM started beating us, and we finally beat them at Madison Square Garden, that was like the best day of my life. So, I'll be able to really relive that forever on YouTube. So.
That was one of the worst days of my life too.
All right, well, of course, it's all fun and games, but there is a lot of rivalry here, and there's going to be a little bit more at stake than just the result of the game. I believe you two have a bet also placed on this match. So what do you tell me a little bit about that? What's the losing team have to do?
So it was between 2 things. One was like a cosplay, and so the other person would pick the cosplay, but we ended up doing a henna tattoo, so like Mike Tyson style across the face. It's gonna be about a week, so I definitely don't want to lose this. I know Andy doesn't want to lose this.
So just to clarify, a henna tattoo of the other team's logo during week 6 when you guys play again. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's gonna be nice seeing George's RTSM's tattoo on George's face. So I'm looking forward to that.
We'll see.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining me. Good luck in your games today. But we do have some games to get underway, so we're gonna throw it over to both our streams to get today's matches going.
Thanks, Pastry. Hello, I'm Clayton Rains, but you probably know me as Captain Flowers. And to my right, your friend and mine, Sam Hope, Kobe Hartzman Kinsler. What's going on, man?
Hopeman, Cartman.
Yeah, all sorts of different words. How you doing?
I'm doing really well. That rivalry is one that's very close to my heart, and I always love to check in on those games. But we have 2 very exciting teams that are going to be playing right here for you guys well on stream number 2.
We're loading up that first series of FlyQuest versus Team Dignitas. FlyQuest lost their hold on first place after losing to a surging team of Echo Fox, and they are looking to rebound with a win today.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough for them. These guys got off to one of those miracle starts, honestly, to this season. But part of the miracle start was lost in the laning phase here. FlyQuest, they had been winning quite a few of their games early on while doing very poorly in a lot of the CS numbers, right? All across their lanes, actually. If we check in now, the current standings, Altec, he's actually last for 80 carries. Balls is number 10 for top laners, which technically isn't last because we had a sub-top laner in there to have 11 of them. But, very near the bottom for them. And even High actually had really good CS numbers starting out, but last week when they did lose to Echo Fox, took a drop there as well due to playing against Froggen, the CS master. All around, though, FlyQuest were getting a lot of their advantages in other areas. High shot calling is legendary, so we talk so much about it. But honestly, the objective trading and the kills coming through for these guys, very focused on picking the enemy team off and controlling that vision. Moon has definitely been one of the highlights for these guys. Huge resurgence for him in the LCS. He's actually currently the kill leader as well, and a big part of the team, making a lot of these plays where they're picking people off in vision, going for these ganks, and actually getting their gold through kills rather than minions.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the story, Dignitas have been finding their victories by making sure Someday does not just get ahead in lane, but he smashes his opponents.
Yeah, Someday, I mean, he came to the league with a huge splash, and he definitely made people respect the top lane for Dignitas once again. It kind of harkens back to the Apex squad that this team originally grew out of. We're playing around top lane so heavily, but with that came, similar problems to that roster, right? Someday actually had a couple bad games, and they really struggle if he is not successful in the top lane, if he gets camped up in there in the top lane, focused in pick ban over and over again. And really for Team Dignitas, what fans want to see is consistency from the other lanes to help really build around this strong carry top laner. Chaser and Keen, they have both shown really good moments, but also had definitely a few hiccups in their play as well. So those are definitely two of the guys, as well as Apollo in the bottom lane. On things like the Ashe and the Varus that we've seen him consistently.
Before we get into game, we've got some lineups to get through first. On the blue side, it's FlyQuest with Balls in the top lane, Moon in the jungle, High at mid, Alltech bottom, Lemon Nation's gonna be supporting him, and of course, Coach Thinkcard.
And on the red side, it is Team Dignitas. Up top is Someday, the all-star. In the jungle is Chaser. Mid, Keen. Bottom, Lod. Supporting special. And Coach Jung-Soo Kim on stage with them.
This should honestly be a really fun series to watch between these two teams. Like you talked about high shot calling potential. We've seen kind of the amazing start that FlyQuest had and all the hype surrounding Someday.
Yeah, I actually love when we cast FlyQuest in the battle theater here because it's a little bit closer. And High is one of the loudest pros if you come to the LCS. The fans can hear him and can hear all the shot calling that he's doing. And even in the team fights where he's like, Q now, dash this way, watch out for the stun. Yeah.
That's how you got to do
He
it.
actually calls out basic abilities sometimes for their team fighting as well.
Shot calling god, shot calling monster, whatever you want to be calling him. He's going to be going up against the Titan of top lane himself in Someday, so it's going to be interesting to see how these two squads.
It is, and so sometimes shot calling this, oh god, all that stuff gets really blown out of proportion and kind of skewed into meaning something different for a lot of fans, but it's not always about always knowing the correct decision, right? And always, oh, he's so genius when to go for these Baron calls. Like, he does make bad calls sometimes. So much of it does come from the comfort that he gives to the teammates, especially the new ones like Moon and stuff who have confidence issues, so that they have direction, right? And everybody's on the same page. And you see it when these guys play, when they go for one of those calls, it's very decisive. They don't hesitate at all. Sometimes they do go the wrong direction or they do, make a bad trade, but they are on the same page when they do it.
Even if they're going down together. It's that unity that really matters. But something that we're going to be seeing very strange at the start of this draft, the red side bans are nowhere near what you normally see. 2 out of 3 of those perma bans on red side and Rengar and LeBlanc have made it through. Only Camille actually banned away, along with the Ryze, Karma, Malzahar, Jhin, and Zyra.
Yeah, we like to see sometimes the red side actually not ban all these OPs, right? They're very willing to trade this time around for Dignitas. They're shaking up the established pick ban, and this is something that you actually might expect from Lemon Nation's side, right?
Right.
Him and Notebook, he's very, very comfortable with giving those away usually, but Team Dignitas are turning the tables on him, and they decided to go with the Rengar for Moon. He's so confident. Last time he got it, he was walking through the halls, just trumpeting basically everybody. It's like, yeah, free win whenever I get Rengar, I'm smashing everybody. Like, it's really awesome to see him confident, and now he's set up on the champion in the jungle to succeed. They do have to give over the LeBlanc to Keen for that, though, and you do also pinch the AD carries. With the new lethality, I actually feel like Jhin is just top tier right now, moved above Ashe, and so that's why they've banned out the Jhin here in ban phase number 1, and Ashe is actually still on the table with them picking up the Varus. The new lethality is just so much power early on for those champions like Varus and Jhin that do build right into it.
And even with Ashe still on the table, FlyQuest going to go ahead and opt into not picking up that AD carry in the first half of the picking phase. Instead, they're going to be locking in the support and top lane roles with Misfortune Grab for themselves and High grabbing that Shen for balls on the top side. Although I guess we could see Misfortune 80 carry.
Be prepared for the flex swap here with Misfortune. Misfortune definitely is one of the champions that will sneak up on you because she can go lethality builds as well. Just go for the big ultimate. You know, you go to Cleaver along with some lethality items. And it's very much an all-in for a team fighting kind of style because you don't have as much auto attack DPS, but it really does make the ultimate carve out a huge zone in the team fight. Regardless, though, I do like the way Team Dignitas are approaching this one because, to me, Kha'Zix, yeah, he is below Rengar, but he's right there, maybe half a tier right below him, and we'll see what Chaser can do. I've actually been pretty impressed with Chaser, aside from maybe a couple of games where he had some super aggressive moves and got picked off quite a lot. But I really do overall think that he's having a good, good start to his North American LCS career as well. You know, someday does overshadow him quite a bit, but we'll see what he can do against the Rengar this time around on the Kha'Zix.
Going to be 2 mid lane bans coming out in phase 2 from Dignitas, taking Kassadin and Syndra off the table, while Maokai and Nautilus are going to be removed by FlyQuest. And the funniest part about that is these are the 2 most played champions of Balls.
And Balls is one of those guys, like we talked about, has been taking the basically losing matchups for top lane. A lot of losing CS there for him. He's near the bottom. They almost always have him on tanks. Actually, always, I think.
I mean, they got him on the Shen this game.
Literally,
right? He's already got his own pick locked in.
He has only played tanks and hasn't gone for the split pushing role. So him on the Shen, they're just banning out other tanks there. No front line for Team Dignitas. We'll see if Team Dignitas actually, they've drafted the Braum, so maybe they want to use that as their only front line and go with a split pusher for someday. I know they definitely love that strategy. Hey, we get to see High Zed!
The lock-in for the Zed for High.
High Zed that has been played on the world stage. We'll see if he's got those same ninja moves left over here, but he has pulled some sneaky stuff. And he's going to be backed up with the Shen. I always love seeing assassins with Shen. I mean, he's got the option to go with Rengar or the Zed. Both of those can dive in, and both of them can get out, with Rengar having the CC immunity and Zed being able to pop back to Shadow. So definitely some possibilities for some super entertaining team fights here in this game. And meanwhile, the team looks like Team Dignitas have drafted another member of the front line here. So seeing these multiple assassins jump in, they've decided they do want to beef it up a bit with Poppy here for someday. So they do take the other tank.
Yep, they decide to go ahead and make that front line just a little bit harder to punch through, as they do have the assassin, jungler, and mid laner on both sides of the draft this time. So a lot of damage going to be coming in from those roles. Somebody's got to be there to soak it.
Plus, they did pull the slightly unexpected switch here and move Misfortune over to the AD carry role like we talked about. Definitely is viable, especially with lethality buffs. We'll see what build he goes with and track that, but I do assume he is going to go with one of those Cleaver plus lethality ones. And what they've gotten themselves with that is the Black Shield from Morgana to try and stifle some of those moves from LeBlanc.
And when you've got Shen protecting people with Stand United, you've also got Black Shields coming in, kind of blocking some of the CC. The escape paths are more clear than ever for these assassins to go in, get their mark, and get out safe.
We'll see if they can accomplish it, because it really has been a tremendous amount of High with Moon carrying a lot of these early games. Those two in conjunction making a lot of roams happen.
You can hear the crowd getting excited for game number 1, and they've got good reason to. FlyQuest versus Dignitas. One team sitting on 3-1 after a surprisingly good start. Another team sitting on 1-3 after a little bit of a rougher start than they'd have liked, especially last week. But we'll have to see how they end up doing after this head-to-head starts getting underway.
Yeah, that is Team Dignitas that are the 1-3 team. And to be fair, I mean, all of their series have gone the full stretch. These have all been 3-game series. Even though they did end up dropping the last couple ones. People were kind of giving them a pass on the, oh, you lost to Cloud9. They look like the best team in the league right now. Oh, they lost to TSM, who were kind of resurging. But the questions start to build up, because then, okay, Echo Fox also added to that list there. Where do they kind of draw the line? Because, there is so much hype around the imports for this team. Not only Someday, but also Chaser, I think, has been such a good force in the jungle for them. He's at least I've really liked his early playing for his routes. He does build up, camp leads, basically, and you want to track, like, experience levels rather than CS numbers now.
Right, because there's so many chickens, there's so many Krugs, it's kind of hard to keep track of them.
But yeah, if you count the single camps, he has been doing a pretty good job of actually getting a lead there. So we'll see if he can transition that into a strong mid game, because that's been the moments where we talk about him faltering, getting picked off or invaded and taken down too early.
But when we're talking about Chaser's performance, we've also got to look back at what you mentioned before we even got into the draft itself, where Chaser and Keen have both had these games where it's like, yeah, they're looking good. And then they have other games where it's not so much. So that consistency is really going to be a key element that Dignitas is going to be looking for going forward into the rest of Spring Split 2017 if they want to make themselves an upper-level team.
Definitely true, and I like the gambit that they've made here. They have confidence in Keen, and they're like, all right, we're going to leave up these OPs, basically the Rengar and LeBlanc. I think anybody who's been watching competitive bowling was like, yes, I know the three.
They know what we're talking about. Yeah, the Holy Trinity.
But yeah, so they decide to let FlyQuest choose which one they want to go for. And since Moon has had so much confidence in the Rengar, they're willing to give that up in exchange for LeBlanc for Keen, for setting up Keen for some success here. Now I'm super excited for the Zed versus LeBlanc matchup, because it is one that is extremely skill intensive. I really do wonder if High is going to go like super all in on trying to get lethality as early as possible. Hex Drinker is just such a great buy for this matchup because it stops so much of the burst there that LeBlanc is trying to get too early. And meanwhile, if LeBlanc can get control early with the jungler interference, whichever one of these assassins gains control of mid lane and starts to roam around, is going to really help out those bottom lanes that we're talking about.
And yeah, both these guys have the same game plan, right? They're trying to get that point where they can just pop somebody, where they have that instant threat, that insane level of control, where they're able to be the one who rotates first, finds their spot, and forces the other guy to ping missing and just say, I can't follow. If they can get to that point, they're just going to be a force to be reckoned with, especially with these huge damage junglers backing them up. The invade potential, the gank potential, all of it's going to be real scary.
Yeah, I mean, these are two of the... When one team does go with the strategy of not banning out the top tier on red side, basically, we get a lot of excitement because there's high damage potential from these key roles. These are the two premier jungle champions that Moon and Chaser will be piloting. And just as the mid laners are assassins and can snowball, so too can the junglers.
But one thing I'm going to be looking at, too, is we can't forget that even though we got all these assassins, we got these big damage dudes bringing the pain to the table, you've also got a couple of tanks in there that are going to be building their 5 tank items, having their wet noodle fights in the top side. And with Poppy's steadfast presence, she has the tools to kind of keep people protected, right? You can stop the leaps from Rengar. You can stop Shen from dashing himself into the fight. So there are ways to sort of answer that.
There's no black shield on the Rengar.
If. That's a good if.
Tricky Lemonation here with the last pick gets that Morgana, and it is, pretty clearly, like you talked about, enabling these assassins. Not only have they drafted 2 of the, premier lethality assassins here in Rengar and Zed, but they've got a black shield and a Stand United to really help them get off the ground in the early game. And how much can they help them? We'll see, because Lemonation has actually been one of the premier roaming supports. I have so many flashbacks of him on Malzahar especially, roaming to mid lane, flash ulting for High, and he's really been a huge boon to High, especially as far as that mid game and the pickoffs in Fog of War that we mentioned.
Yeah, Lemon definitely a lot of play on that Malzahar so far in this split. It's a playmaking champion. It's one that you can actually get things started with. And Morgana, although you don't have that point and click on the lockdown, you still have the ability, as long as you can dial in those snares, to make it so you can set up the plays for your team, set up the picks, and set up those opportunities to get things going. As Xpecial and Lot are just going to be hanging out in this bot lane brush, Lemon and Alltech will be doing the same thing. Neither side really wants to man up and check the other side's brush. They're just going to be maintaining their own territory.
Yeah, too dangerous. Definitely too dangerous. The other thing about that Morgana and the bindings early on, especially paired with Misfortune, is that Misfortune can drop down the Make It Rain to land the slow and make it way easier to land these Morgana bindings. The hitbox is quite large, even after they did nerf it a little bit several months ago. But yeah, those two can really assist each other in the poke. And then once you get level 6, nice hold in place there for the ultimate damage to channel through.
Yeah, once that bullet time comes in onto an immobile target, it's just going to be so much damage.
And then the other side of that is Braum. Big strength, even though he is, melee and probably takes a lot of harass early on. The unbreakable wall is what he's going to have to save once Misfortune is level 6, because if that is down, they definitely are going to go for that big harass. So save that ability to try and block out key once. Comes down to make it rain harassment already as they push up with the double range from FlyQuest.
You know, I've never actually seen this Braum skin in action because Braum wasn't very popular when they released it. That is really cool that he has a fireplace that actively works in his shield. I'm pretty down with that. Keystone Masteries at the bottom part of your screen there. A lot of Thunderlords showing up. And one thing that we are seeing is that Wrath coming back into the top lane as opposed to the Courage of the Colossus that you ended up seeing for a long time when it was very strong. Recently nerfed going into 7.2.
Yeah, Colossus definitely...
Grasp of the Undying, not Wrath.
Yeah.
I had
we let it pass. That was close enough.
The noise. Yeah, we had the right there in the middle, but the Grasp of the Undying coming back instead of Courage of the Colossus.
Yeah, Colossus got nerfed, as everyone knows, and is much weaker, especially in 1v1 situations. But junglers off to the early start here. Chaser goes 3 camps into his very quick level 3, and it goes up to assist someday here.
Chaser early. Looking to make some kind of a play, but the Steadfast Presence going to be late, so Balls gets himself away easy peasy.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he wanted to get in there as quickly as possible to land the damage, but generally on Kha'Zix, and actually on most champions with dashes like that, you want to hold them until you actually need to use them for either the enemy's flash or dash away, because, jumping in there, he already had the angle where you can just walk up, land your auto slow and Q damage, and then try and jump later. But the key takeaway is what you mentioned. The Steadfast Presence is what they're counting on to interrupt Balls, but doesn't come out in time, so non-action there on the top side gank. Balls doesn't even have to burn a summoner spell and can hold on to that CS lead he's got for himself.
And that constant AoE push that you were seeing in the bottom part of the map there, the Tormented Soil on top of the Make It Rain, just makes it so hard for Xpecial and Lod to hang around in that.
Plus, it's kind of a bonus because, my bottom lane is pushed. If you're Moon right now, you're thinking, my bottom lane is pushing. Plus, the enemy jungler shows top. It's so free to go in and counter jungle on this blue quadrant of Team Dignitas, and that's what he's done. As you can see the leftovers basically of his invade right now, the ward deep inside that side of the jungle, as well as the Skull Crab that he was able to take beforehand. But yeah, so anytime jungler shows on the opposite side of the map, very clear and easy response there. Going to be able to get back over to his blue quadrant, so can't feed for him, but Chaser did soak up minion experience while he was ganking.
Got a little bit of that at least, a little bit of that experience tax onto his top laner, but Moon's doing a great job for himself, level 5 already. And of course, once he hits that ultimate point, we will be able to see a lot more gank potential from this guy if he can really turn on with that Rengar, as binding after binding finds its way onto Lod in bottom lane.
And they're actually even landing the bindings without the slow. Like before Make It Rain even comes down, Elimination has been highly accurate here. Taking out the Blast Cone, so denying a little bit of the ease of gankability. I mean, Kha'Zix doesn't really have any problems walking down there anyways, but always nice to see some plant control. I especially like to see it from my mid laners because the scrying plants, or the bloom
Scryer's bloom.
Yeah. Those ones are actually more important to me as a jungler for the first spawn. If my mid laners do get control and can push up for that vision control, it does enable these ganks when they get close to level 6.
Moon looking for something here in mid lane, but Chaser's hanging around as well. Neither one going to find anything. Bottom of your screen there, you can see the fan vote as 57% think that it's going to be FlyQuest walking away with the win in this showdown. Still a pretty close vote overall, though. Someday using the TP to get himself back to lane after going back, picking up that Bomby Cinder for a little bit of extra wave control.
And that's pretty big, right? Shen is already 6. He got level 6 first because of that experience leech you talked about with the jungler. And Ball is very ready to use his Stand United. So whenever you see a global, you want to attack it. And that's exactly what Chaser's doing. He's camping this Shen on the top side up once again. Ball's right there. Intelligent to use your flash first to get outside of steadfast presence so that you then can dash.
The right order of skills ends up getting balls away safely, and Someday blew his own flash, getting in position as the dive might be coming out bottom side. Here comes that high assassination potential. First blood goes the way of FlyQuest mid laner. They're picking up a double. Moon's gonna be grabbing number 2, 2-0.
Yeah, and as soon as you see the top lane play fail, you know this is coming. Even if actually that top lane play is successful, you should still know this coming, because this bottom lane from Team Dignitas has been getting harassed under their own turret for the entire game, and this gets weaker and weaker. That's such a juicy spot. And we talk about the double assassin roam from High and Moon being the biggest strength for this team. They use it on the bottom lane that's been getting poked under their turret, and it's just pretty much picture perfect for what this comp wants to establish here in the early game. They get both of the kills, plus Balls, you can see on the mini-map there in the replay, was waiting at his turret for the Stand United, doesn't even have to burn it. So the threat is still there for more harassment on the bottom lane, and it's getting very, very rough for Team Dignitas. The bottom lane is actually approaching one of that untenable situation where you're getting shoved in and you're just primed for another dive.
And there's not even anything they have to dive anymore. That turret is gone.
They even took
it's
turret
gone. On top of
replay.
champion first blood, they get turret first blood from that. They're up 2,000 gold 8 minutes in off of that single play.
Yeah, incredibly well played, along with the comp that they've drafted here for FlyQuest and the bullying bottom lane. They're basically the thing that could have gone wrong for them is the top side Shen played there, but Balls played it very safe. He warded for himself. He saw Chaser every time Chaser was coming. Even though he got flashed on by Someday, he was able to flash out defensively and survive. And that's all you want, from your Shen. He is providing that threat just by being level 6. And the bottom lane already has a bunch of control. So really all according to plan so far for the FlyQuest squad. And Team Dignitas need to shake things up.
They got to find some kind of a way to do it, but life is tricky, like you're talking about, with that bottom lane turret gone, with that Shen threat being ever present. The CS lead is starting to climb between Altec and Lod, as Altec's going to be having a much larger economy if this keeps up.
And that will get worse, as what you want to do when you're running something like this, like the FlyQuest guys are doing, is you want to then take your bottom lane, and after you shove up the next wave, move that over, rotate to grab the top side outer turret so that you can take out more territory here, increase your lead. They're going to grab the dragon first, and then we should probably see a lane swap from them to continue to force it, because you want to keep the tempo high-paced here and push this lead so that all these outer turrets, if you can chain them together, Rengar then really makes all farming territory unsafe for your opponent.
Yeah. Very scary when you hear that roar coming out of the fog of war and you have no idea where he's going to be going. Drake #1 does go the way of FlyQuest. No contest before the 10-minute mark. That extra ocean going to give them some nice sustain as they continue trying to push this lead. Second one's going to be another ocean as well, so if they can maintain that, the regen is going to start to pile up to these guys.
Ocean, definitely a nice early game Drake when the laning is still very important. They've decided here for Team Dignitas to send Keen down to try and answer this high split push. And by the way, we were wondering, is High going to be going for the early Hex Drinker just for his 1v1s with LeBlanc? He is going with the Lethality Rush into the Edge of Night. So it is still magic damage oriented in the way he's going about it, but he doesn't have any of the magic resist yet. And the thing about that item, even though it is so ridiculously strong right now, until you actually complete it, you're still very much vulnerable to that LeBlanc burst. And the only bonus from Hex Drinker and the argument for that one is that you can complete it so much faster that you really reduce the threat way earlier. But High, not afraid, going with the more offensively typed strategy here and trying to rush that Edge of Night.
Plus, we've seen, you talked about how strong the item is, and a lot of that strength comes from the fact that the active shield, when used properly, can really just make or break a play.
And you can even use it improperly and you're not punished. The cooldown is so low, you can pretty much spam that sucker and
play bad, get rewarded. Edge of Night, go for it.
Out of 7, it'll be up for the right amount of time.
But a good use of it is even better, because you can just break the game wide open with an awesome Edge of Night, blocking a big spell.
Definitely true. All right, so let's check back in on that map, movement that we were expecting from FlyQuest, and they have gone ahead. They cleared out the minion wave in middle, but then they did rotate top, like you're talking about for the top turret here. They are trying to increase the territory they control on the map and try and whittle down the top side. This is really the best way to use your leverage. You send Shen with your Standing Knight and your teleport both ready to the bottom side. You can hug the turret if you even really feel like it, and reduce any opportunity of LeBlanc or someone trying to assassinate you. But Varus actually, oh, he's the target.
There he goes for the dive. High looking to make the moves. Doesn't even need another hit. Heal's not enough. Fly high.
That's the other bonus of going with the Edge of Night Rush rather than the Hex Drinker is you get way more upfront damage because all the components here have been pure AD, and Zed takes out the AD carry here for Team Dignitas as Alad was trying to move into the mid lane to hold the minions. But Zed sees and Zed kills. Classic Varus play here.
Plus he gets the bonus. The heal's gone now too from Lod.
Well, so literally the only thing you can do as Varus in that situation is flash the Q after. So Zed, the combo, he's going to try and ult you. And then as soon as he comes out of the ult, you have to dodge all of his abilities. High hits that Q right after he comes out. And once that, you're dead already. So the heal right there is just a bonus icing on top of the cake. High with his class. This is now his patented pose, basically, when he kills someone in mid lane by himself.
Just shaking it off.
I like it. He goes with the fly pose there. But yeah, so the only chance for Law there to actually escape with his life was to dodge that Q or flash that Q in some way so that he wasn't killed by the death mark. But concentrate on trying to land his ultimate for the counter kill. Nobody else was around to grab that one. So FlyQuest just steamrolling now, and now that he does have Edge of Night completed, very confident in the 1v1 versus Keen. The active you can see there, spam. Finally times out now though.
Keen has to wait as Chaser shows up. Stand United going to be cast to turn this one right back around. Ball's not wanting to go in for any kind of a taunt on top of him, but he keeps High nice and safe.
Yeah, that error on the side of caution this time for FlyQuest. That's definitely a High call where he's like, ooh, I was a bit close and my Edge of Night expired, so Balls, yeah, we're going to have to use your Stand United to save me this time around.
Edge of Night going to be popped again. Keen taken low as they try to pursue onto High, who jumps back. Looking to make some kind of a move here. Chaser is done for. That shuriken above his head means certain death. Ball's going to be looking to clean up Keen now as well. Taunt lands. See ya! Ball's going to be cashing in. Number 5 for FlyQuest.
Absolutely outplayed in the 2v2. When I saw the aggression from Team Dignitas in the 2v2, I was wondering if they had someone else on the roam on the way up, and I looked down at the minimap and they do not. It seemed like a very optimistic, aggressive move here from Keen and Chaser. Keen's already so low on mana, and the ultimate still available from High means that he is quite easily able to switch targets during the Zonias, and doesn't even feel like a 2-on-2 there because half the time you're in stasis. So very nicely played by Balls and High to just move this game from, yeah, a huge FlyQuest lead to a dramatic early game snowball, as it should be easy for them to collect the last outer. And this, again, you talk about the playing field for Rengar. Now that all the outers are about to fall down, maybe it is Moon's time to shine, as he will have a lot of territory to work with too.
OMG Scoots. Mid lane, tier 1, taken almost down, but still barely standing. Drake is going to be spawning here in a couple of seconds. You can see FlyQuest moving their way down towards that right now to continue their control over that neutral objective.
So they do know that the Shen Stand United is down. Technically, Balls could still teleport in. That does take a while. The channel time is quite long, and you also aren't going to be afforded that giant shield, but the cooldown is actually timing down pretty quickly for it, and there's no reason for FlyQuest to force this. So they've made the call to wait and have Dignitas started up, and Stand United is almost back off cooldown now, so really good patience this time around from FlyQuest, knowing they've got a huge lead. No need to rush into that dragon. We can just wait for the Stand United to come back up and then force Team Dignitas into a pretty poor situation.
And Dignitas' situation overall right now, Kobe, is just not one that you're generally looking at with a lot of hope and promise for what's to come. They're already down about 5,000, closer to 4,500, I guess, gold. We'll give them a little bit of a break there, but
16 minutes in is
16 minutes in, that's still a lot of gold. They don't really have anything to their names, no drakes or turrets of their own to kind of make up for it. And there's nobody on this map right now for the side of Team Dignitas that's looking like, hey, I'm going to be the hero. I'll carry this.
Yeah, and it really did remember. Oh, never mind. Let's take a look at the all-in here from High. Dodges the Q, important there, so Chaser not going to take much damage off of it. Now they know Zed Ultimate is down, but even with Zed Ultimate being down, it's still very dangerous. You still have to respect the Rengar potential.
And speaking of which, Xpecial going to be eating some damage as Black Shield finds its way onto Moon. Bola locks Xpecial down. Moon going to be forced back. Exhaust onto Keen. Stand United out onto Moon, who re-enters the fight. Bullet time going to be opened up, forcing Xpecial away. Keen is done for. Someday into the back line, looking to mop anybody up. Take down Lemon. Chaser goes down next. 2 for 1. FlyQuest still seeing what else they can find. Answer's going to be Ocean.
Lod lands his ultimate over the wall, but he's got no mana to shoot any arrows after. No DPS. Left to come through for Team Dignitas, and yeah, they wanted to tango with the Rengar inside rush. It was a little bit scary there for Lemonation as he was the one to take the hit, but they get the extra kill for FlyQuest plus the Drake on top of it. And next one will be Infernal to help out with that snowballing.
Both teams really want that with the amount of assassins we're seeing in this game, but you throw your support under the bus in exchange for the enemy jungler, mid laner, and an Ocean Drake, always worth it.
All right, so yeah, they definitely wanted to take advantage of High's ult being down, but the Shen Stand United turns the numbers so quickly, and you can see Someday there, he teleported in, and he's the one that gets this counter kill, but channel time is quite long, and the positioning is a little bit awkward as well. So the extra advantage definitely does go over to FlyQuest for that one. Now, remember how this whole snowball started was so much about the bullying of the bottom lane. This is why we see so many teams favor these double-ranged matchups rather than taking one of the tank supports currently, and them being bullied under their turret and whittled down made them a prime target for the mid and jungle roam. Plus, they have drafted this Shen, so really all arrows are pointing down to that bottom lane that's already weakened, so, and FlyQuest were able to snowball quite well off it.
FlyQuest shoving in this top part of the map. A lot of members of Dignitas hanging around to answer it, now realizing that they don't really have to be there because Fly isn't exactly putting a lot of resources into grabbing this last remaining Tier 1 turret. Black Cleaver, Yumu's Ghostblade, and another Serrated Dirk for additional lethality, all completed onto Altec. What you were talking about, the lethality creating these new opportunities for Misfortune to go back to her old role as an AD carry, and she is real scary.
Yeah. The armor shred from Black Cleaver is reduction, by the way, so that applies to the champion, reduces it for everyone on your team. So not only does it help out him, but Rengar and Zed also will be attacking shredded targets with their lethality, and the percentage shred plus this flat penetration is just ridiculous amounts of damage. Nobody really can stand a chance. Even Poppy will probably get shredded pretty quickly. Keen definitely getting chunked out here under the turret, and the Q does land just at the last second there to take him below half, really opening up this turret for some more siege.
Bullet time comes out. Lod almost taken down by that, having to step himself out of the very back of that range. They pop the turret United onto Altec, just making sure they grab the Tier 2 in the bottom part of the map.
Could teleport back to the top turret if they want to sit. Yep, there we go.
That's going to be the call. Decides to save this one from Someday, not give Dignitas any sort of relief from the constant losses they're experiencing.
Balls this with a quick, oh, I'll go correct that mistake for Altec. You're taking the turret, no problem. I'm back to my place at my top turret, no problem. The Shen things here.
That's what Shen's so adept at. I mean, when you have 2 global ability teleports like that, go away, come right back, everything's great.
Yeah, and this is that focus on the overall game plan, the overall map that we talk about for FlyQuest, right? Yes, they're very happy to take CS deficits in multiple roles to create these roaming opportunities, to create these lopsided map situations where, yeah, you know, High is down in CS and he's been down in CS for quite a while, but he was the one to take that first roam. They take the Shen matchup. He's been getting camped. He's happy to take CS deficits because he's got this global ability. And they make up for it so much with those cross-map plays and those early roams to dive that they come out to mid-games like this where they have all the options available and can easily transition into a 1-3-1 with the Zed. I mean, he's packing Ignite as well on top of being the one with the most kills in the entire game. So his split push is extremely powerful, plus the Stand United means that it's also safe to split push, and you can even turn numbers.
As Moon and Altec push themselves up into enemy territory a little bit now, trying to choke some more of the map away from Dignitas. Exactly what you were mentioning earlier. Make that scary, and speaking of scary, Special gonna be destroyed. Exhaust onto Chaser, zoning him away. Keen looking to go after Altec, who's still keeping himself alive somehow. Moon comes in, almost able to keep him alive. Won't do it just yet. Now Stand United gonna be used on FlyQuest. Jungler highs into the fight, immediately goes on a rampage.
They got him.
Immediately is shut down. Dignitas have found themselves a pretty solid looking engage. Ball's trying to get away. Someday's got the slam right back into the wall. The blast cone keeping Balls alive. 3 for 2.
Oof, Dignitas found themselves some breather room. They do get the extra kills here, grabbing 3 for themselves and getting some much needed gold. The gold is definitely getting out of hand, plus 1 minute on the Infernal Drake. They don't have a lot of time to get more gold to try and fight anything around there, but taking advantage of this opportunity. Even though a Special gets caught out here, so much is used, and Altec is in a really good position for Chaser to jump on. Quite interesting that there's no Stand United on Altec. I guess they decided that Altec is pretty much toast here after he's already used his flash, and the Stand United would only kind of delay the inevitable for them, but they eventually actually make the call to try and turn, and High gets locked up as soon as he goes in on Zed. Really nice reaction there to instantly lock him down, and that means that the rest of the squad here has to evacuate, but Team Dignitas, good job there jumping on an opportunity, because some teams, you know, you're down so much like this, you really start to lose morale and you start to lose the, you know, ability to even capitalize on opportunities that present themselves. But that was something they needed to jump on. Good job by them to grab some money back for themselves. And now they're trying to set up for that Infernal Drake, or at least get some vision so they can try and counter here. Shen Stand United is available, so I would expect FlyQuest might have something to say about this.
FlyQuest do want to have something to say at the end of the day. They're not going to be taking the Drake, though. Chaser grabbing that one, and Dignitas are looking to get themselves away. No penalty.
Yeah, nice sneak right there, as FlyQuest were a little bit slow to set up. So the initiation would be kind of awkward, even though the Stand United was available. They trade for some gold on that top outer and then rotate over to this Baron that critically has a turned off ward that they don't kill, but a new scrying orb was used to place the second one in there. And you do get that little burst before it gets turned off. Like, it doesn't come in turned off, and they're able to chase him off Baron with that.
That was almost one of those classic high calls that ends up getting FlyQuest a crazy advantage out of nowhere, but luckily for Dignitas, they knew what was potentially going to be happening. They shut that down immediately, and now they're going to be looking for the tier 1 middle.
Yeah, they're pretty happy with the way that the last couple minutes have gone, considering you know, the deficit that they were facing. Able to grab up that Infernal Drake for themselves, as well as start to get some gold back.
Someday pressuring the bottom part of the map. And what we were talking about earlier, how FlyQuest ends up giving away those CS leads. Someday currently with a 25 lead for himself. There was a much larger advantage for Keen over High in the mid lane, but that's shrunk back down to about even. The only big advantage actually being possessed by FlyQuest in terms of CS numbers, since we're not really counting the jungle, is that bottom lane, that 80 carry position, Altec, with a pretty solid advantage over Lot.
Yeah, and we talked about the roaming that led to those, as well as the matchups and the bullying that comes out of it. Now we're moving into this area where Dignitas are actually setting up some good defensive vision to try and allow themselves some time to react to these plays. We've seen that they are able to turn around if they can get some favorable positioning, and Someday is quite tanky on the Poppy, full armor, which really helps out against the triple lethality people on FlyQuest. The only problem is the couple of black cleavers are going to shed through a little bit of it, but he's definitely going to be playing a strong point man here for the squad.
And the nice part is all the big damage threats on FlyQuest, they're all AD. Yeah, you've got some magic damage coming in from Shen's Spirit Blade, you've got some magic damage from a Morgana, but all the real measurable threats are attack damage based. So some days feeling very comfortable just piling on more and more armor.
It does make you feel really good as a tank to be able to build one damage type. And it's not really till on top of the Black Cleaver plus the Last Whisper start coming in that you again really have to worry. And it's because of this big lead that FlyQuest got that they're already approaching that point. Misfortune does already have the extra armor shred here on top of this lethality. So her ultimate, you just have to get out of it, basically. Even someday on the front lines there is going to have to eventually watch his HP, even though Poppy renowned for her shielding abilities as well.
Means we'll probably be seeing FlyQuest look to put themselves in any kind of an opportunity or situation they can find to properly utilize that bullet time. Those close jungle corridors, small pathways anywhere are going to be exactly what these guys are looking for. As Chaser finds Moon in his side of the jungle. Someday's got the extra help. As Moon's going to be taken so dangerously low, decides to go for a little bit more, not quite going to be able to find the kill. Chaser instead going to be punished. The binding comes through, bullet time comes out. Someday's going to be shielded. Special takes the hit, but Someday's going to be gone too. More dig bodies are hitting the floor, and FlyQuest has found 4 of them.
Just when you get a little hope, you're like, oh yeah, they've got defensive vision. Oh, they're looking for this opportunity to try and pick one person off. They found one person. No, the Shen team, and they're collapsing. And they're too far behind in gold. That Misfortune ultimate killed the tanks through the Unbreakable and through them being armor stacking. Very quick collapse there from FlyQuest as Rengar making use of the Empowered W as well as Shen Stand United, and Moon even lived, so they are able to transition right into the Baron pickup right after the pickoff as well. FlyQuest is going to be able to use this one to break through inhibitor turrets.
That was a very clean rotation off of that fight victory. You grab the 4 kills, you grab the tier 2, you grab the Baron, and all of a sudden you are just sitting so pretty.
And look at this. Even though you get a pick and you've got people in the area, look at the other 3 members for Team Dignitas. They're transitioning over, and they actually get here a little bit later than the FlyQuest ones. Altec flash healed for Moon to save him as well. And there is the bullet time that Rough especially, even with the Unbreakable up, takes out a lot of his HP. And that, since High is able to arrive at the end of the fight, you know, it's basically dream time here for Zed. You get to clean up. Everybody's used all their defensive. There's no exhaust, and you have Edge of Night as well, so you get to go to town. Now he's gonna get to go in once again.
Immediate zone use from Keen, keeping himself safe. Gonna avoid pretty much everything from the death mark. Does eat some shurikens at the very end of it. He's got Chaser hanging around to keep him safe, but now that FlyQuest 1-3-1 starts up in earnest, and with Shen in the bottom lane and Zed in the top, there's going to be so much pressure for Dig to answer.
Yeah, and you know, kind of like you mentioned, we usually caution against single damage type comps like this, but it does become a race at that point, and if you're not...
Bullet time going to be coming out again. Moon being protected by Shen for now. Chaser's the one who goes down. Altec grabbing that kill for himself as FlyQuest now has their opportunity to push up.
I mean, we say, oh yeah, these builds make Misfortune pretty linear and you know what to expect from her, but it feels pretty good to get off an ultimate like that and take out the whole team.
Rat-a-tat-tat, just shoots him to pieces. Altec destroys the red inhibitor. Keen gets himself destroyed by a death mark. High is 6-1-2 on this Zed.
And yeah, he is definitely at home on this champion and loving the comeback of the lethality builds. Whenever they do get the lead like this, it's hard to keep up. Even if you are buying only armor, they're so far ahead that the armor shred purchases just outpace the armor purchases. A little bit too late to even hope for that solace. Right now, though, Keeper's Verdict could even some numbers, maybe.
Moon going in for Chaser. Gonna be taken low, though. Heals himself back up. Goes can't be disabled mode and runs right back to the team. Black Shield gonna be keeping him immune to further suppression as well. Chaser's gonna be blown up. Moon on a rampage. Someday is gonna be double killed. FlyQuest just running over Dignitas. Special locked down for a very long time. Bullet time just cleans them all up. Triple kill for Alltech. FlyQuest takes their game.
He's just having the time of his life here on Misfortune.
He is!
He is for a while. All right, that's going to be game number 1. Team Dignitas is going to regroup here and look for a new strat coming into game number 2. Now they will be on blue side and won't necessarily have to give over the Rengar. They will get first pick.
That was a good-looking game from FlyQuest. We talked about, people were wondering, as FlyQuest goes up, are they going to continue to perform against teams that people were expecting more out of? And against Dignitas, they look good.
And one of the benefits of having these veterans on your team that FlyQuest have, Balls, Lemon, and High have been playing competitive League of Legends together for upwards of 3 years on the same team. That type of communication is at the level of you don't even have to talk anymore because you know how this person plays.
It's all right here.
Exactly. You know how the skirmish plays out because you've been playing with this guy. You know that High's always going to go for X play. He's going to want to turn it right now. And this is the advantage of having a team with such high synergy coming into a new spring split where so many of these teams have reforged, brought in new members, brought in new imports, and almost all the teams are working on communication issues, working on, getting to know each other's play styles and stuff like that. And Team Dignitas are definitely one of those teams. And you can see the big difference here in team play and just in focus as well.
And it goes back to what we were talking about with those CS differences, right? Who needs all this actual stats in the game
Roam down
when
bottom,
you got
get
those
a couple of kills,
intangibles
the dragon, the turret.
that actually check in and just make up all the differences? For a deeper dive into that and exactly how that game played out, let's check in with the analysts.
Thanks, Captain, and welcome back to the analyst desk.
Captain, my guy.
Flowers, Captain Flowers, Clayton. You can call him whatever you want.
Yeah, I call him Bill Walton.
Andy Sandberg.
Yeah, whatever you want to go for. That was a pretty crazy game, though. Yeah. I think the big thing I want to talk about is just the draft, because Team Dignitas, when you look at their champions that they got, it looks like they completely crushed the draft in terms of just the power level. But when you think about how their team actually wins, being through Someday and him getting stuck on Poppy versus Shen, I think this actually came out decently well for FlyQuest.
I actually think this is such an interesting draft that we could actually spend so much time talking about, because Dignitas don't ban the typical 3 that you see on red side, and then they do a trade, but Moon gets Rengar, the Misfortune gets picked up, gets flexed to the AD carry position, and they also banned out in the second rotation for FlyQuest tanks. It's just like really peculiar, because you're like, we picked Shen, we expect a gangplank from Someday, but it's like, no, we're gonna put him on Poppy, he wants to counter the Rengar, and he wants to do all these other things and like play a tank matchup. But like you were saying, Someday's their carry. He's on a tank now, and now, because they really wanted just an extra tank in the composition.
Yeah, I think that's really what it's about, right? It's about the opportunity they had to get such high priority picks. I think, generally speaking, if you're not actually looking at the team names or anything like that, you see Dignitas' draft, and I think that you say they smashed draft.
Yeah.
I mean, you have Poppy against a very highly physical damage team. That's probably going to get to the point where you think he's going to be almost immune to damage. You have 3 picks, which are first pick worthy. You have Kha'Zix, you have LeBlanc, you have Varus. These are all first pick champions now in 7-2, and it's like, how did you end up in this world with such a good draft?
And a part of it is the fact that they didn't ban the 3, right? So you're going to trade 1 for 2, and the fact that FlyQuest actually banned Camille on their side. So I think it's clever by Dignitas, but I think it's even more clever by FlyQuest because they played to their strengths. High has already been playing things like Kassadin, now the Zed, so he doesn't care if they get LeBlanc. He's done it multiple times. He's got a counter for it. They also play like an all AD composition, so you're like, what? Why is this a good composition? But the Misfortune actually just buys Black Cleaver right off the bat and starts actually shredding for the team fights.
Right, we talked about, all the lethality buffs, MF being a recipient as well, but you touched on High, and he really was like the big story of this game, the initial roam down bot lane that we just saw to kind of break the game open for them, this massive outplay on the top side 2v2, and as well as getting solo kills in the mid lane the whole game. Like, High was, I don't think the strategy works without High being a master tier Zed where he just like crushes the game, because if your Zed is not snowballing, I think your comp falls behind. You run into that issue of being too physical damage heavy, but the fact that you get so ahead of the Poppy in this game, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I agree completely, and I think that's one of the fun things about FlyQuest is they know their strengths and they're happy to play their game. Generally speaking, LeBlanc, oh my God, you can't leave LeBlanc up. That's ridiculous, right? FlyQuest has done that twice, and both times High has severely outperformed the LeBlanc. First on the Castan, as Zyrene mentioned, now on the Zed. They go MFAD instead of, we did see it, I guess, once in Europe, but this is the first time in NA, and this is something that they're showing so much creativity in the drafts, and they're also showing that play matters more than the meta priority, right? You can do something that you're very comfortable on and very competent on, such as the Misfortune AD and the Zed mid. These are things that are not as highly prioritized in the meta, and you can still have success on them. So I really like seeing this, and I would like to see these sorts of drafts and strategies more from different teams.
Right, and I think a perfect team to do that would be Dignitas. As much as, I think they want to be this complete whole team that can play different styles, that's just not the reality that they live in, where they actually do need someday to go off, because every game where he is controlled, they basically lose.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Dignitas kind of have the Immortals problem where they have a carry top laner with Huni back in the last split. So why not play to them, right? Why not actually set him up for success and allow him to carry the team? But then you're like, but that kind of goes against the meta because tanks are good. So they have to figure out what they want to do with that, and if everybody else can carry and practice it a little more. But I also want to touch on the FlyQuest point one last time, because every time High is playing something like a Kassadin into LeBlanc, every time they give up the LeBlanc, the Zed, etc., they get Rengar for Moon. So he's actually sacrificing, a top priority pick in LeBlanc, saying, I can play against it because we're going to get our jungler the best pick in the game right now. So I think that he's actually kind of taking one for the team, saying, I can play these matchups, so we're setting Moon up for success.
And he has really had a lot of success on the Rengar, but another guy we have to highlight here is Altec. He's going to be our player of the game, showing the versatility in the champ select, allowing them to have that as a flicks pick. He destroyed the bot lane, and he had some really key ultimates, as well as the Black Cleaver build, which helped to enable their AD's composition.
Right, I mean, it really is one of those picks that it doesn't tell the whole story, just the stat line, even though he did have a good stat line as well. The fact that the MF pick can shred a team, allow the Zed to kind of start running wild in there, as well as the Rengar just being able to assassinate people.
Yeah, he's also playing against a Braum as well. So the Braum just puts the shield up and can block the ultimate, but is able to play around that a little bit more and hold it and wait for the opportunity. So Altec did play incredibly well, and I'm interested to see, because this was like a solo queue build that we were seeing with the Deathfire touch coming out for the Misfortune AD carry. So maybe it'll make its rounds. Maybe it's good against Varus when he doesn't have a healing support.
Definitely a very exciting draft in Game 1. I'm excited to see what we have in store for us in Game 2, but we're going to step away for a quick break. When we come back, it's Game 2 between Team Dignitas and FlyQuest. Stay with us. You're watching the North American LCS.
We are a fucking wolf pack, The strength of the pack is a wolf. The strength of the wolf is the pack. Right. Yeah. Alright, when we get a kill, you gotta go, ow!
Ow! As the dive might be coming out bottom side, here comes that High assassination potential. First blood goes the way of FlyQuest mid laner. They're picking up a double. Oh, he's the target. There he goes for the dive. High looking to make the moves. Doesn't even need another hit. Heal's not enough. Fly High.
We're coming. Run the way. I'm here. There's a Poppy under us. Kills Poppy. Help me. Kill Poppy. Forward. I got knocked out by Poppy. I'm coming back. Okay. Poppy's behind us. You guys are okay? Nice. Don't die. Okay. You came back. Okay. 템 맞춰주지. Okay. Good. Show me, man. Really nice.
Bullet time comes out. Someday's gonna be shielded. Special takes the hit, but Someday's gonna be gone too. More dig bodies are hitting the floor, and FlyQuest has found 4 of them. Chaser's gonna be blown up. Moon on a rampage. Someday's gonna be double killed. FlyQuest just running over Dignitas. Special locked down for a very long time. Bullet time just cleans them all up. Triple kill for Altec. FlyQuest takes their game.
Honestly, ever since like Vancouver is now, it's because that's where I grew up and it's my hometown. I've never like gone to like a playoff in a different location, so I feel like that's my #1 goal is to like make it to Vancouver. And I guess like if I make it to Vancouver, then I can like show like my parents and my mom like that, you know, like that I'm doing really well and I deserve to be here in Vancouver, and like hopefully I can make them proud by winning.
Welcome back to the North American LCS. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between Dignitas and FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, and it's always nice to hear about players, you know, getting to show what they do to their parents and to their friends and stuff. Because even our positions, right, explaining it to people is
it's
difficult
interesting sometimes.
But yeah, always good to get that opportunity. And it looks like they're actually on the road to do it. Like, not very many people expected this squad to really come into the season with this great of a start, but especially Alltech in that last game. I mean, you talk about the stats. His damage was insane on Misfortune, not only because they were heavily poking in lane due to the double range. I don't know what that move is, but that looked like the table flip to me. It was like, yeah, just dumping damage. That's what it was.
No reason not to.
Scooping the damage.
And it goes.
So MF does.
And it goes.
Yeah, they were poking him out under their turret even before they got to the teamfight phase. And then teamfight phase, Misfortune always has high damage, so you get to spread out that ulti, and he was really dishing it out. So you saw the huge percentage there. That was a large part of why we really wanted to give him player of the game. Even though you're always like, oh yeah, the mid laner, the flashy solo kills,
Zed dashing all over the place,
or the jungler. But yeah, I really like Alltech in that last one. We'll see if Team Dignitas can switch it up, because they're really having trouble here in the beginning of the season. Maybe they do go for something like arranging a team comp into a split push where someday gets to play Fiora or split pusher, and actually try and separate him from the rest of the team and do some solo work.
We'll have to see if Someday's back is strong and ready to carry like they want him to. Malzahar and Jin both going to be banned away by Team Dignitas. The Malzahar we mentioned last game, how Lemon has so many games on that. Not at all surprised to see that taken off the table. As Camille and Karma will be the bans from FlyQuest. So the big three, again, not going to be the red side choices.
Lemonation is very well acquainted with this game. He definitely does like not falling into the top tier pattern here for red side bans. They are actually all going to find themselves on the ban list anyways, though, as seeing a LeBlanc response here means that you aren't trading for nothing anymore, so you have to take out the other half of that trade as well. You would be just giving over Rengar for free. Not going to be the case here. But Dignitas grabbing onto that Varus once again.
No surprise.
No surprise. Lethality's great for him. You know, wave clear's great for him. The utility that everybody talks about. But if you get behind against divers, wave clear is not going to be able to save you. We saw High early on, taking advantage of him. Just ult Q was pretty much enough damage.
that was pretty rough. I'm not gonna lie. That didn't look like a very fun experience from Lod's point of view, but they're gonna be locking in Zyra first and foremost for FlyQuest. Also picking up the Jace.
All right, FlyQuest going with strong lanes right out the bat, even with 2 picks right here, and to me, there's no way that Team Dignitas go with another, you know, Braum or melee support and let their bottom lane just get smashed early on. Because if you open up an area of weakness like that on the bottom side, in addition to the enemy team having a Jace to, you know, either top or mid, you know, still could be flexible, but a Jace where to be able to go into a favorable matchup, that already means that you're going to have one strong lane for FlyQuest. If you let them just accumulate strong lanes across the board, it's going to be the same type of story.
You're just setting yourself up to have to climb out of a hole from early game, and that's not a position anybody wants to ever have to be playing from. Dignitas. Holes, man. Don't want nothing to do with them. As Keen is going to be picking up the Nami for Xpecial, and Chaser locks in that Elise for himself. So bottom lane and jungle going to be the choices here for Dignitas early. But that does mean, Kobe, that we are not going to see the roles exactly mirrored in the first pick phase.
Also, not only the role thing, but it's super weird to me to ever see Kha'Zix not picked up.
Yeah, it's kind of peculiar, huh?
I'm very biased.
That's weird.
Because I spent most of my time recently on the champion, but just feels so strong, especially with Rengar, you know, being off. That seems like super clear #1. Elise definitely has a lot of benefits that are kind of unique, though. Does bring the extra range form. You can come to siege turrets pretty early on, way earlier than most other junglers. Also does provide more poke with a poke comp if you do want to group up and use your Nami as your defensive. The Varus, landing arrows on a cocoon target is much easier. So there are some things you can go for with it. Also, the early game is definitely not to be underestimated.
Just now noticed that FlyQuest has both Shen and Jace locked in.
As we said, Jace can go mid lane.
Yeah, that's true. But it's unusual to see it, right? Normally he is played top lane, so going to get to see that flex. That will be fun. As Maokai, Ryze, and Kha'Zix all going to be banned away so far. Dig thinking the same thing you are. Kha'Zix is pretty strong. We probably don't want to be dealing with him.
Yeah, it's actually not... Maybe this is the first time I've ever seen it get to the second ban phase without him being jumped on immediately, but FlyQuest just... We saw how successful the Shen was for them and their playstyle. They have balls always on a tank, and him being on the tank that can join the bottom side of the map puts so much pressure on Team Dignitas to create early on. Create before level 6, create topside, and Balls is actually just fine playing super defensively and farming. So they've really shown that the dedication to this strategy here for FlyQuest as they come through once again with misfortune as well.
Corki going to be picked up on the side of Dignitas. We've been seeing this pick do a lot of work from the mid lane, so Dignitas deciding, hey, that's going to be the answer to the problems we were experiencing before, and Gangplank.
Yeah.
We talked about someday carrying. Here you go.
I think the Elise pick definitely did signal towards this and kind of give it away a little bit, as Team Dignitas are just going super all in on this range damage. Super high damage, super high poke. Gangplank can also chunk you out very heavily under turrets within siege mode, and also gives you another form of disengage. When you kite back through a Nami wave, through a Gangplank ultimate, with all of these range champions kind of spreading out and trying to DPS while they're kiting, you can really get caught in an overchase situation.
Yeah, we got something else, man. We got something else in
Nidalee
store.
is back. I was really hoping that the last round of buffs would not bring her back.
That makes two of us.
I'm okay with it as long as she does not take over solo queue again and isn't in every single game. But for those of you who didn't quite pay attention, she did also get some buffs recently to try and help out with her health issues. But we shall see how well Moon can actually pilot this champion, because this is a super interesting jungle matchup, as like we talked about, Kha'Zix went to the second ban phase, and they also added on the target ban of the Evelynn, which is very Moon specific.
Yeah. Two Evelynn games, actually, he's played so far in Spring Split 2017, so definitely one
and about 1,000 solo queue ones.
Yeah, there's a lot in solo queue, but we're not going to factor those into this right now. But I feel like we're practically in some kind of a time machine, going back into a patch from the past with Nidalee versus Elise in the jungle. This is just... I never would have expected this to be the matchup.
This is actually pretty interesting, because both sides are so heavily focused on the range damage for poking, for sieging, that Shen, actually the lone melee champion, discounting all these transformers, it's actually going to make Ball's life very difficult, because he's going to be easily focused if he tries to go in. And is going to be much more of a defensive ult bot and defensive taunts, probably.
He's the only real tank on the map, though. Because, I mean, Elise can get tanky. Yes, tanky.
And the problem for Shen is getting tanky against Gangplank is super difficult.
Yeah.
In lane, he gets punished very heavily. Gangplank oranges your taunts for any sort of gank setup or harassment that you want to do. And he also shreds through all the armor that you're going to be building through the barrels. He's got true damage, so Gangplank super good just lane matchup versus Shen. And then also Gangplank makes navigating team fights where you're the only melee hell, because you are such an obvious target. It's very easy to focus fire the lone melee. In comes Lod with the fast feet here, dodges all of the skill shots from FlyQuest. That bodes well for them.
Yeah. Always nice to be sidestepping some of that level 1 damage. As Chaser and Someday going to be looking towards this top part of the jungle now. That explosive spider finds its way on top of both Moon and Balls, but they're not willing to go any further for it.
Yeah. Dodging is going to be a huge part of this game, as both teams are packing so much of that range harassment, and skill shots will definitely make or break this game. I do like what Dignitas have done this time around with their blue side though, and got that counter pick on the Shen with the Gangplank here for Someday, because as I said, Someday, he's the star you're looking at, and ooh, actually bottom lane is the focus here.
A lot of damage on the lot. Ignite going to be used too. Altec not going any further, looking to make something happen. He knows the heal is there, but that was a ton of level 1 pain.
The other thing that goes along with so many range champions is that Exhaust does slightly lose viability, as you're not having, Zed's not diving in, Rengar's not diving in, so the melee defensive options where you usually just pop that on an assassin or something are very slim. Maybe I guess you can consider Gangplank an assassin if he flash shoots you or something.
Yeah, some sort of
yeah, so that's the adaptation where we actually see Ignite coming out. Plus the double of Ignite really doing well against Nami and the sustain here in lane. So I really want to get back to tracking these junglers though, because it was such an odd jungler moment, and they are actually meeting up on the scuttle as Moon just barely is able to take it before Chaser blast cones over the side.
So good job for Moon. He's going to grab that. Of course, helps keep the bottom lane a little bit safer as they're going to be shoving up. Misfortune and Zyra showing how strong of a bottom lane duo they are right now. And the one thing I want to comment on, when the keystones were up on the screen, you actually saw that Altec's Misfortune is running Deathfire Touch.
Yeah, again.
Instead of Warlords, just like game number 1. We actually saw it get him a kill on the Chaser in game number 1. So very valuable keystone.
Yeah, it really helps out with the giant spread of damage, tagging everybody. Also, in lane, Misfortune's play pattern, especially since she gets to go lethality now, buy a bunch of longswords, you have a lot of power on getting your secondary target Q damage. Basically, if you hit a minion with that shot that's about to die, and there's this, I believe it's 45 degree, maybe it got shortened to 35 degree angle behind the minion, the second bounce on that shot on the double up can take out a huge chunk of life. It's very interesting though. I want to track these skills. He actually isn't going for that build in lane, and he's just been going for the make it rain that we keep seeing. And Altec is maxing that make it rain first for all the range harassment with his mage support that they. Actually, Lemonation might have to burn a summoner here. He dodges, yeah.
All right, Flash has to get spent just to get himself away from that one. Was in some real serious danger, and that's kind of the problem with both of these FlyQuest bottom lane champions, is that if they're out of position, they don't really have any tools aside from those summoner spells to get themselves out.
And definitely got out in the nick of time there, because Chaser, as you just saw, was coming through for the lane gank and was sitting in the brush. Now out of danger though, and Chaser going to go ahead and clear his top quadrant. Nothing really interesting as both junglers just return to their farm.
A little bit of a difference between the junglers though. Skirmisher's Saber compared to the Tracker's Knife means Moon's going to be trying to get a little more of that vision down, a little more of that control over the map, while Chaser's just more interested in making sure he wins the fights.
Yeah, Nidalee is very much about the vision setting up for all-ins. High does get all-ins here, speaking of which.
High getting himself exhausted. Chaser looking to come in. Repel lands. Lemon is here trying to provide the escape. Fly High with the flash away so he can get himself out of there. Moon shows up to try to find some sort of a counterattack, but nothing really to be found.
Yeah, High took a tremendous amount of damage, in addition to eventually blowing his flash as well. That's something that a lot of mid laners want to hold on to their flashes so long. They end up having to back as well as burn the summoner. But it does mean that in some situations, you're able to outplay enough and disengage and count on maybe Lemon coming up for the snare to save that summoner in exchange for a huge chunk of health. But he's right back out there, just uses his first teleport back to lane, so no big loss for him on the Jace. And now he's got the lethality purchase to back it up.
Moon seeing if he can maybe find some revenge here in the mid lane for what Chaser did earlier. Gets the spear. No follow-up for it, but a spear from that range is still a decent chunk of damage to land on Keen.
Plus, following up on your point about the Tracker's Knife, he takes this opportunity to lay down those two wards inside the red quadrant of Chaser's jungle. Meanwhile, Chaser, after seeing the spear thrown, light goes off, gonna go do the opposites on FlyQuest's side and lay down not only one ward, but also takes some of the raptors.
Just takes down that big chicken and leaves all those poor little orphan baby chickens there to wonder exactly what their fate's going to be at this point.
Comfort them.
Yeah, Moon's going to be there and put them out of their misery at least.
This is actually super important, and something that's way more important now that we don't have the old smites where you can smite Raptors and get the little Oracles buff. Every time where you have been tracking the enemy jungle, you know that they just came to invade something like your Raptors, you're expecting them to leave behind wards, right? Because they want to be efficient. They want to make their time invading count, not only counter jungler, but also leaving behind that vision. So he expects there to be a ward laid around. The most common area is that brush that he just scanned with the sweeper. However, Chaser left it slightly back here out of the camp, and so he doesn't get swept, and he does get to leave, that ward right there a little bit longer. But Moon knows that he was in here and probably left something around behind. It's just all these little games as far as controlling information for junglers early on are the things that result in successful ganks or result in really good setups for skirmishes.
It's a mental outplay, pretty much. You're outreading the other guy, you're making the proper decision, making the right call, as Chaser is going to make the decision to hang around mid lane here a little bit. You can see a lot of blue side control wards up around that top half of the river there, as Dignitas is making sure that they keep an eye out for Moon. He tries to cross that neutral line and get himself in Chaser's face or into either of the lanes.
Yeah, and because of those mirrored invades, it basically has kind of split that map to top side blue there for Team Dignitas and bottom side mostly red vision as FlyQuest were able to have it. The wards that Moon placed with his traction knife just expired, but they did see Chaser head over to the red, so they can continue to track him.
High grabbing himself a blue buff on Jace means he's going to have a lot of ability to spam all of these moves, get himself in a spot where he just can constantly put whatever kind of pressure he wants onto both the lane and to Keen. But of course, you can't exactly look at Corki laying down, a very strong champion in his own right, especially now with that Sheen. He's going to have some serious trading potential too.
Yes, he is. Corki, no slouch. I expect High also to, once again, go for that Edge of Night rush, just to be able to block one of the big poke abilities, because so much of this team is going to be just ranged warfare as everyone's firing across their skill shots and waiting for the right number to land before trying to execute someone. Looks like we do have a grouping on bottom lane.
Dig tries to make a play, but Fly has the setup, looking to return the favor. First blood goes the way of Lod, but it's going to be retaliated upon. X-Special now going to be number 2. Can they make it 3? Lod trying to get himself away. High closing the distance. Package delivery. Going to be keeping that 80 carry alive, but it's 2 for 1. FlyQuest.
Keen sliding into bottom lane is able to cut it off there so they don't get another kill. But still, the grouping for FlyQuest, 4 greater than 3, even though Chaser was moving in again for another lane gank. The prep from FlyQuest was just more of a commitment. I didn't see where Balls was and why the Shen Stand United didn't come in to complete the 5-man from FlyQuest. But maybe in the replay we'll get a look here. He is right in lane up there trading with Gangplank, so maybe he didn't want to get chunked out, or maybe he just didn't have any time to react. Lemon got absolutely annihilated. They probably could have killed him through the 1099. So, but anyways, FlyQuest, as we said, with the extra members there, High was first to roam, so they were able to pull that off, which is pretty risky considering they did hear that Corki had the package, and pulling off roam play like that when you know Corki has the package is pretty risky, but High had such an early roam on Keen once again, and was able to make it work for their bottom lane.
Have to see how Dignitas decides to respond to this. They're still very far forward in the lane. They're still maintaining this pressure that they found for themselves earlier. CS still dead even too.
Yeah, CS looking good pretty much across the board for them. The jungle numbers, we tell you that they lie to you, and to a degree they do.
Yeah.
But Moon has also been out camping Chaser, or out farming Chaser as far as the individual camps are. Yeah, that's a good tab to keep track of the gold as well as experience levels. Just to update on the gold levels. He does have 1 extra kill for Moon, but that doesn't make up for the almost 1,000 gold lead he has. He has over 800 gold lead over Chaser at the moment, so that's more than just the kill, considering Chaser also has the assist. Plus, you can very clearly see the level advantage.
Oh yeah, Moon doing some good work on this Nidalee, and if we all remember the age of Nidalee's past, where she was in pretty much every single game ever. She was a very, very effective champion when it came to farming the jungle, clearing those camps, and still finding a way to be involved in the game anytime she was needed, as Moon continues laying down vision in the enemy jungle, just trying to always keep an eye on where these rotations are going to be, now trying to steal away some of the Krugs from Chaser. Grabs a big one and heads on out.
I'm really looking forward to the development of the team fight between these two squads, because the absolute lack of front lines, barring a Shen taunt flash from FlyQuest, and basically both teams are just packing a ton of artillery and waiting to see who gets the first hit to actually try and capitalize on them.
It's all about who can dial those shots in. Whoever actually has the accuracy behind all those big long-range abilities is going to be the one who wins.
And, you know, your homework that you do beforehand, setting up the vision enables you to land skill shots. So keeping track of all the wards around things like Dragon that are right now controlled by FlyQuest is also going to be important, because those are the things that do enable you to land a lot of them. That being said, Someday is off to his Trinity Force already on Gangplank, and the Shen Gangplank, you know, Farm Fest definitely feels good for the Gangplank, as Someday ultimate is available and technically teleport is as well, but bottom lane looks to be a target once again as FlyQuest push him under.
And that Trinity Force is going to be up pretty soon on Keen as well. Once you have that double Trinity power spike, things can start to get a lot scarier. But FlyQuest are looking to make a play in bottom lane yet again. Xpecial going to be soaking a lot of damage coming out from that Shock Blast, enchanted with the Acceleration Gate. Heals himself back up a little bit, but he's still got to be respecting FlyQuest's potential to make another 4-man play.
And FlyQuest, they just back right off and head back to farming because of all that vision we talked about. They see the answer roam here from Team Dignitas coming down, and they immediately back off, get position, get blue traded off, and then get mid-wave shoving as well. And Hai even looks for a roam top. Let's see if they can make this work on Gangplank, because orange does get you out of the taunts, but Hai can also close distance and add his slow. Looks like some good shot calling or some warnings from Keen here to tell Someday that Hai is on the way up. And a little bit of a follow as well.
I popped the Edge of Night as he was going up there. Doesn't decide that he wants to go for any sort of a crazy berserk type of a dive or anything like that. Not really willing to push those kind of boundaries just yet, especially not with Keen having the package ready to deliver. Only about 1/4 time left on that, though, so we're likely going to see the same thing that happens to a lot of early game Corki packages, where they just sort of get left on the porch.
All right, there it goes down right there. Hai jumps into it, takes a bit of damage, and Keen slightly wins the trade.
Good enough. Good enough. About all you can expect out of an early game package usually, as FlyQuest going to be hanging around this river area, getting a little bit of vision down into the enemy jungle, trying to clear out what they can, controlling the entrance towards where this Drake is, and we might see attention turn to this if either team gets an opportunity soon, but we also got to remember Turret First Blood still available and up for grabs.
Turret First Blood is available, and the mid lane turret has been taking a beating here from Hai, the constant pressure, and they're looking to capitalize on it as well. But Keen focuses on the minion wave, clears out all the minions, and puts a stop to that. So that means that Balls has to go back top to try and put a stop to this Gangplank. He's melting the turret.
Yeah, if you just... The mid lane turret might be low, but if you just let Gangplank wail on this top lane turret, it's going to be going down first, just setting up more barrels for himself, trying to find this kill.
He already used his orange.
Gets himself taunted up, pops the ultimate, has to go in full retreat, and Balls keeps that turret alive.
I wonder if the ultimate usage is going to be enough to prompt some Dragon poking around here. Or maybe even just a return to bottom lane. Because it is a very big ability. Down.
Lock gonna go ahead and fire off that Chain of Corruption in bottom lane. Stranglethorn's counterattack. Bullet time coming out too. Chaser's gonna be bursted. So is Lod. Double kill from Moon's Nidalee. That's the kind of damage that FlyQuest need.
Now it's a race for the turret. They're going to be able to get it. Someday we'll eventually be able to answer topside, but the kill's going over to FlyQuest first, and they just barely get that first turret. Someday tried to race in there and beat him to the punch. Not going to be the case, though. Drake on the table next.
Sometimes all you need is just a second to get that extra gold for the Turret First Blood. FlyQuest deciding that one objective is just not enough. They're going for the Mountain Drake now, too. Shouldn't be any sort of a problem taking this one down. Moon and Lemon have enough to grab that, and Why not make it 3, Kobe? 3 is the charm, and they're going to be grabbing the first turret in mid lane as well. FlyQuest looking good with a 3K gold lead.
The constant mid and bottom pressure from FlyQuest, not quite as ridiculous as game number 1, but still just as effective. And the spear landed for Moon before the flash. He was able to get out of range, and then the debuff's still on there for him to go in for the pounce kill. And we talked about accuracy, and it's about who hits the first shot. FlyQuest landing those skill shots to earn themselves this gold lead they're working with. I still do put a lot of weight into Gangplank farming up, though, and, you know, being wary of Gangplank, because just as easily as that fight was super explosive and FlyQuest got some very quick kills, the skill shots could start coming in from Team Dignitas and land in their favor as well.
Gangplank ulti going to be called down. Heal pop to get Elimination out of trouble. Wanted to make sure he didn't sit there and endure another volley of those cannonballs, as the mid lane tier 1 going to be taken dangerously low on the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, they get it low, but both side lanes pushing for FlyQuest. And they've got minion pressure, so that's going to alleviate anything that Team Dignitas were trying to create around mid lane. Seems like FlyQuest just, again, another step ahead. Ah, that shock blast doesn't land.
But he's got Edge of Night, so you can't really counterattack him.
Yeah, protected there, goes in for a couple shots.
Chaser grabbing his own blue buff. Not really worried about passing that one off anytime soon. Just going to be picking that one up as the Elise. One thing I'm going to go ahead and comment on too is you're seeing with the Nidalee build, Runic Echo's done. Second item is going to be what looks like Lichbane. So going for that big burst cape of a build. Lod barely getting himself away from the bullet time.
Yeah, the Lichbane or Iceborne Gauntlet, whichever one he does buy, merely having a Sheen right there adds so much to not only your execute for if someone gets hit by the skill shot, but also could help out if they're spreading the map and trying to take down turrets as well. Speed that process up a little bit. Interesting. He will be very squishy, but everybody's squishy in this game except
I
Falls.
feel like that's just kind of the nature of this game is you're going to be squishy, so just turn yourself into Ballistic Missile Nidalee, and when you go in there, make sure somebody goes down with you.
Maybe we see him get a Zhonya so he doesn't perish on the way out as well. But yeah, this is going to be a game with indexing very heavily in dodge skill.
Moon and Lemon hanging around the enemy jungle, laying down a couple of different wards. Going to be seeing that blue buff is not available for the taking, so they just head themselves on out. As Laud's going to be firing those piercing arrows here in mid lane, shoving this up as well. He's fallen behind Altec's Misfortune a little bit in terms of farm yet again.
I mean, yeah, they once again, they focus the bottom lane, play after play down there, forcing them off. Dignitas, though, they finally wear down and take out the mid lane turret, really closing that gap a little bit in terms of gold as well as area on the map. That being said, though, all their vision is defensive. You can see that they're backpedaling right now for the most part.
Dignitas, 2,000 gold down, 3 kills down, but the turrets are all tied up, which is something that's keeping them in a decent enough spot this game. Rift Herald was not taken this game. Last time around, we actually saw FlyQuest so far ahead, they felt comfortable taking that seldomly grabbed objective. This game's a lot more in normal territory.
Yep, much closer. Plus, when both teams have the giant artillery, then it becomes a Cold War, and they're just staring each other down.
Everybody, I got my guns, you got yours.
Who's gonna fire? Are we gonna go all in on this one, or go all in on the next one? During this waiting game, FlyQuest are eking out slow and measured leads in terms of turret durability. High, once again, gets here first, gets a little bit of damage on the turret, and then is able to move away after leaving Keen to deal with a minion wave.
And you know, going into this, we were kind of talking about the inconsistencies that we had seen in Keen and Chaser, and we were also talking about how Moon is really like surprising everybody in a really pleasant way. And right now, Moon's 3-0, and Chaser is 0-2, and well, he's got 1 assist, but it's still kind of par for the course for the way things have been trending lately. Moon's looking good, and Chaser's looking like it's going to be some day's responsibility to win the game again.
I mean, yeah, a lot of money. A lot of the eggs for Team Dignitas are in the Gangplank late game basket. Like,
it's a crowded basket.
Some of those barrels exploding can get you multi-kills pretty quickly. We'll see, though. The important part for these team fights is going to be really interesting because both of these very range-heavy team comps are going to want to have their DPS spread out so you don't get caught in the same barrel or the ultimate, or the same misfortune ultimate, or the same Gangplank ultimate. And it is going to be so much about that positioning. We'll see how they get down in the 10-man fight. I'm looking forward to the day, but as of right now, continue to split because
we're going to have to wait for something to be worth fighting over. Maybe it's the Mountain Drake that's going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. Maybe not, but it's going to take some encouraging to get these two to actually pull the triggers on all that artillery they got waiting. Keen going to be forced back as High threatens to maybe jump on him with that to the skies, but he's perfectly content just hanging out underneath this turret, clearing those waves away.
Yeah. Definitely true. And the Vision slowly moving its way up into Team Dignitas territory as well. Dropping off a couple there.
They've got a few wards of their own. Actually, quite a few wards. More than quite a few. A lot of wards of their own in the top part of their own blue side jungle as a little bit of a replay of what was happening here. The flash away from Moon from the piercing arrow just didn't want anything to do with that, I guess.
I mean, we talk about the importance of dodging skill shots here. Nobody wants to get hit by a single ability. What's this around? Who's shooting at me? Everybody's very twitchy when there's this much range damage flying around.
When nothing's been going on for a while, the single gunshot will spook you. You got to be ready for it.
Yeah. Now he doesn't have that for the team fight. Hey, you mentioned this Mountain Drake. Let's see them skill shots fly. Balls is ready to land this multi-taunt. You can see his eyes getting big. They're stacking up. If I can land my taunt.
The flash taunt, this might be needed. Spear comes over the wall along with the shock blast. Someday going to be eating a lot of damage from those.
Yeah, sustain from Nami is very, very high priority right now as he heals him up a decent amount, but the shots continue to land.
More shots coming through. That shock blast won't be hitting the mark.
Fire at will.
Still looking for the chance to come in here. The barrel's going to find its way onto balls. Piercing arrow going to be doing the same. Lemon off to the side. Mountain Drake secured by Moon. FlyQuest grabbing themselves that one. Moon's at about half HP though. Got to give him a little bit of time to heal back up, and we're back to the farm game.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty difficult, right? Because most of Gangplank spoke you kind of have to walk into, and if FlyQuest have positioning around the objective already, the Nidalee and Jace poke is super duper long range, and while Varus can match that, the Elise can't really, right? Kakuni's gonna have to dodge something first to get into that position to then try and land it. That being said, if that thing does land, it's more effective because it makes everything else land on top of it.
One thing I want to go ahead and point out, just real quick, Medjai's Soul Stealer on Moon's Nidalee. If that doesn't say, I'm gonna farm you guys and I know it, what does?
He has had such a confident split here on FlyQuest. We talked about his demeanor walking around, and his smile on his face is great to see. But yeah, the Medjai's picked up. He's definitely feeling the advantage here in the poke wars. Can't really blame him as he did get the early 3 kills. He already had some stacks on the ring, and so you feel like, hey, if I just get a couple more kills, my ring's gonna cap out. I gotta increase my limit, right?
Yeah, gotta have that upward potential to keep on stacking and keep on getting more and more ferocious.
It does feel like it dissuades the all-ins though, like jumping in for the executions now, because go down, you lose a lot of them, but I do like the pickup.
Bottom lane, tier 2, taken down by High, increases that objective lead 4-2 in terms of turrets, 2-0 in terms of Drakes. And talking about these long-range champions, just the nature of what this matchup looks like so far, those Mountain Drakes could end up mattering a lot as we go further and further towards the late game.
Yeah, I mean, it's helping them wear down these turrets a little bit quicker. FlyQuest do have that split advantage that they've been using High and Balls on, just like they had High and Balls split pushing last game. And the 1-3-1 is working out for them. Team Dignitas, as we said, they benefit so much if FlyQuest are funneling in, if they're walking towards you. It makes it so much easier to land barrel chains, easier to land any of the AoE as well if they're coming through these corridors or even through one of the lanes that you really want to take advantage of.
And you saw 2 piercing arrows actually come out from Lod there. They both found their way onto Moon, and then Moon just healed them both right back off. Almost completely, so...
One of the buffs that she did receive as well, so...
Pretty much a stalemate between those two as Someday just continues piling more and more money onto himself. You can see more lethality items heading his way. Edge of Night. If it's hard enough to kill Gangplank when he's got oranges to get out of trouble, now he's also going to have an extra spell shield to get out of trouble. It's going to be real hard to actually pin this guy down.
To get into trouble?
Yeah, to get into... How's he ever even going to find his way into trouble?
All right.
He'll be strong. He's going to be very ferocious. And I mean, if there's one guy that we can talk about saying they're putting all their eggs in the basket of him winning, a top-tier top laner like Someday, that's the kind of guy you can focus
I
on.
want to see some sick triple barrels, some flash parlays to execute.
I want to see some frame-perfect barrel timing, the kind of stuff where you drop the barrel like as it's exploding.
Yeah.
That's what I'm waiting to see from this guy. Well, time ekes slowly onward. Still just a 1-4 game. Very low kills overall. As both sides now going to be looking towards this Baron more and more frequently. As if a big fight does happen with a damage-heavy composition, you can take it real quick.
And remember, you know, in a game full of snipers, high ground is the #1 most important thing here. So you get the extra vision with your ward work that you're doing right now. You want to be able to shoot over these walls and find people in the corridors. FlyQuest have a pretty good advantage here with the red side. They force Team Dignitas to walk up through these jungle corridors that they can put some wards in, so it makes it way easier to land your skill shots. And super scary for Team Dignitas to ever come and try and even check this Baron area. And they really are doing that, getting the extra line of sight.
I believe it was earlier, it was a little bit earlier this season, we saw a game, it was an Echo Fox game where Looper was 0-0-0 on Slain until 42 minutes. And right now, the Corki of Keen is 0-0-0 at 27 minutes. So I want to see how long he's going to sit at 0-0-0 in this Cold War type scenario, because he might just beat Looper's record in 2017.
All right, well, we might have it.
We might.
Where is he right now? He's heading bottom lane. Does not have a package, so
he's constantly on clear duty. He's always having to respond to High's pressure in the bottom part of the map.
Very true. And here it is. This is the gameplay we talked about. Getting that vision advantage, forcing them to walk towards you through small corridors so you can land.
Counterattack onto Someday. Damage going to be coming through. Bullet time over the wall. The burst is there. Moon's on a rampage. Now High's going to be looking for more. Grabbing Lod. Oh, put the flash into the taunt. Keen going to be the target next. Exhaust onto High. 2 for 0 for FlyQuest. Baron is now the call.
That feel when you land your flash taunt and, oh, I'm too far ahead of all my DPS. There's no DPS to back it up. It doesn't matter, though, because they took out the gangplank. Someday doesn't even, he can't even use his ultimate. 27 more seconds. Are they actually going to try and stop this? That would be suicide.
Yeah, there's no way to go in there and really do anything about this. And another FlyQuest Baron, 29 minutes into the game. These guys are so good at finding 20-something minute Barons.
Yeah, man. I mean, the War of Snipers is all about getting the advantageous terrain. They're able to do that, and look how easy it is to land not only the skill shots, but the good AoE from the bottom lane there of FlyQuest to absolutely annihilate the high damage from Dignitas. And yeah, there it is, the flash taunt.
It was a really good flash taunt, to be honest. It was really good. It's just the coordination wasn't quite where they wanted it to be, but Drake also now taken by FlyQuest, their third of the game. That's going to be a Cloud Drake on top of those 2 mountains, and he's the last little elemental guy that's going to be showing up this game. From here on out, it's Elder, Elder, Elder. If the game even lasts that long, FlyQuest are looking pretty ferocious with this Baron buff.
Yeah, they've just got so much more, vision to work with as well. Baron buff empowering that 1-3-1 that we talked about with, High and balls. Means that they are going to just corral Team Dignitas inside their own territory, ward up both sides of their own jungle, and eliminate most of the opportunities for income here, as Team Dignitas are struggling even to get the CS that are being pushed into their inhibitor turrets.
One more auto attack onto this tier 2 will take it down. Moon just walks up and finds that pretty much for free. Also going for the Athene's Unholy Grail as his next completed item. So you've got like the super greedy carry item and the Medjai's Soul Stealer, and then you go right back towards support in Italy and say, no, I'm not going totally greedy.
Hello, the AP works for increasing your heal as well. It's the medic build.
Oh yeah, that's right, it's medic in Italy. You've got stronger med kits to distribute to your team so that they won't die as much. Speaking of dying, that bottom lane inhibitor turret is nothing but ruins now, as High made very short work of it, now pressuring onto the inhib itself. He's got Moon making that rotation over with those top-tier heals to keep him topped off. And the inhibitor is under threat, down to about 1/3 HP. Chain of Corruption going to be finding its way onto Moon. Piercing Arrow as well, but the follow-up is not there. Moon gets himself away, and now that's going to be one big tool in that Varus ultimate not available for Dignitas' defense.
This is what we've been missing from so many of the Jace plays. Oh, wow.
My goodness, that bullet time damage. Lod forced to flash out just to keep himself alive. Shock Blast comes out, accelerated, but still won't be finding the mark, and FlyQuest has cleanly found 2 inhibitors so far. The Tidal Wave and the Gangplank ultimate going to be used to try to scare these guys off, but what are they scared away from? They got what they came for. Shock Blast is a parting gift. 1 inhibitor left to take.
And just like that, your base has been reduced to almost nothing here for Team Dignitas. Super minions will be flooding in. It's only 32 minutes into the game. FlyQuest have full dragon control. They've got full map control. They've got the extra globals here. They even have the extra range on their damage, and it's just been complete and utter control for FlyQuest. You're still, if you're a Team Dignitas fan, you're still hoping for that sick barrel chain.
You're still hoping for a barrel that hits 5 people.
Somewhere, you know, and it's becoming less and less likely as, you know, step number 1 is controlling the battlefield, and the battlefield has been under FlyQuest control since 20 minutes ago.
FlyQuest now looking to get the last pieces of the puzzle in place for themselves now in the top lane. You see the barrel connect onto Balls. It actually did a lot of damage considering Balls is the tank, but
back at full, dude.
He's back at full because of Medkit Italy.
No!
It's a rough life for Team Dignitas. Even with the Gangplank having the double lethality into the LDR, into the Trinity Force, it's just not enough. Not unless he catches one of those real juicy, squishy targets, but
try as you might, the poke will not stick.
High pressuring mid lane as well, just kind of clearing everybody out of the way, making the path to those super minions as Lod's going to be forced to heal now. Remember, he still has no flash. Moon going to be pumping auto attacks into that remaining inhibitor turret along with Alltech. The spears are going to be zoning them away. Bullet time comes out. Alltech going to be jumped on. Stand United, keeping him alive. High's grabbing the killing spree onto Lod. Shut down over onto Moon. Keen picks up 1, but the inhibitor falls as the cost. Dignitas forced to retreat and heal as the Nexus turrets come under fire. Both of them going to be destroyed almost instantaneously. High looking to go deep. Keen is done. Someday going to be next if he's not careful about it. Chaser looking to make the play. Can't do it. Double kill for High. Someday forced to watch as the base and the Nexus are reduced to nothing, and FlyQuest grabs their 2-0.
The tenacious split push gained them so much territory, and then that single play, setting up your vision around the jungle corridors, and they're easily able to make the poke land. Take out Team Dignitas. What a split for FlyQuest, man.
Yeah.
I mean, even though they did lose their 1 set last week, these guys just look so good, and they really emphasize the importance of the decisiveness of your team, the focus on your win conditions, the focus on your game plan, and sticking to that. High, almost every single time we had him on screen, he was either roaming to the other lane or split pushing down a tower. This is what we've been lacking from so many of the Jace players, is just constantly keeping up that pressure, right? He at no point let it up. At no point let that advantage start to dwindle, and he was just always being proactive with it. Balls as well, back-to-back Shen games, allowing them to have that extra threat for the global plays that they're trying to set up.
The coherency of this team just as a 5-man unit is so fun to watch because they can execute these compositions in such an entertaining way where they always just seem to be 1 step ahead of their opponent. It's like watching some kind of a chess expert play against somebody who's not quite up to speed with them, and they're just like, nope, I've got 7 moves ahead of you, and we win the game.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell that Team Dignitas during the game are trying to figure out what the next step is, and kind of discussing it back and forth. Like, okay, we need to accomplish X. Whereas FlyQuest are just from the get-go, we need to focus that bottom lane, teleport down there. They make a couple attempts at it. As soon as they find their success, they open up the map and they're able to lay down the vision. That is basically the path for them to close the game.
Yep, it was slow going for a little while, but FlyQuest still found their win. So let's send things over to the analysts to see what they make of that 2-0 victory. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, gents. And 2 victory, now 4-1 on the season for FlyQuest. Tied for second best in the league. Doing pretty well so far.
Yeah, and I mean, the way that they win is really convincing, too. These are really fast games, pretty clean overall, I'd say, and they do it in a very unique way that is like, that's a FlyQuest game when you see the draft and the play.
Yeah, I think the draft, I'm glad you mentioned that because we were talking about how does Dignitas fix their draft. Get someday on a carry champion, maybe play Varus against Misfortune and pair it with a healing support. They did all those things, but it just shows like Fly is so hard to draft against, to prepare for. You don't know what they're going to pull out. There's all these unique champions, both mid lane, jungle. These guys are really impressive. And honestly, coming into a FlyQuest game, you honestly don't know what to expect.
You certainly don't, and I think a guy who deserves a lot of credit here in helping make these flexible drafts possible and in performing on a lot of different champions is Moon. Moon, this game, brings out the Nidalee, and he looked really good on Nidalee, and this is not a champion we have seen in quite some time. First seen in NALCS now, this game, and he's been the first guy to bring out a number of different champions this season.
Right, he had the Evelyn, he had the Kindred, and he looks good on everything too. Like we've seen him on Rengar the game before, where he looked
nice
like
too.
Yeah, this is a someone is good at Nidalee. Some Nidalees you see they go in, they miss everything. Not Moon, but he is good on a variety of champions. You can't target him. High has a weird champ pool. You can't really target him. The bot lane, they're busting out MF AD carry. It's like, where do you look at this team? Because anytime you try and target someone, they just bust out this weird pocket pick that they seem extremely proficient on.
And one thing to call out, even though the Evelyn was 0-2, he was actually smashing those games, and his team was not having a good day there. So, I mean, Moon in general has performed across the meta champions. He's also bringing out stuff that is not played a lot, and he is showing up big time.
Yeah, he's performing incredibly well against all expectations that I had for him, because this guy was incredibly low in terms of when he was playing with energy. The guy's already more than doubled his kills. He's the kill leader in the NALCS right now as a jungler who's playing all of these crazy
40 kills last week.
It's ridiculous how good he's playing right now.
And it is a good meta for junglers, so we shouldn't be like, where did this come from? He's not stuck on Gragas and Rek'Sai like we've seen in the past. But I mean, that said, everyone's playing the same champion, so the fact that he is so far ahead, other than Acadian.
And the point is, though, everyone's not playing the same champions. We're having a lot of junglers here who are struggling. Look at Reignover, League MVP. He's getting targeted and pick and ban, and he's getting torn apart in some of these picks and bans because he has the inability to play all these different flexible champions. Moon, this guy who everyone had at the bottom of the jungle tier list coming into this year, is playing everything and playing the meta champions better than a lot of the big name LCS junglers.
Yeah, and he was even playing Evelyn in like Challenger Series, and I can tell you he is playing better now than he has ever played before, and it is incredible to see. He's like, right now, he's playing like a top 3 jungler in the North American LCS, and I thought I would never say that about Moon.
Right, and to be fair to the guy, if you asked anyone about how he was as a player outside LCS, he's a beast in solo queue. He always crushed scrims, and there just seemed to be this problem with translating it onto stage. And you see this with some players, especially the younger guys who can't quite get their foot through the door and actually make it onto the stage. And with a veteran team behind him with FlyQuest, I think that's really unlocked him more than anything else.
So what is it then? Is there any weakness for FlyQuest? How do they make the next step? Because people keep expecting them to stumble, they keep succeeding. You know, how do they make the elite team? Like, how do they become an elite team? How do they make that jump?
I think they're pretty much already there. I think a lot of the concerns when we came into the season was like, okay, well, they're going to lose laning phase most likely. They have kind of weird champ pools, but no one has really exploited that part of them so far. And the weak laning phase, I think you can say it's still a little bit there, but it hasn't been a huge detriment where it's like, oh, we're smashed in lane and now we can't recover, because they're making early game plays.
Yeah, and the way that, to answer your question, Azale, that they make it to the top of the standings or top team in my book, is they have to take down the team like Cloud9, right? They have to be able to beat, a lot of those members' old organization and show, they still got it. So that's what FlyQuest has to do. Is it's just a matter of time to see if they actually hold up and they can have those tests of the top of the team standings or standings.
And they certainly are going to have that chance. They're going to be playing Immortals tomorrow, but they have C9 next week. That is going to be a very hype matchup. FlyQuest versus C9, who is still undefeated. That could still change today. Moon going to grab our player of the game, though. You probably guessed it is. The whole segment was kind of just talking about Moon.
Player of the game goes to someone else. Yeah.
And I do want to talk a little bit about this as well, because Moon, whenever we're talking, like I've said, he's playing incredibly well, right? He's putting up great numbers, and there's more than stat line there. He's actually playing with confidence. People are going to be like, well, anybody who plays with High is going to be good, right? We've seen people play with High who have been underperformed. We've seen High actually elevate teams before, but I think it's BS that people are taking away credit from Moon, because I think he is playing really well, and I think that High is unlocking him, but I don't think that he's completely dependent on him.
Right, High can't make someone who's a bottom tier jungler suddenly top tier. Like, he doesn't do that. He would like.
Do you know how the body these fools started?
Yeah, I know.
Well, we'll see if C9 can stay perfect, because we've got more league action coming your way. Cloud9 hit the Rift next as they go up against Team Envy. Don't go anywhere.
Dig tries to make a play, but Fly has the setup, looking to return the favor. First blood goes the way of Lod, but it's going to be retaliated upon. Xpecial now going to be number 2. Can they make it 3? Lod going to go ahead and fire off that chain of corruption in bottom lane. Stranglethorn's counterattack. Bullet time coming out too. Chaser's going to be bursted. So is Lod.
Yo, they're half. Yo. GP. I'm coming. Kill barrel. Lod's dead. Can we just go to barrel? Yeah, go to barrel. I'm coming.
High looking to go deep. Keen is done. Someday going to be next if he's not careful about it. Chaser looking to make the play. Can't do it. Double kill for High. Someday forced to watch as the base and the Nexus are reduced to nothing, and FlyQuest grabs their 2-0.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm Rivington Vision III, and eclipsing every other caster this weekend is Aiden, Zyrene Moon.
You call me Fat Riv?
What? No.
I know I've been gaining a little bit, but like...
You make waves, man. You
Thank
are the moon. We're jumping into our second match of the day. Right now in the Battle Theater, it's Cloud9 versus Envy. Big news coming into this match is Envy got their first win and looked good doing it yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't like just a win where it's a big, savage, bloody game, which you expect from the bottom teams, and like hashtag 80 minutes the dream.
It's a good feeling. Victory.
Exactly. It was a clean win. I actually laughed when we were doing an interview with Apollo, and it was like, his scoreline, 0, 2, and 2 in their victory. That's how clean it was. Is like the guy has a 1 KDA and they won the game. We expect these last place teams to have those drawn out games like I was talking about. And they won against TL, and they could be behind in kills, but they won games through their macro. And that was the big thing that stood out to me. And
a lot of other things coming into this were new people on the team. Lyra coming in, trying to get situated with it. And they said it's not an excuse if we do bad as well. We have been practicing.
Yeah, he had a week of practice, right? Last week he was jet lagged, barely had any scrims with the team. Now he's in, and their performance definitely benefited from the practice you were talking about.
Yep, and certainly some great play from Envy, but today they are going against Cloud9. You don't get a much tougher opponent than our current first place team here, Zyrene.
Yeah, Cloud9, they don't just look good, but they look tested as well. They've faced a lot of the good teams, and they've come out ahead. So they still look a step ahead or two of the rest of the LCS teams that we have. But Envy, question is, how can they handle this matchup? Because even if they end up losing here, depending on their performance, we can get a better idea of where Envy do stand with their full roster against the rest of the NALCS.
Absolutely. Inconsistencies will show through. As we said, against the top team here, Cloud9 will put them to the test. And now it's time to run down the rosters. On the blue side, it will be Cloud9. That means it is Impact coming out of the top lane. Contracts roaming around in the jungle. Jensen in mid. Bot lane is Sneaky with support Smoothie and Coach Reaper on stage for picks and bans.
And opposite them on the red side, it's Envy. In the top lane, it's going to be Seraph, Jungle, Lyra, all rested up and ready to play. The mid lane, Ninja, bot lane, Apollo, support Hakuo, and Coach Dylan Falco. Okay. And a funny thing here that I was thinking about was Dylan just came off of coaching Immortals, right? A team that is based on top lane with Huni, reign over in the jungle previously. So it was mostly top lane jungle synergy. This is Envy with Seraph top lane, Lyra jungle. Literally, he just has to take all of the coaching experience and skills and the way that he learned to play the game and impose that and teach Envy that type of style, because that's what we saw. Seraph split push, how to play the 1-3-1. It was really actually a beautiful macro play from Envy yesterday.
The synergy between them is great. Lyra gets on that Rek'Sai. Seraph can do something that can make moves for the team, splash around, and then everybody's like, all right, we can follow Seraph off of his split push, off of this. And then they look much more controlled. We got to wonder what happens when they're from behind again.
Yeah, that's the thing is we've seen Seraph, and Seraph kind of has an up and down career. We've seen him last split, even like Envy start off 4-0. It's like, oh my God, Seraph looks so good. Runs into Impact, who he's up against today, who shut him down. Because if Seraph gets an advantage in lane, and Impact doesn't give up a lot of advantages in lane, Seraph can take over the game. And that's when Seraph looks best, is if he gets a small lane advantage, he gets that first turret, he will split push until he gets the Nexus. I remember like a year ago, Challenger games where he literally ends the game by himself.
It's definitely a thing. It took him a while to get there, find the skill and the respect in top lane, but once he had it, teams made sure that he would be locked down. And that's where he finds himself now. A little more pressure in the top lane, trying to make an impact for Team Envy here. With Lyra, as you said, it helped. And we'll see in picks and bans how they do against the #1 team in the league, 4-0 Cloud9. Phase 1 is off and running with a Syndra and a Camille on that ban phase.
And the Jace to come through as well, one of the big split pushers that Seraph was playing yesterday and got them that first victory match win, not just game win. So Envy are coming in with a little bit of momentum, and they know that there were going to be some losses when they had a new team, when they didn't have their full roster and they needed some more practice time. So Envy has accepted that this is part of process, that they start off 0-4, but this is where they changed it from 1-4 and looking for 2-4 today.
I think I said something about it last week, but there are teams that say, yeah, we are here. We'll be good in the summer. This is kind of testing the waters. We'll figure out how the team works. But Envy's already had that time. And like you said, they're here to make an impact in this season. You see the lineup that they're trying to bring to the table one more time, really switching up the bot lane with Apollo. He's been able to do quite a bit in the synergy with the team.
So right here, speaking of bot lane Apollo, you would think the Varus is pick here for Envy. And then the jungle, that's unexpected because there are still a lot of things on the table, like the Rek'Sai, which people have been prioritizing very highly. But we're seeing a lot of the Korean junglers like Chaser and Lyra go back to playing the Elise when Rek'Sai is still up for the pick potential.
This is something I wondered. A lot of other regions will show that, an Elise, other junglers. But NA has strewn away, going for the Kha'Zix, mostly the Rengar. Lyra likes to switch it up. He only has the 3 unique so far. Elise is one of those. So not stretching his wings too much, or legs, I should say. Jensen picks up the Rise and the Jhin as well for Sneaky.
Yep, you take the Jhin for Sneaky, one of the first people to bring it out in professional play, I believe the first. Right here, you expect either the Cassiopeia or the Corki as the counter to Rise, but it is going to be the Corki, a little bit more on the risky side. Not a direct lane counter, but can survive and does take exhaust. And if Jensen takes Cleanse, which he currently has, it would remove that summoner spell, so it could be pretty cheeky.
That'll definitely give us a pretty volatile mid lane. We know Ninja likes to dive. Maybe like Cleanse will catch him off guard here.
So I was looking at some of the statistics for these guys because Ninja was playing jungle previously. Now he's had a decent amount of games on mid. He's actually tied with Jensen for most CS per minute at 9.9. So they actually farm very heavily, both of these mid laners, but they try to get things done simultaneously.
No, yeah, that's very interesting because you always know Ninja on his Victor play, whatnot, trying to thread in attacks.
I remember
a little
him
easier on Victor and whatnot.
I remember him for his Pantheon that he played against Jensen and gave up some of the most kills that have ever happened in a single game. But Jensen, that was of course the record-setting game for most kills in a game in professional play.
I think Ninja remembers as well.
I think he does. I think he wants revenge for that.
Gangplank, seeing a bit more of the Plank in gameplay here in the NALCS. Lulu as well off the ban list. One more here for the side of Cloud9.
The Lulu being banned away, support's not picked up still, and they're kind of pinching their own champion pools on both sides since they matched in the first phase. Okay, so the Fiora still split pushing.
Respect for the top lane.
Yeah, GP gone, Jace gone, Fiora gone. Here you pick your support. Malzahar still on the table. Misfortune's gone as well. So both Lulu and Misfortune taken away. There aren't too many counters or things that you would enjoy playing into it, but we have seen Smoothie pick Taric as what he enjoys playing into the Malzahar.
Very true. Still up as well. Maokai could be the lock-in over on the side of Impact.
He loves the Maokai. It's kind of how they round out their compositions is that tank top lane for Impact, and the Maokai is his go-to. Very reliable, a lot of point-and-click CC. And
there's the Taric cover, the Taric lock as well. And we're going to see what we get for the top lane here for Team Envy. Rumble yesterday for Seraph was pretty cheeky, nicely played. Not really what they want to throw into this composition here, but up to 9 unique champions already played by Seraph. He's going to throw in the Shen this time. We'll see what he can do to help out the team globally from the top lane on this one.
Yep, gives him another split pusher. He can buy a Tiamat, get wave priority over the Maokai. The Grasp of the Undying and Q pass through with Shen makes it a favorable matchup for him against Maokai. So this is what a lot of people would just consider a counter matchup because he can continue to split and TP into the fights in two ways. Whereas Maokai has to walk, kind of stumble his way there. Trees don't get places very quickly, Riv.
Seeing what happens on the side of Envy. Good amount of the poke. A good amount of poke for the objectives. They can get the missiles in, the arrows as well. Varus and AD carry right now that a lot of people are looking at as one of the tops with the recent changes, as well as Jhin. So very volatile matchup in that sense with the damage these guys can do now.
It's so interesting how everybody was kind of like, AD carries, they kind of suck. They have to wait for 3 items.
2017.
Don't meme me on cast, Riv. So three items until like 80 carries would turn on, or even 4. But because of lethality, now people are just playing the lethality AD carries. Even we're seeing in Europe, Reckless on Ezreal go for lethality builds. I've seen a Sivir go for a Ghost Blade. And it's just like people value these items so highly on these AD carries that, well, it's kind of dumb not to go with one of those AD carries in a lot of people's minds.
Looking at this composition, what would you say those changes kind of favor here, coming in for Cloud9 and Envy to start things off?
Oh, wow. I definitely think that the Envy composition have a little bit more in terms of lane priority. They have a winning top lane. They have a bottom lane that has a support that is much more pressure. And in the mid lane, it's rather even depending on who gets the attention, but I think it's Rise favored. Corki has a little bit more early game, but Rise has a lot of potential to just pop off.
Look at the sprint out. I like that.
Yeah, that was the weirdest animation from Rise when he got reworked. It was just the running that he had. It's like, yeah, my arms will cut the air in front of me, so it's easier to run through.
It makes you aerodynamic.
Yeah.
If you disrupt the air in front of you, it doesn't hit you as much, right? So we'll see how things start off here. Line of scrimmage for both teams. Hug on the upper brush for Apollo and Hakuo to see if anybody puts in a blue side ward, but nothing coming of it.
I expect there to be top side starts here for both junglers. Envy do have the option to start bottom and have a leash from the Malzahar, but I think that Envy would instead opt for being further up in the lane so that they can just get lane priority and push a level 2 power spike.
Wonder how NV feels coming into this game. You're up against the #1 team. Are you ready to make the first move? Obviously, you can't be hesitant to, but do you try to see what, you know, Cloud9 has and then you counter that? Or do you try and just poke, hopefully get to level 6 and be able to work the map with that range and vision?
I think that as Envy, you never want to play, even just as a team in general in professional play, don't react to their plays, just make your own plays instead and just be the one who's proactive.
Yeah.
Unless your composition is like just a counter engage or a disengage. But the trade down bottom, Smoothie has he has a few voidlings on him right now. He's got a few friends. Give me a hug. They're there forever.
They're just like, walk it out. They'll go away. Believe me. It's all right. Nice hit on the minion. Should be good enough for the relic to come through. And a few actually missed there as it approaches the turret, and they have damage on the back line of the casters. Mid lane, all quiet on the home front here as both hit level 2 at the same time. Junglers just hitting the bottom side of their map. Looks like Lyra may have a bit of a head start here.
Yeah. They've both actually done 2 camps working on their third now.
Oh, you're right. He skipped forever.
Yeah. So maybe a bottom lane gank? Blast cone or check? Let's see, it'd be really early. A lot of people don't go for that level 3 gank because it's so risky, and if they get behind, they usually go for scuttle control. And oh, that's Cocoon down!
Very painful. Lyra arm is down to 50% already. Can he get the pull? The team's going to be able to help him from the bottom side. Contracts has to be careful here. It is a pinch, though, on the Contracts. Lyra first. It is going to be Contracts down, and then they drop Lyra. The fight's still going on.
Apollo back in.
Over the wall. I don't think he wanted to get that close. He actually is trying to get to the team and get himself goal side. Jensen's out of this one. We got heal now coming from Sneaky. Hakuo stunned up. Deadly Flourish. They finish up another one. Seraph comes through on a late teleport. Both of the top laners said, all right, this is going for the long haul. We have to engage. Arcane Smash. Seraph gets dropped. And as both teams don't wait for action to start, 3-1, 3 minutes in.
Wow, that's the type of game you were expecting for Envy's win, where it's bloody at the beginning. Cloud9 get the better of it, though.
Yeah.
And I think the big difference there is the teleports. Lyra, he does the right thing. Bottom lane has priority, mid doesn't. So he goes bottom, starts flashing towards bottom, so he can get help here from Apollo. Apollo can heal him. Then they turn it around here. Apollo actually ends up with double buffs here, because it's the kill on one and then the other, so there aren't 2 double buffs floating around in this fight. It's just Apollo. So he's feeling really good, but then this ward comes down from, I believe it's Smoothie who puts it down. Yeah, the 2 wards come down. But look at where Seraph's TP is. He's tri-brush bottom. That is way far off. Envy should have just backed off as soon as they saw that teleport. Even if Seraph hits that taunt, it doesn't matter. Smoothie was zoning to top right. Impact was there as well. Seraph should have canceled his TP, and the rest of Envy should have just walked away when that TP was coming through in the middle of everybody.
I think that's what most people thought was going to happen. The teleports came in so late. Everybody on the teams thought this will fizzle out after this kill, this kill, and they just kept coming in.
It could have been a call as well, because sometimes you're like, I'm TPing in, keep fighting.
Yes,
and
that's true.
The team will listen against, better judgment.
Well, control wards in the inventory of Cloud9 now. We just saw Contracts put his out. That'll be towards the top side pixel brush of Baron. And 4 more now to be laying across the board and shut down Envy's vision, which they just started to creep up a little past the river.
Yeah, and right now, this is kind of the jungle paradise right now. Nobody has flash on the enemy team. Contracts is like, I could gank any lane right now, so I will get vision of the enemy jungle, make sure he doesn't take advantage of my lanes, And that's the right play right there as well. Cover your top side of the map. Bottom lane is currently covered by Envy more so. So they're kind of just splitting the map in vision right now and taking control of the top side.
If your Sneaky has a strong flash finger. Invest
Yeah.
in Sneaky stock flash. Or flash stock, I should say. The last one with it left up after that fight in the beginning. He actually comes back and serrated Dark to the tier stack of Apollo. And those two will be able to pretty much just fend each other off in lane without doing too much here. So teleports down that early. We'll see how it actually affects the lane if there's a gank coming up here, because that's usually used to get back to lane. Then you wait for a 6 teleport in. Whew. Feels so good when you're actually still fighting the other guy. Minions are off doing everything they can to Sneaky. Oh, Malzahar's fun.
Yep, and now you can see Lyra taking a stroll through all of the vision, and that ward's about to go down. And mid lane's fighting. Jensen's like actually, he's kind of blocked by the minions.
I was gonna say it's a big minion wave for Jensen to be fighting in. As you pointed out, cleared up wards here. Like you said, Lyra's gonna try to come through and do a little damage control for the team as they lost some time on the map in that last fight.
Oh, and bottom lane looked like they wanted to come up. Smoothie and Sneaky were both shoving out bottom and then roaming, trying to make sure that, because the bottom lane in professional play, if they dip up, then mid lane has to back off. The jungler has to back off of mid. So just leaving the lane actually provided pressure for Jensen to get control of the wave. And Sneaky's going to take so much damage here.
That combo is so disgusting. It's just the arrow to the silence followed up by the minion. Sneaky can't do anything about it as Smoothie tries to stave off any more pain.
Yeah, we've actually seen a lot of players abandon the Malzahar. Hakuho, the Malzahar, and Zyra seem to be just his bread and butter right now, and they're going to get ganked bottom. There's contracts coming bottom, and you see the Rise making his way down here as well. Jensen, like, he's actually returning the favor because Sneaky and Smoothie had actually dipped upward, and they have control with the control wards all throughout the jungle and the bottom side or the river. Cloud9, whoever leaves lane,
he's all right.
They're just little chickens. Spiders kill chickens, especially in Australia.
What kind of chickens do you eat?
You weren't even going to ask what type of spiders they are. You went the other way with it. All right. But yes, when you disappear from the map, just like Jensen did, bottom lane had to back off. When the bottom lane disappeared, the mid lane from Envy had to actually back off. So C9 are definitely using the pressure of dipping into Fog of War.
Piercing arrow, auto hail of arrows. Apollo always has the range to make a 1-2-3 happen. And as Hakuo adds on, they continue to hold that lane in HP. It's still 60 to 60 in CS, so Cloud9 doing a nice job of farming with that low HP.
Yep. And just checking in on the top lane here. There's the bottom lane. Oh, Sneaky did pick up those kills, and he's happy. But because the top lane, those TPs didn't actually work out too well. Ninja. Oh, he didn't. Oh, he got baited.
Whoopsie daisy. That's not what you want to do. Realm Warp up, and Realm Warp dodge by himself.
Yeah, Jensen put the Realm Warp behind him, and then he's like, all right, well, I guess I'm not going there. And Jensen ends up just in Fog of War, and that's the control of this bottom side of the map. Ninja just way out of position. So is Apollo.
Who are they going to hit?
Seraph has flash.
Seraph just used teleport to
he
top lane. He interrupted. Yep, twisted advance on. I thought he was going to stop it since he just got that teleport to top. Cocoon hits. Very straggler-like on all of these attacks. Nobody's really able to follow up. So Envy backs off at trying to fight at the ankles there. Cloud9 almost come up with a kill, but they are going to get a little bit of lane presence, which they've been wanting here in this bot lane.
And before that broke out, I was going to talk a little bit about the top lane, because Impact actually canceled his teleport. He tried to make a play bottom, or at least was looking like it. Canceled it. Seraph used his to get back to lane, so Seraph was able to use the Stand United. It got interrupted, so he gets a little bit back in this lane, because it wasn't going in his favor after the first 2 assists that Impact had picked up and the death that Seraph had early on. So it's getting a little bit back, as well as that turret going over, so the gold's only 700 between. And you can see here, TP comes out back to the top lane, and that was so good. That was really good. He dipped up just to be completely out of vision, and there's the TP. What? That was the TP from Impact. Like, that was a slowpoke one right there. I'm coming for Ninja, guys.
You said trees move slow.
It's
not on him. It's not on him. So just about 1,000 gold lead here on the side of Cloud9 for some smart map movements. Able to get the upper hand on a few kills. Apollo put some money in his pocket, so we'll see the damage come from him later if he can keep this going. They have taken out their lane, so all that fun they were having with Sneaky and Smoothie is going to have to be found somewhere else now. Apollo's just going to farm by himself, and we'll see what Hakuho can provide for the rest of the team on the map.
Yep, they have the double marksman composition, but they also have Hakuho with an ultimate here, and Smoothie. Ooh.
sensed it.
Yep.
It's too quiet here. We don't have enough vision. It's actually very smart play by Smoothie. Easy, especially this part in the game when you think people aren't strong enough. You walk in and take a bit of damage and go out.
Yeah. I was talking about warding earlier. Now Envy, it's kind of been a dance where C9 had control of the top river, then they had control of the bottom river, made some plays there, and now C9 has control of the top side river with all their control wards. But Envy now have control of the bottom side where Drake is, and Drake is up currently. It's a Cloud Drake, so we'll see how much they actually invest into it here.
It would be nice to get 2 kills on Sneaky, 2 kills on Jensen. This fight would probably not go in their favor. So to be able to sneak this out from under the nose of Cloud9 as they farm would be very nice.
Malzahar makes sure that you don't take too much damage while taking the Drake. And the bottom wave had been shoved up, so they don't miss any CS here. They might have to back too. Apollo will pick up the wave, and then Aqua will back and roam a little bit and figure out what type of boots he wants. Okay. The Ionian Boots of Lucidity. We will typically see the mobility boots. The Ionian Boots of Lucidity are kind of the second option if you're trying to make flash plays for picks, but this composition has a little bit of pick potential with 3 members who have that single target CC. So if you're out of position as Cloud9, you always have to be wary.
Saying for Lyra coming in and playing a lot of that Rek'Sai, so Seraph could kind of carry top laners. It's almost switched up in this one, so for Envy to have that between, as we said, that top lane synergy and the jungle, hopefully it starts to really pay off for him. This time Seraph 91 to 95 in the top side as him and Impact back and forth. Quite a bit of damage as he waits to soak up the minions in front of his turret. Mid lane's getting a little bit of love here. Might see something coming out of Jensen soon.
Jensen's the person to watch for Cloud9 right now. 100% KP, the fact that he's got 2 of those kills. And money's in the right place for Cloud9. And they have it on their carries.
Yeah.
Envy, it's kind of the same story, but there wasn't as much money to go around. Not as many kills. But they do have it on the right people. Jensen looks like he wants to dive top. He's level 10, so it's not the super long range ultimate, but he's also ducked out of vision. Oh.
I feel like this has the potential of opening up here for Cloud9. They get this mid turret, and Envy may not be able to start fighting back. They seem to be pushed back on all their turrets now after having a bit of, like I said, a bit of control in that bot lane. They weren't going to do too much on Sneaky and Smoothie, but that's where they were having an advantage.
And you can see now,
in pressure at least.
C9 are just trying to take the advantage of the fact that Apollo is bottom. Apollo's going to shove to tier 2. Now they're going to take the top turret, they're going to take the red, and get a little bit more control of this top side of the map. So like I said, they're splitting the map.
Yep.
Envy is focused on bottom lane. They got the Drake, and they're still focused on this side. So they'll take this red buff, and they'll push up to this tier 2. My question is, what happens here? Because this could be explosive depending on the risks that the teams want to take. Because now Envy have control of the bottom side. If somebody face checks here, like Contracts, or we saw what happened in the TSM set where Svenskeren had face checked around that area. So no, they're playing it very reserved and very safe. So everybody's just kind of backing off. They got the vision, they got the control. Now is the time to back, set up, reset the map, and then push back out.
Make much more informed decisions with their vision now, both sides. Well, like you said, and you can see through that vision, it's actually halved on either side. As Envy sits in their fog of war, Cloud9 runs back into Cloud9's fog of war. A very interesting positioning both teams have here, but top turret will still waiting to go down slowly due to that noodle fight up there. So we'll probably see Impact take this with Contracts, and then we'll have the map opened up a little more.
You do have to get it around this time if you're Cloud9, because Seraph now has the Tiamat, and previously you saw the Impact was just pushing it constantly underneath the turret of Seraph, but that's not going to be the case anymore because Seraph has the wave clear constantly on his auto attacks. Maybe one more wave because the fact that, oh, he doesn't have the pressure. Oh my god, it's so low. Yeah, you just come up here and tag it. You have to get it now. Envy are sacking this too. It's quite interesting because we will see people get the bottom lane turret, and then they will swap to top lane, which you could totally do in this case. Yeah. You could swap Envy's bottom lane to top, and then put the Shen in the long lane, because he has the ultimate. He has 2 globals to reach him, and if you were able to like slowly but surely get that bottom lane, I think that was actually a little bit of a misplay there to try and reset the map and get bottom side vision for Envy, where the Drake is down. Top side right now is where you should be pushing.
See how they play off this. They did just grab the dragon control, so you are right to kind of say bot lane's getting a little too much pressure. Mid lane hasn't really seen too much love. Jensen's been able to get his kills from roams, and they haven't really tried to put him down since. Can still be scary to try and gank a Rise that big in the mid game. But after the first 4-1 we saw in that very, very bloody fight early game, it seems like Envy has become a bit reserved in their actions and trying to do some cross-map engagements.
I will say, though, that Envy have a good idea of the macro game, and I want to say medium risk, medium reward, or at least low risk, medium reward, because it's the slow game, right? They started off with this gigantic play that, everybody kind of was taken aback by. Now, all right, that didn't work out. Let's reset, because that's a snowball potential for Cloud9. And Envy haven't really let that happen. They got the first turret. They got some money back. But now it's kind of, the game is stagnated right now. It's in a fixed pace for a little bit until somebody decides, all right, I hit an item spike, or I want to actually make a play now. And I think Envy could have done that earlier, but Drake is coming up in 50 seconds. You want the bottom side control, and that's what they're going to try to do, is just keep tabs on this.
I got the Triforce, Youmuu's good poke potential, and there's a bit of it right there. Firing through Smoothie's defenses. And Envy has great position on the bottom side of the map to make this happen.
They're trying to get
Impact's
Jensen.
gonna keep going hard.
You have to lock him up before he gets that ulti.
All right, hides himself out to the side. No time wasted by the rest of the map as Jensen dances himself to safety. America. You just do it up top. 151 to 130 as Impact continues to push in. Seraph slowly walking towards mid. Apollo's got to be careful here.
Yep, might run into Smoothie and Hakuo here, but that's damage on that mid lane turret, because the fact that Jensen was able to evade 3 or 4 people, that was big, because now they bought some time to shove up a wave, get chip damage on this mid turret that's about half HP. A little bit lower than that.
Apollo, so captivated. Cannot get close enough to put the piercing arrow damage down. Where you going? Impact, Hakuo there. He knows it's spell immune. It's 1-2. They put the Deadly Flourish on after the Arcane Snap.
Oh, Impact's getting
the percent damages. Doing damage in percentages, but it's going to be Lyra going down first. They're trying to back out of this. Impact says, you're not going anywhere, Seraph. Seraph gets taken down as well as he tries to flash to safety. And Smoothie limps out of this one as the team says, let's go for mid.
Smoothie right there. Huge play, the ultimate from Tarek coming down at the right time. Impact would have died there, but he got invulnerable. That was perfectly played there, really well timed. Smoothie's right on top of those ultimates constantly.
Brilliant, some would say. Oh, it's not over yet.
Oh, the poke damage, it's almost never over, except Apollo has no mana, so.
Get it. Dragon wants it. It's over. Don't tell him, but it's over.
I lied.
Oh, I actually thought Ninja was going to try to ward over and shoot. He's just clearing up and holding off Jensen.
Yeah. They were able to prevent the Drake take, though, and there's still control of the bottom side for Envy, so that's good for them, but Jensen 2 levels up right now over Ninja.
Woo! One more. Soul Valkyrie away!
Needs to hit a Q.
Oh, Spellflux, he's going to... No, he can't take it. He's not going to take it.
The TPs? I was chicken all along, and they both said no.
Interesting. A lot of TPs being used in just aggression and strategy for this one. We'll have to see how the teams actually play around that, because with Impact, he's hanging out with his team right now. This leaves Seraph with Stand United down, so if anything happens, he's got a long walk to go.
I just noticed that Ninja has a Dark Seal and has had one for the past, like...
Yeah, it's been a while.
7 minutes. And it's not doing much for him.
You have to accessorize, man.
Gotta get the bling, but it's not doing much for him at the moment. And even if it got stacked up, it doesn't do too much for Corki. Impact is really bold right there, but then he gets locked up, shredded, ton of boilings on him, and then right there, oh. Bling. Yep. Seraph got the taunt onto multiple people there, but there's just no damage that can come down, and everybody was stacked on top of each other, so even if you're throwing rock, if you're throwing all these auto attacks, arrows through, if you're Apollo, it did nothing.
It's such a clustered fight, too. You can hardly see when Smoothie throws down the ultimate sometimes in that sense.
Yep, he's one of the only people playing Tarek as well in the North American LCS. I believe the only one. He's playing it into Malzahar constantly, but he highly values the invulnerability and the fact that it's for his team. It's for the team fighting, not so much for lane.
Merc treads himself so he can get into these fights. Upgraded Sightstone. Not really doing too much for the Targons just yet, but more control wards coming out here for Cloud9. There's a few items ahead in each one of their matchups. So you need this large rod coming in now for Jensen as he gets much, much bigger. 2-0-4 for Jensen. Sneaky 2-0-3.
Contracts are going to check.
Even Impact has got himself some kills now.
Impact picking up kill for himself in the previous fight. And that top lane advantage is just, oh, this is supposed to be a Shen-favored matchup. The Tiamat came through, the turret went down because there wasn't a swap to prevent it from going down, and that was just gold for Impact. I definitely think it goes back to that TP from Seraph and Impact at the beginning of the game. The team of Cloud9 were just like, here's some wards, Impact, get here in the middle of the fight. And Seraph didn't have that luxury.
It's the small things, especially when it's Cloud9 and they can use those little advantages to make sure they have leads in their lanes, hold those leads. It's not like Ninja was able to take down Jensen. Sneaky's still alive. That gold is not in the pocket of Envy for any shutdown. So that's what I'm saying. What can Envy do as a poke team when the other team stays so spread out? You can't really get any poke on them. You can't even get up to a turret to siege. What's your kind of next option?
Well, you're supposed to have split push pressure. They don't have that. You're supposed to have poke pressure on these guys. They have a Taric to heal it up a little bit.
Right, yeah.
Even if you catch Jensen, he has QSS. So their options are very limited. They have to make a very ballsy play, a bold play. And that's not really what we were seeing from Envy yesterday, is they were just macro play. Once we get an advantage, slow bleed of the other team, and have Seraph push. So there might be a point that they recognize as, hey, we need to farm up until Forky has 2 items, till he has crit chance. Maybe then they can fight. Or eventually Seraph might have priority in this lane as he continues and progresses his build. So it may be a little bit slower here for Envy, or they want to control the pace of the game a little bit until they hit a certain point that they are happy with and say, hey, this is the time.
Edge of Knights coming in for the ADs, that bot lanes.
Great item.
A bit safer. Starting to see it almost a little too much, I mean.
It's funny, I thought it was broken before when it was a 45-second cooldown.
So where are you going with this?
I still think it's broken. And Seraph, you know, he's pulling attention top lane. He's got 2 people on him right now. Team has to make a play on the other side.
Contract's going hard. Spirit's Refuge is in, so he buys himself some more time. Jensen warping in out of nowhere, but this is mid lane pressure. Smoothie and Sneaky hold this one down. Seems like they can.
And there's no punish here either. Ninja's going to have to go top, and Jensen will be able to just push this out. And honestly, I don't know if Ninja can just sit there by himself at that turret, because Jensen has kill potential on him. So may shove out a wave and a half. Let's see what Jensen does. Like, nope. Jensen, he's, I'm watching him on the minimap, like, he's like, do I sit in that bush? Do I not sit in that bush? Is the Corki gonna run through here? Is it been long enough? And he's like, nah, I'm just gonna go clear the wave. Whatever. No sneaky rise today.
Impact has been having a blast as well in his lane. Hasn't had too much trouble with Seraph. Teleports have been paying off and farming his lanes.
He's getting the split push on too.
He is communicating. Like, he's just attacking a turret, but he actually didn't stop talking that entire time, delivering the next information. Obviously, I'm speculating.
Yeah.
But saying relevant things to the game. But that's communication you're always getting, even if you're sitting in the lane by yourself.
Yeah. Pretty sure he's communicating about the game. Like,
guys, I want a cheeseburger later. I think it should come with fries.
Yep, they just got all the outer turrets right now off of a great play here, but Contracts, turret's not dead yet.
Oh, could get his ult off. There he goes. He's going to be a little bit safer as he gets himself
Ninja caught.
Out. Right in the front of the line. I thought Ninja might be able to flash out. He tries to go in for the exhaust. It's almost getting him too close and giving himself a false sense of security. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Cinco going down. We're missing Seraph. He's in the bot lane. Couldn't get himself in. Stand United came down. Could not take it.
To the Baron pit. I learned this one from Bjergsen. It's like just the rotation, super fast to get in there. The Realm Warp is incredibly powerful. It's one of the reasons that we've been seeing Rise banned is at the highest level, just the macro plays and the movement that you can make with it. That's not one in the heat of battle, but that's one that gets you to the Baron a few seconds faster, and it's a game of seconds.
So start on Contracts.
Yeah, and the ultimate comes through here from Seraph, but Ninja ends up dying to the last, not the last hit, the second to last hit, ends up killing him there. And then Sneaky opens up, and Jensen is just running them down now. Impact got in with the ultimate on. He doesn't care about turrets. He's able to pick everybody up there. And then Cloud9 get the Baron afterwards, and they're looking for, honestly, a pretty clean game.
I mean, that Just the turret you don't want to save. I mean, let it go down. Your mid laner had to jump over the wall. Your AD carry was on the front line too, and Seraph, the front liner, was not on the front line, so it's kind of hard to win that fight.
You think about like what Impact did this fight too, and you're talking about your frontliner. He kept Seraph occupied.
Right.
He was able to get that top turret down, get it very low, had the better teleport at the beginning of the game, went bottom, got that turret. Then after that, he walked up and around and got the flank on mid lane. So Impact's movements this game and the way that he's split pushing, it's hard to deal with. And where is he coming from? He's in the back already.
Oh, Seraph's so big. He's taking 3 to take him down. Contracts over the wall to finish it off. That means the rest of the team will fall very, very quickly. Sliced and diced. Double kill coming in for Contracts. 3 are down now, and that's actually Seraph being the start of the fight. So Cloud9 has a lot of room to work with.
Yeah, a ton of room. Ever since the beginning of the game, opening up Impact, and now he's 2 levels up over Seraph. He's been the brick wall for Seraph's career even last split. Seraph looked like he was on an upward trend. Impact shuts him down, and this game is just more of the same here. He's been out-teleported, out-fought just in a one-on-one, out-split pushed. Impact just seems to have his number. And to the mid lane with minions. Beautiful, beautiful. Man, this is the thing. The first time you see the Realm Warp and that happen, you're just like, damn, that's ingenious. And now you're like, it's like, those are really, really good Realm Warps because you have to have the minions occupied on something.
They have everything in range, or everything set up already.
Yeah, as a team, it takes that coordination.
They don't have to go anywhere. 2 Ocean Drakes, the next one's going to be Infernal, so they're getting a sustain when they're actually out of battle. They haven't seen anybody since bot turret, so the Realm Warp to mid, easy peasy, almost full health.
Love it.
A game that is just going so much in Cloud9's favor, and they've been so good at holding these leads. Usually, you look at something to tack on, and there's a little bit that you can only do for Cloud9. They've been playing pretty clean.
That was
Seraph, they start, and this was the fall of a lot of turrets.
That was the least sneaky ninja I've ever seen. Position given away in the bush. The tree was actually more surprising than the ninja was there.
Well, he does have thunder skills.
Yeah, that's true. Counterintuitive. But Impact coming in from the side and having priority on the bottom side of the map has just been doing wonders for them ever since they swapped it over. And that's what I was talking about. Why didn't Envy swap Seraph to the bottom lane? Why didn't they, when they had the bottom lane turret down, swap the Shen there? Because then you match the Maokai there, and the Maokai now has a long lane that he has to push against instead of a matchup that he's happy in. They already took the Drake too, but hold on, they're trying to make a play here. The team's actually split, so watch Cloud9 and how they actually investigate this, because Jhin and Tarek and Impact.
How quick can it be? That's a Guardian Angel. That much work for the GA. It's something they obviously had to do, but you see the trouble that Envy is working with here. Impact back up, ready to go back in. Shield is on. The shield is off. It doesn't look like they're going to go for a dive here. I thought they might have gone a little crazy with the minions pouring into the bot side of the base.
Exactly. Minions are pouring into the bottom side. We'll reach that turret quite soon, and I believe there's double super minions in it. Yes, there is. There's 2 super minions. And so now they have to back off, and Envy have to go deal with that wave. This top wave has cannon minion in it, of course, and so does that mid wave. And they'll push these up and try to figure out where the weak spot is for Envy.
Just becomes hard to beat a game or beat a team rather, when they win their lanes and continue to play consistently. Cloud9 makes very little errors, and if they do, they can repair them. We saw Impact as he tried to come in on Hakuo. They almost killed him, but then repaired by Smoothie. The team was all there. Cloud9 firing on all cylinders here as they come in first place in the NALCS so far. And they look to put another victory in the battle of the war under their belt.
That's actually a great way to put it. It's a battle that they can win, but the war's not over.
The war is never over. Whoa! The next battle begins! Ninja gets out safely with Stand United, and Seraph does just that, completing it. Gets right next to his team. Try to keep them very, very safe. Top lane is really in the eyes here of Cloud9. One more wave pouring in. See if they can get it.
Yep.
Well, they're backing off.
Smoothie ultimate onto Contracts, and Contracts leaps it over to Impact just to make sure. Cloud9 just look really clean. And Jensen's still 100% kill participation. And it's not like when you see somebody who's like got the Jarvan flag in the fight, and it's like, oh, I buffed you, 100% KP. Like, he has to tag them, he has to double E somebody and have it bounce. I haven't been seeing a lot of those double E's actually land on everybody. I think he's just getting some really good hits. And they're just systematically just ripping through Envy's team.
Yeah.
Which has 2 kills. One of those happened at, level 2, level 3.
There's also not much you can do when these kills are walking away with slivers of health because of that invulnerability play. I'm not taking anything away from Smoothie. But, if Envy had those few more kills, a few more item breakpoints, fights change. You can always speculate. But the early game definitely just kept going in the favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, it's an efficient snowball by them because they started getting those outer turrets and they played the map better than Envy did, and Impact had priority. And this just looks like, Baron's coming up in 45 seconds, synced with Infernal Drake. Pretty much exactly. Sorry, I'm looking at the timers like, which one is faster? I think they're actually, they're like exact.
Now I know what you do at home, Simon.
It's OCD, man, I'm saying.
This is a great game. Look at these timers.
Pretty colors. But they're all rotating towards where the Baron is. 20 seconds on that. They're going to get control of the area, clear out all the wards so that it's just a gigantic fog of war area that Envy just don't even want to even face check. And they may have to take the risk or else it's just Baron. You can see dark map for Envy at the moment.
Whew, that's scary.
Apollo, it's taking damage from Poke.
Lots of pings?
Yeah, and they're on the Baron, so that's going to be the Baron started up here. Infernal Drake, okay, so Envy are going to go for the trade. They're going to say they are on Baron, we'll go for the safe objective here and get at least something back.
They need to go fast. Realm Warp's up, they can hop top side. That's going to have to be a back by the other team. And
Realm Warp to top?
That's the sound of Realm Warp, if you didn't know.
And now they're Baron buff.
Also the caw, I love it.
I love it. Merca every single time. That's what they're going to do. They're going to go into your base, break down your walls.
Oh,
Jensen, no, he's had a great game. Been able to just destroy the mid lane. Got 2 kills early on and was set up. Ninja, that's right. He's got the package, but I think he's afraid to use it.
Really has been a team that came together this year, especially with one of the changes. You expect to see that from teams that usually don't do anything or practice somewhere in the offseason. But Cloud9 coming through strong. Picks and bans as well is something people haven't really been able to kind of get through and under the skin of Cloud9. They come through with champions and teams they always have solid games with.
Yeah, and we've been talking about like the meta and, this is a predictable pick. They should have picked, Malzahar here or Zyra here or whatever. Yeah. But for teams like FlyQuest, Echo Fox, Cloud9, their pick ban phase is becoming very unpredictable.
It's like one of the first curtain calls we've seen. People just die so quick. Smoothie coming out. Looks like Envy is going to be able to stave off the fight just for now. Obviously, the inhibitor is going to go down, but they're doing their damnedest to take down maybe Impact first. It's Ninja that goes down. Exhaust not even used on that one as he was locked up fully. And the inhibitor will follow quickly here. Envy on the base for Solace right now, trying to get some HP and trying to get ready for this final fight.
Yeah, it would be a 4-on-5 though. Impact, sure, he's half HP. Doesn't matter, his Guardian Angel's back up.
Like 2 champions
he doesn't
still.
care, he's going in.
That was going to be a double Arcane Smash knockup. We see Hakuo going down first. They're going to start towards Apollo. He doesn't want him to get to the fountain. He says, you're going to run the other way. Apollo flashes by. He says, I just want to live. Next game, please. Jensen's going to be almost going down. He does get hit up. Lyra takes him out. The rest of the team is focusing on the Nexus. This is the Impact show right now going on. They're going to take that one down. Great play from all of Cloud9 here in game 1. Take down him.
Very clean play from Cloud9. That level 1, or level 3, I believe, is hard to
3 minutes.
Be completely focused on that fight and to bring everybody. That was a 10-man in the bottom lane, party in the river. And Cloud9 had the better teleport, the better ward placement at the moment.
It was like a 2+2, +1/+1. 5 seconds later, +1/+1.
It's a trickle in, 5-on-5. One person dies, you got 4, but I still count the body as being somebody in attendance. You still mark them off the list. They were here.
So starting that one off, Envy playing pretty strong. They had a good bot lane. We did question kind of the rotation, which we'll see if they switch up next game. We're going to be doing all your analysis for this one. But looking at that, Cloud9, it just seems like they're able to have one thing happen and then everything's glorious.
Yeah.
Obviously, they do work, but it just seems like they're able to work off that one thing so well.
And that's the mark of a team, that's 4-0, and that they're able to be at the top of the standings and take down some of those other top teams against the team that just picked up their first win in week 3. Sure. So it's not to be unexpected that Cloud9 is a very good snowball team, especially against Envy. But I would say that Envy were able to hold up, lose slowly, but it wasn't pretty.
That's true. You can always take a bit out of those losses, figure out how the team is doing it. We'll go to a 24-minute replay here for Cloud9. 4 for 0.
Yeah.
And this was that turret we said, why not just kind of let it go?
This was the 2-turret take where Impact got the bottom turret, walks all the way around. He doesn't go through that bush that's in the bottom of where he is right now. He goes around the wolf pit. Like, he's just looking for the most optimal flank where they don't see him coming, where he's just going straight up through the vision. It's like, it's really well played here as a flank, but also just the catches and the, I want to say, like, Impact was a highlight for me in this game in that matchup. And also, oh my God, he did the most damage on his team. He's smacking away on a tank a lot, doing % HP damage with W, but the Maokai doing the most damage, not completely unexpected in the game where there were some explosive fights where he really got the better of it. But I also think the Realm Warps being used just to kind of close the game out a little bit faster, to rotate a little bit faster. Don't think there was anything like completely groundbreaking there, but I think the rotation to mid and to Baron were some of my favorites there.
The Realm Warps as well, once you have that option, the opposing team, obviously their options start to dwindle, but even more so, you say, we might be able to do this, but now they Realm Warp.
Yeah.
So now we actually have to just stay right here.
And that's the power of Realm Warp is, having a teleport on one person is really good. Having a team-wide teleport just kind of breaks the game in a sense on a macro level and professional level because you can cover options. It's like we are simultaneously threatening your top turret and we're simultaneously threatening your mid turret and the Baron. So you can't realistically cover all of those options. You have to be predictive, but if the other team's reactive with their Realm Warp of where you go, then you honestly can't hold up against it. So if you have the lead, you have a Rise, you can really just, all options are on the table at the same time. You can have your cake and you can eat it too.
Really?
Yes, you can.
We'll do that during break. We'll see if Envy can even up the score when we come back with Game 2 against Cloud9. Now, as we head to break, we saw what Jensen was able to do on Rise that game. For more on what makes the Rune Mage so dangerous, let's check in with Jat for the breakdown.
Realm Warp has been the key. Those were the sickest Realm Warps I have seen in a single game for a Rise player.
Hey everyone, Jat here. Across the European and North American LCS, Rise has been a hotly contested pick in early 2017. He was picked or banned in 91% of games throughout weeks 1 and 2. One thing that makes Rise so threatening in pro play is his ultimate Realm Warp, which is the focus of this week's breakdown. I like to classify Realm Warp as a low mechanic, high complexity ability. Here's how it works. Rise channels for 2 seconds, then arrives wherever he wants within 1,750 or 3,000 units depending on spell rank. But remember, because Realm Warp's got that 2-second channel, you have to plan your strategies ahead of time. Plus, the way you're positioned when you go in is where you'll be positioned when you come out, so be sure to keep that in mind. Realm Warp's extra complexity comes into play when you realize just how many ways you can play around it. Competitively, Realm Warp's been used for individual outplays, to cut off opponent escape paths, for rotational outplays to get an extra turret, for Baron sneaks, and sometimes to straight up end the game. Realm Warp's true power comes when it teleports the entire team. TSM's Bjergsen had several powerful uses of Realm Warp in Week 2 of the 2017 North American LCS against Team Liquid, and that's what we're going to break down next. Let's get into it. Realm Warp makes it increasingly difficult to opposing teams to correctly judge where they're vulnerable, as Rise can use it to teleport teammates and attack anywhere in a 3,000 range. 33 minutes into Game 1 of TSM vs Team Liquid, TSM initiate a turret for Drake trade. Normally, teams look to fight over Drake as it spawns. However, TSM predicts that TL would go to the Drake, so they head towards top lane early. Since Liquid's already at Drake when they spot TSM up top, the plan for them becomes to kill the Cloud Drake, recall, then defend at their inhibitor turret. As TSM kills the first turret, Bjergsen channels Realm Warp and manages to teleport most of his team, as well as TSM's minions, directly on top of Team Liquid's inhibitor turret. The minions remove the 66% damage reduction turrets have as a backdoor protection, and since turrets naturally prioritize minions over champions, TSM is able to quickly and safely take a second turret in a trade where Team Liquid only planned on giving up one. Bjergsen's great use of Realm Warp opened up the inhib and subsequently allowed for an even better use of Realm Warp only a few minutes later, exploiting Liquid's weakened top lane. 37 minutes in, all of TSM move up towards Team Liquid's top lane inhibitor. This forces Team Liquid to return and defend their inhibitor. Once TSM sees that Liquid's defending their base, Bjergsen simply realm warps his entire team into the Baron pit and they rush it down. And try as they might, there's no way for Team Liquid to make it to the Baron pit before TSM secures it. This play excelled because TSM forced a logical move from Team Liquid. TSM baited TL to defend their exposed top lane inhibitor, then used that map position to grab an uncontested Baron. I expect this play to be mimicked by several pro teams in the future, as it's incredibly difficult to stop. And as if that wasn't enough, TSM utilized Realm Warp again only 3 minutes later to destroy Team Liquid's Nexus. TSM lose Svenskeren in a late game fight inside Team Liquid's base, and this prompts TL to rush for the Elder Dragon. As Svenskeren hurries back from base, TL secure the dragon and a fight starts. As the fight begins turning in favor of TL, with Haunter's GA proccing and Svenskeren killed again, TSM decide to pull off and rush for Team Liquid's base with Realm Warp. Once again, Team Liquid lacked the tools to move as quickly as TSM, and Haunter's Poppy chases down TL players to prevent recalls. He then channels his teleport on a super minion, and together, TSM crushed through both of Team Liquid's Nexus turrets and their Nexus, winning the game. Looking back, pro teams have become increasingly adept at understanding how to abuse the map with Ryze's Realm Warp. It excels mostly by allowing teams to threaten 2 spaces on the map at once. With Realm Warp, you can force a team to respawn to threat A, which could be the top lane, and then attack threat B, which could be the Baron. Since responding to threat A prohibits the defense of threat B, Realm Warp allows threat B to be taken freely. In capable hands, Realm Warp is incredibly powerful and helped propel TSM to a 2-1 victory over Team Liquid.
get the pull up. The team's going to be able to help him from the bottom side. Contracts has to be careful here. It is a pinch though on the Contracts. Lyra first. It is going to be Contracts down.
Coming up. No flash. Wait, Verus. What? Ward here. There's a ward here. I'm TP. Bye. Yeah. Who plays? Yeah, mouse. Yeah, he does. There you go, Sky. Good job, guys. Nice claps.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, he got baited.
Whoopsie daisy. That's not what you want to do.
Oh, Impact.
Oh, the percent damages. Doing damage in percentages, but it's going to be Lyra going down first. They're trying to back out of this. Impact says you're not going anywhere, Seraph.
Hard to deal with him. Where is he coming from? He's in the back already.
Oh, Seraph's so big. He's taking 3 to take him down. Contracts over the wall to finish it off. They're going to take that one down. Great play from all of Cloud9 here in Game 1. Welcome back to our spring split coverage. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Envy versus Cloud9. And before we get into Game 2, I think we have to do the honors of saying player of the game. Of Game 1 being the guy who makes an impact happen in the top lane, that man himself, Impact.
Yep, I love listening to that clip there because he only had to say Ward, I believe, one time.
Yeah, Ward.
It didn't even.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, it was like it was very soft in the back. It's like Ward. It's like, all right, boom, 2 come down. It's like I got a Ward for you, buddy, and that made the difference in that play because they just kept fighting and Envy did not pull off. So, you know, Impact after that split push,
Yep.
and got the flanks in the fight. So played incredibly well and definitely dominated his lane opponent.
You know what I love about those, and I watch them, it's such a stark difference from when, obviously, we're casting it, we're being hyped, but you hear Sneaky in that first play, like they finally kill Seraph, they've gotten 3 down at 3 minutes, he's like, yeah.
He's like,
that's great. Just like, I'd be like, yeah, team, this is awesome, great job, we're going to win everything. But it's just like so calm, and that's why these guys keep a level head. Oh, I'm serious.
In the game, though, they're focused on the game. They're focused on winning. We win when we cast no matter what. So we're just having fun.
But no, I really respect the I don't even know, respect.
The calm demeanor?
Calm demeanor. Thank you. I was going to say respect the respect, but I guess that's already done.
That's all right.
That these guys have. And
They
it
also-
really allows you to kind of do the second nature things that you have practiced the entire time and not be chaotically thinking about all this crazy stuff. So, I digress.
Focus.
And we are now in 2 picks and bans.
Yep. Focus, something of which the teams definitely have in those fights like you're talking about. And all right, looks like the priority with the Kha'Zix ban goes over to the Varus. Not unexpected.
Really wanted to see some Jace. It's all right. Saw some Jace earlier.
Still?
Got that Jace input. Seraph, as you said, picking up the Varus. I don't see why the Jhin wouldn't be grabbed.
Yep, Jhin, maybe pick up their jungler here as well if they want to play Lee Sin. Or if they really highly value like a Maokai early on, that could be interesting, but I would expect the Lee Sin for contracts considering there's 2 jungle bans already. You don't show much, you don't get counterpicked very heavily, unless there's something like a Syndra that they really have priority on them too, so we'll see.
Cloud9.
Zyra's up, actually.
Oh, for support? Yeah,
yeah actually. Whew, how did I? Okay. Ah, the tree! Okay.
You thought it would be Maokai.
All right.
But it's not.
It's the other tree. I was duped. It was Ivern all along for Cloud9.
This Rek'Sai pickup happens, I feel we will see something a little more carry heavy for Seraph from the top lane.
But Ivern, though, Ivern just provides so much protection. You can run a high damage mid laner like a Cassiopeia here for Jensen and be completely fine. So you have to be worried about what Cloud9's last pick is here, because it could be a high damage one that synergizes with the Ivern. Impact has enough champions up top that he can play. And if you're red side and you pick like a Cassiopeia, you can ban out Orianna, you can pinch the mid lane pool afterwards, force them onto something else there.
All right, actually Lyra goes for more damage in the jungle. Much more damage in the jungle. Now with the lethality changes, goes for Graves. See on the side of Cloud9 what they have in their bag of picks.
The counter pick for the support, okay. So, even though Malzahar, Lulu, Misfortune, it would be impossible to ban out all of them. And they would get first pick in the second round, so now they get to kind of pinch the champion pool of the mid lane a little bit more. Cassiopeia, okay. I was expecting that to go into the hands of Cloud9, especially since Cassiopeia was not picked by Envy when they had known they were playing into a Rise. So I would imagine the Corki is higher priority for Envy instead of the Cassiopeia. Maybe Cloud9 looking for the double AD carry composition, or double marksman with the Corki for themselves in the mid lane. I wouldn't think it's a Katarina. I will say that much.
Katarina allows you to get maybe something that might be left up though, and you can say maybe Jensen will play that. So you're kind of killing two birds with one stone in hopes. Side of Cloud9, 10 seconds left. It is going to be that Syndra. Wow, mid lane getting kind of small.
Yeah, and it's most likely the Corki from the way that the bans are coming out here from Cloud9. It would synergize well with the composition, and then they would need a top lane tank like a Maokai. They could run double tree and three marksmen.
Gangplank. I was gonna say Envy would love to get Corki here. I feel like Ninja really wants it, but it's risky because this is what you do. You give up that, and Corki goes over to Jensen.
I don't know. Like, would they really want to play Gangplank on Cloud9's side and say we have Gangplank, double marksman, we have an Ivern, we have no tank in our composition if they do that, which I think Envy would be okay with. Now they take away the Maokai, so they're running double marksman with the jungle Graves, but this composition from Envy, decent amount of pick, high damage, but it's relying on Seraph getting into these fights for the root and also ball delivery, because he's the only frontliner. He's the only person who wants to be in contact with the enemy team, and they're going to pick Shed. They're going to have global pressure here. You'd think they'd want the Maokai, but it got taken away. But I don't think it does any favors for Envy, the fact that they took the Maokai.
We're going to see the swap of this match now. Seraph on the Maokai, impact on the Shen, so we'll see how that goes in his favor. Because if Seraph goes through the same way last time, that's not going to be a very tanky Maokai, even though that's just about what he is. Picks and bans finished up now. You see the priority towards that mid lane, puts Ninja back onto Orianna. Actually not a very bad pick for him. Varus Zyra bot lane for Envy here. Keeps them nice and safe. They've played a bit of the Malzahar before, and we saw them pushing Sneaky and Smoothie back. Priority in the lane, but not a CS lead. So we'll keep an eye on that lane as well this time to see if Envy can kind of take it to the next level with that push in lane.
Yeah, based on professional matchup knowledge from what we know, these are close to 3 winning lanes for Cloud9. They have the advantage in the top lane a little bit later in the game after Maokai's Q wave clear is passed by like a Tiamat or a Bomby Cinder purchase from the Shen, and the pressure that he provides. The Corki versus the Orianna has a little bit more poke, a little bit more whittle down damage, and then the bottom lane is the same thing, more whittle down, counter to the Zyra, or what people would consider with the misfortune here. So Cloud9, like the draft looks really good for them. Question is contracts on this Ivern. He's been that rookie who's aggressive. Let's see what happens with this tree.
I was just going to say it. His first game coming in on Kha'Zix, the team was all behind him, invading the Reds there when he needed them. And it's weird to see that for just a kind of a rookie player coming in. Not a rookie player, in the LCS he is, but a less experienced player to be followed like that by your team. Now, with the assurance that he might be able to do good on Ivern, the team says, let's do it. Let's run a new comp, put you on a new unique pick, and we'll see how you do.
See what he's got for the Green Daddy. See if Ivern can deliver. Saw it today already in the previous series with TSM CLG, and now C9. I know they have a tight knit with TSM, so they scrim each other quite frequently. But the Ivern seems to be what has come out of that. And Europe knew. Europe had like 80% win rate on Ivern.
Everything out of my mouth. No, yeah, we see it all the time. They have Ivern picks left and right, and I was like, we don't see much of this. We were getting the Elises in, and now the Iverns. This is great to see. Picks spanning all the regions.
So the luxury of Ivern is he gets to start anywhere.
Anywhere?
Anywhere. Wow. Anywhere.
Where would you start?
I would start
with
on the bottom side.
Yeah?
No.
Why so? Where would you start?
As Ivern, so right now I would start on my Raptors, go red, go blue. Or you could do a cheeky start and you could start on your bottom side, go into their red side, because you know that people just don't really start on the bottom side of the map anymore. So that might be exactly what he's doing. Wolves into blue, into enemy red. Would that be the... I love that emote, the spamming the...
I'm not gonna lie, that skin is a little creepy.
I mean, Ivern by himself is already a little bit fruity, but this is a new level.
Seems like half his head is missing. Let's see these keystones, wind speakers
Yeah.
for Mr. Ivern.
So when I was talking about patch, the patch 7.2 the other day, big thing was, hey, Ivern, doesn't need a leash, so he can actually start bottom side. You can interrupt him with damage. It's actually really well played by Hakuo. It delays it a little bit. Now the Graves can go to the red on the opposite side of the map, and he can just trade. So contract. This is actually a super slow start from contracts. Normally you do 2 camps, mark them, go over, mark the other of the enemy buff, smite it, but now he's delayed because Ivern doesn't just mark the camp. He has to wait for it to actually go all the way through.
Gotta chat it up with him.
Yeah, he's got to make him feel safe before he releases them, whereas Lyra is actually going to be a little bit ahead here because you're supposed to mark 2 before you go for an invade, and Contract didn't do that, so he's a little bit behind here in terms of momentum. He marked all 3 of his right side camps, but he basically got a bottom side jungle red, and he got 3 camps marked, so he has to go back down bottom.
Clean little moves by Smoothie and Hakuo there, sidestepping and stepping forward to dodge aggression. As we see Contract start to enter in once more.
Yeah, he needs
late vision that he's holding for.
He needs 2 more camps before he hits level 3 here. It's actually looking at Lyra. Lyra didn't even take anything in the jungle on the other side. He was like
He went for that red, and then he was out.
Yeah. So he'll hit level 3 like a second before Contracts, unless Contracts bows at the camp. If this one gets smited away, then 3, both of them are level 3. I'm surprised Lyra didn't take anything on that top side. That's actually very strange. Check the Raptors really quickly because could have left some up.
Sure.
And just been mean. Nope. He didn't take anything except for the red.
Everything else is even across the map. A little bit of love towards mid lane here, but it looks like Contracts will be seen. He's been routing his path towards this red side Raptors as we kind of see the jungle split in half, but Lyra says, I still own this bottom side.
Yeah, but this is going to be surprising because Contracts will go back to his top side and be like, these are level 1 chickens. What? Why are they here? Because you expect your Krugs and your Raptors to be gone when you commit to the bottom side of the map and you split the map diagonally straight down the mid lane and say, this is my bottom half, you get the top. Yes, so the Ivern brush actually gives you vision of the bush. So you put it down to see if there's anything in there. Nothing, and he's trying to make a play.
Apollo, heal is on to give Hakuo a bit of speed. Oh, can't get it to root. I don't think anybody want to take that anyways. Almost getting down Hakuo. So flashes are down, flash and heal I should say, for the bot side of Apollo and Hakuo. Smoothie just had to use his dust.
Oh my god. He didn't even back, he just wanted to eat all the cookies. He's still in there.
Apollo getting hit. Lyra's going all the way to the back line. Smoothie's trying to get into the brush to deny it, but Contract shooting from the brush to give vision in the brush. There's so much brush.
Waiting for arrow.
They're gonna head out of this fight. Oh, that went so closely in favor of Envy. Those are the fights I was talking about last time where Envy comes up short and Cloud9 gets a few kills. But this time it's different. We'll see if they can work with it.
And that's the disadvantage of the Ivern is he doesn't bring a lot of damage. He has the auto attack that's empowered from, but he got exhausted there and just the rest of the team was baited in. They already took a bit of a beating earlier. And we'll see here, just a red buff Graves walks up. Yeah, sure, the damage comes off. They can't reach Hakuo, who gets a double root off, and then the Q hits Smoothie there. The flasher of Apollo, and the pickup there with Lyra hitting a Q against the wall for the instant explosion.
End of the line.
Yeah, has the boots already, so Graves, we've seen multiple builds from him. The boots first is just for the mobility, because the weakness of the Graves jungle is no CC. So if he's able to keep up with you and stay next to you, that's how he kills you. So the boots, incredibly important.
Let's see where they head to now. Lyra looks like he wants to get a little bit of vision. He'll also find himself some wards. Top lane very much even this game. 43 to 43 as those guys are just shaking hands, farming out. The teleport did not come in for our first engage. Damage by Ninja coming up. Doesn't have too many items yet. Still pretty high on that mana in lane using Dissonance and move.
Ooh. Yeah, looking at the items, Sneaky has a cull for himself. So instead of the tier, this is actually interesting. I like that the Jhin goes, okay, you have 2 longswords and a scaling item. I will take 2 longswords and a scaling item as well. So that he'll actually hit 2 items a little bit sooner than Apollo will, which could get into that Edge of Night Youmuu's Ghostblade power spike a little bit faster than Apollo, and it could make a difference here. So it's something that you want to keep track of, but it's made up by a kill going over to Apollo or something of the likes like that, because he does have an assist already on the first blood, but it is split between 2 people, so 100 gold.
Impact moving in for a deep ward. He'll get some vision on Lyra and might be able to make something happen here when he crosses over the top side of his map. They already know where he is, so keeping pretty good tabs on that. Cloud9 can make well-informed decisions. Ninja returns to lane, gets himself a few items, and the first back is a Phage and some booties for Jensen. So we'll be able to do a bit more work. Start rocking some packages. Good push. Is he going to go anywhere? Ninja? He's going to be seen by a ward as he goes down the river, so I don't think much will come of it. Just putting his own vision down.
Yeah, he's getting control.
Trying to stay moving, though. Envy does not want to give up a bit of a lead here.
Yeah, Impact bought the Tiamat first, so he's trying to at least stabilize that lane, make it so it's one that's favored for the Shen, and that he can shove the Maokai in. Also, Maokais will typically build Spirit Visage first item, so now it actually makes his damage palette both physical damage and magic damage, because he does percent HP magic damage with the Q pass through. But you do have to be worried about making a play on the bottom side here, because C9, they have a Shen, and they have the potential to turn around. Lyra shows bottom. And I don't know if this is like the Graves show up to lane, shove it in, and get turret damage. I don't think it is, but he's going to lose his blue buff for this, so actually puts Ninja a little bit behind, because he's not going to get this.
He held for a little bit. Kind of seemed like they wanted to play off the fact that Cloud9's wards were down. They don't have a Sightstone bot lane yet.
And
no forward ward.
The Ivern special. So on Ivern kills the second round of buffs, your ally can pick one up. It just sits on the ground for him. Or if your ally kills a buff, then Ivern can walk up. And that's one of the reasons that like running CDR and runes and stuff like that isn't always great for Ivern, because he will almost always have a blue buff available to him. And the build is very supportive as well. You can go Redemption, Athene's Unholy Grail a lot of the times, depending on the magic damage on the enemy team, but it is incredibly potent, and I think you should do it most of the time.
Worked out really nice as well with just having Corki in the composition. They made sure to get that going into phase 2. Now he can just spit out blue buff missiles all day.
Yep. Gets red buffs too if he wants them. Impact onto Seraph. The matchup. So he's going down.
Yeah. That fight was kind of happening where Impact and Seraph, or I'd say Seraph thought it was just going to be himself the whole time and Impact, but a little roam up from Jensen gets himself the first kill on the game, and Cloud9 opens up a little bit. Cloud9 opens up a lot. Turns that around. A Retribution kill going over onto Smoothie. And now Haku, I don't know if he wants to fight on Sneaky now. He's going to back up and just clear these out. Mid laners are returning. We'll see if they get a fight down too. It's been pretty active here. It looks like they hold off for now. So kills around the map. It's 2 for Cloud9 coming in and 1 for him.
So the kill score just evened up after the gank from Lyra bottom. Sneaky opens up. Smoothie's going to return fire. Gets rooted and gets destroyed, but that last shot there landing. Flash wasn't up for Apollo. It was just off of cooldown. About to come back up, but didn't have it available. I smacked that ward. Just listen to the sound of the...
So whimsical. I love
when you don't have the bush buff and the ranged auto attacks, it actually just sounds like he's smacking the ward really hard. It's like everything he hits.
He's only nice to the animals.
Yeah.
Man-made objects is not Ivern's deal.
No. Wards are unnatural. Get rid of them all. Yes, he's actually doing a good job of staying on pace. I do think he's actually quite behind, though, on a... like, he's keeping pace in terms of, like, pressure on the map, but I don't think he's doing a wonderful job of staying up in, like, levels compared to Lyra, because the Graves will just out-farm, whereas the Ivern has to take time on his camps. He only gets so many smites every minute, right? If he's using them in lanes, he's not using them on camps, he's using them to counter jungle, and that's good, but Lyra still just has a little bit of an advantage there. I'd say about, like, half a level.
Looking at the bot lane, 43 on the call. He has 88 stacks on his tier, 92 stacks. Slowly.
Oh, that's a slow one, yeah.
Slowly getting that one up to par. We saw Hakuo come flying out of base recently with his Moby boots. He went straight for that bot lane, trying to get vision down. It looks like Envy's putting a lot of priority on this turret here.
Looking for a dive.
It looks like
possibly?
C9 is too.
Yeah, there's still the possibility that Orianna actually didn't walk, didn't stay and walked all the way down to bottom, and that's what they were playing around, and they're going to try to make a play on the Ninja here. Daisy!
Oh, all right, we're still going to go. Daisy's in. Command Shockwave. That's on to Jensen. One more turret shot would have taken him down. Whew, that was close. Jensen knew he had to turn away immediately. Good save by Ninja, though. Those are the kills Cloud9 can get and just catapult the game in their favor.
Oh, Lyra didn't see contracts at first. Now he just, whoop! Daisy, get in there!
Fighting it.
Oh, she's so frosted. Look at that.
That'd be terrifying. Lyra doesn't mind. He chomps through it, and they're going to keep going for the fight. That gives Cloud9 a little bit of time to reset. It was really just contracts using Daisy to get out of the situation.
Lyra. Okay, I knew. That is... I saw that coming like a mile away when Lyra was at the Raptors. It's like, I'm just waiting to shoot Jensen with my ultimate. Jensen has regen since then. Like, Jensen has just been playing back. And he's like, you know what, I'll be damned if I don't get my ultimate on to
change the fact that he wanted to shoot him with his ultimate. Never lie to yourself. Yeah, do what you want to do.
Still wasn't enough to like push Jensen out of the lane even. So, no, Lyra, if his goal was to do that, he accomplished it. So.
There's a bit of pain from Apollo going on to Sneaky. Good damage there. Already got his Lucidity boots, so he can keep casting out the arrows. Seraph is going to say, all right, I see you have damage, and back off for a second. Little Ivern love Cloud9 contracts moving into the left side of the jungle just to make sure they have tabs on Envy here, as looks like they may be able to take a little, or a few more camps in their favor.
You have to be on the blue buff immediately when it spawns, or Ivern, wait, Smite is gone. So you have to be on that timer if there's an Ivern in the game. You just have to be there, because now he's going to turn the corner, and no, blue buff is gone. And he's actually not in a position now because he got bamboozled there. He can't go to the other side of the map to counter and get the other blue buff.
It's interesting you can't eat that, like Rift Herald.
The
like his blue, right? You can't.
Oh, the one on the ground.
Like, no, squish it into the ground. Just stomp it out.
Squish the candy, the candy blue buff.
You're like, eat that 5-second rule.
No.
Teleport back to top lane. Looks like a quick vengeful maelstrom from Seraph to stop some damage. He thought there might be somebody else tagging along on that fight, and he backs off. Not too much of a gold lead here accrued by Envy. Cloud9's been able to stifle that. Now with Triforce finished, Redemption for contracts finished up, and more control wards coming out. They have some more options.
Yeah, Redemption, incredibly popular on Ivern. Ivern will build defensive items, or I guess utility items for his team the entire time. Defensive items sounds like he's buying like Dead Man's Plate and stuff, but he buys items that are supportive. He'll buy Ardent Sensor possibly based on the composition. This might be one that he does it in. Heal there, keep Jensen a little bit alive in lane.
It'll be all right. Nice try though. Envy still trying to put their foot down. Not coming up with too much right now. We saw it last game in more of the poke comp where Ninja had Corki as well and Apollo still on the Varus, and Cloud9 was just able to avoid that win condition, stay away from any of the poke and not allow themselves to be sieged off objectives or turrets. So I should say poked off and then sieged.
Yeah, and look at that. The other blue buff goes over to Jensen, and it was picked up by contracts. It's like he's just going to have blue buffs if you're not on top of it. That's the thing. Play against a lot of Iverns in professional play. It's something that North America hasn't really been seeing, and it's a bit of a surprise here as well. Actually, I'm not surprised that we see it, but it seems like a surprise to Envy.
Yeah. You can see that in the timing. Not able to give these blue buffs over as well for Ninja. If they want this composition to go a little late and Seraph to get big, having Orianna with that blue buff late game means she can dance around, deliver a lot of that damage as well as utility to the team. So that's pretty big hurt to not have that in as well for Orianna. But 174 to 158, good farming by Ninja in the mid lane.
And Ninja's doing a great job right now, above that 10 per minute mark. So yeah, he's getting a little extra on the sides.
He's a Ninja.
Ivern goes over.
All right, to the ward. Where's the lockdown? Daisy's out. Is there a link? There is onto Apollo. The final one as the curtain drops. It doesn't look like they're stopping for Hakuo. Impact's in for this fight. Flashes forward to make sure it still counts. And they're going to be able to pick up the bot lane of Envy. Mid's getting a little bit of love. Jensen, Valkyrie's away.
First turret, though.
And that will... Yes, it will be. First turret goes down, so Envy picks up a bit more gold. They're holding their cash lead. But again, we saw this happen before. They had that lead, and Cloud9 starts to work the map a little better.
Yeah, here's the thing, though, is Cloud9 could get a tempo advantage here by pushing and continuing to push if they wanted to. But I think they're going to reset the map. Maokai on top lane.
Should be able to get it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's low.
Oh, wow. Might be a 2-for-1 here. Yeah, Lyra with the Graves making his way up there just in case. But it's going to be 2 turrets for Envy.
Look at that. No wonder Impact did the most damage last game.
It's the champions. Just saying. This is good, though. They actually...
volley one more time.
Yeah, they synergize. Even though they both got hit by an arrow, they don't shy away from this fight. Contracts gets the ultimate, flashes forward, puts his shield down as well. And then Apollo locked up. Had to blow both summoner spells, but still didn't do anything for him there either. He still gets caught. Impact blows his flash to catch Hakuo.
It kills me to watch Ivern just walk along and fight.
He's legit just a trolly champion. Like,
it's so good.
If you're ever a supportive troll, like you're trolly, but you're like, I still want to help, then that Ivern's champion for you.
Just derping around.
Like, he's actually rage-inducing to the enemy team. Just because it looks like he's having so much fun all the time, not a care in the world.
That's when there's a problem, when the cutest thing in the game is rage-inducing. Teemo, what?
Exactly. That's...
Whew. Coming up on 18 minutes, you see the mid lane difference here between these two. Jensen just usually above the rest at 10, 15, and 20.
It's insane. Yeah, and just having a consistent CS differential for Jensen means that he is having a great time in this mid lane. And Ninja? Yeah, having to run away from Daisy. Yeah, this is a game where he doesn't have that type of CS differential.
That's very true. Doesn't seem to stop him from clearing that. Roaming, we have seen contracts a bit more to the mid lane when that roam comes down.
Yeah, this is how this matchup is supposed to go, right?
Just carving his name into the tree.
Shen plus. No, come back here, come back here.
But I love you.
Okay, please. But
all right.
Infernal Core.
Envy's actually been pretty good at picking up dragons. We did see that Cloud9 was able to get the 2 oceans in the previous game, but Envy's trying to put their foot down. And as I say that, friendly Ivern, Contract's coming up with a very nice steal there.
Rage-inducing.
I'm laughing.
Because you're not the one playing against him. He just walked up, he smited it, and had a good time. He put pressure onto Lyra. Lyra actually smited, and I believe he missed it. And we'll see what he hit there.
Oh, was it 2 missed smites, and then they kind of they hit it?
No, yeah, it wasn't a kill from a smite. Oh no! Oh no! I watched it back. Lyra smited Daisy. Daisy she got in the way. She got a big cupcake butt in the way. He's missed the smite because of it.
Oh man.
No.
Things you wish you didn't do.
Oh.
Big cupcake butt. You have the best descriptions. Ninja.
It's a literal one.
During our recap of the replay on our screens, we did see. Oh, actually,
but I want to see it again. See it again. See, he smited Daisy. Well, it didn't even come down.
Look, he's like, I'm out of here. I smited the cupcake.
It's like, that's not a bad thing to do though, because Daisy has so much HP, just to like get it down and then smite it away from Ivern. Because a lot of his utility in the fights, in the big team fights, comes from Daisy. But Daisy just walks right over it and just covers his cursor. Rage-inducing. Flashbacks, man.
Ninja able to grab a blue throughout this entire thing, which was very nice. That's been a little crazy, although they did just lose the dragon, so sprint up towards the top side of the map and try and regain some control of things. Still a bit in the lead with gold, but Cloud9 continues to hold that macro game in their favor. Now Jensen's towards the top lane. They're going to be starting... words!
Yep.
Jensen is starting to spread the team thin.
But I will say for Envy, this is better than a lot of teams have done against Cloud9, holding up, being in a bit of an advantage here, and they're trying to make a play with the CC.
Impact knew he was coming in. There is a whole lot of Cloud9 members floating up the river right now. Lyra's gonna get popped out. He flashes away. Jensen forward, almost under the turret, but he gets locked up as well. Another twisted advance from Seraph. Sneaky's looking. Oh, he finds his mark behind the turret with an eagle eye curtain call. And it's now gonna be Contracts looking for another one. Root caller over the wall, but nobody to accept the distance but Daisy and himself. So they're gonna hold off on this one. Shields him. And Cloud9, Jensen looked like he was in a lot of trouble.
Yep,
and then the team turned it in their favor.
It was the caster curse right there. Like, a lot of teams have done a lot worse against Cloud9. Cloud9 make the play, they get the lead. Now they're gonna push down, take control of it. Trying to make a turn play, he has the flash.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. Flash Ori plays. Sometimes you gotta take things into your own hands, and Ninja does so, putting Sneaky to sleep for 30 seconds.
No tears, only sleeps. No tears. He flashed previously to get away from the Zyra ultimate up top, or else he may have died there, and that's where Ninja takes advantage of it. We'll see it on the right side of the screen in a bit, but this looked like Jensen was in trouble, you're right, but he has the support of the Ivern, gets the heal of the Redemption, and then the Shen finally comes through after the Stand United. Sneaky will open up in the bush. This is hits. And then Hakuo opens up on Sneaky, so he doesn't fire the final shot. Ninja, though, they know he doesn't have flash because he had to use it there.
Oh, slow, speed, slow, dissonance, command, protect. Oh, they're going to turn it back onto Impact. This could take a while, though. They finally focus the damage down, and they're able to drop him. Seraph pushing down this bot lane. He actually kind of phase flashed into Jensen to get that work, so his flash is down now, coming up for the next fights. But Envy's going to move as a team together and see if they can get power in numbers here.
And this seems like they don't want to make a play on bottom and get that turret. They want to prevent the mid turret from going down. It's double AD. They may get something back for this. It is an Ivern.
Do they prevent it? They've gotten themselves into trouble before trying to do this with too many members. Contracts is low. Flash forward from Apollo. He's able to get the drop on Contracts. Impact still coming back up, but with the minions all in the middle of the map, Envy still has work to do before they can get more.
That was super good from Envy in terms of macro right there, because you see that bottom lane turret, it's incredibly low. They say we will revisit for that. Instead, they go mid. They use their numbers advantage. They catch out the tankless composition because Shen was dead, and then they just end up getting that turret. They get priority bottom lane, and they prevent their turret going down, and they get this bottom turret. So Envy actually made the right play instead of trying to go for this turret. That was really well done.
And definitely a fresh breath of air here for Envy coming into this second game from game one. Pretty handily won by Cloud9. They were able to find the win condition they had, the errors Envy made, and it was kind of all from 5 minutes on. Envy has staved that off this game, and now kind of matching items on the way up. Doing quite well, looking back at Apollo, 368 to 750, so still the tier is stacking, but much better this game, and Ninja has actually found a few results in the mid lane.
Ninja with the Luden's Echo now, and Contracts walk back, pick it up, waiting for it, there you go. Ivern now has the Locket and the Redemption. He actually upgraded his to a Tracker's Knife, so we'll be tracking that a little bit more of how often the Iverns actually upgrade their item and when they do it, because we almost never see them dip gold into their jungle item at all until very late into the game, because it delays their utility, it delays their Locket, it delays the items with the actives that they really want.
Which he already has now. Means they may be able to get their hands a bit more dirty. You got 20 seconds on the Infernal Drake coming right up. 2 for Cloud9 would be quite nice. Might even get some big damage out of
Ivern. They'll give him a nice smack.
Yep.
But this is a little bit interesting as we watch the setup for this, because there's no TP on Seraph. Seraph will come down. There's both globals available for Impact, so this is a full commitment by Envy to try and get this Drake.
Yep.
Ivern is there. He doesn't actually have the backup of Smoothie, so as the approach is important here, and the time that's spent down here, because Apollo actually isn't even full HP himself.
This is where they jockey for position. The calls to Impact are there. He can get to somebody with Stand United, but he could also use a teleport or vice versa and get back to lane after this push if they can get the win. Lyra does get that one. Bullet time to lock up Seraph. And it looks like Impact does take the Stand United in. He will be with his team, and they will take a double kill off of that fight.
And this may be C9 trying to make a Baron power play here. They know that Seraph doesn't have TP, so even when he comes up, it wouldn't matter. But Apollo got picked off there. Ivern, it is so hard to approach an Ivern that's on the Baron. He can use Daisy to zone. He can put the Baron in a bush, and you can't actually see the Baron as the enemy team unless you have a ward directly on it or somebody in there. It is so frustrating. We'll see what happens here, because Lyra's going to try to look for the smite steal.
He's out of a ward. He's got to do it off timing. Throws the smoke over. Ninja's getting hurt, so they have vision of the team pulling off. That knows damage on Baron has lessened. but they're still trying to focus it. Lyra making the decision of a lifetime here in game number 2. Can he save Envy? It's going to be going down. It goes to Contracts. Lyra doesn't get over the wall, and it looks like Cloud9's now going to try and chase him out. Hakuo, the rest of the team, heads south. Lyra goes in for the fight. He says, if I'm going down, I'm going down fighting. But it just goes down.
He almost took down 2 with him, but there was a quick shield there that I saw, and also, the Baron inside of that bush just disappears in and out of vision right before it went down as well. Looked like it was disappearing. Apollo gets the last hit here. He's actually, he gets sniped by Sneaky there with that last shot, and he was trying to tank some of them for his teammates, and then the MF ulti came out, and he was just gone. So that actually cost them that Baron. And now Envy, they made the play for the Drake, but it ended up costing more than they thought it would.
Now the stranglehold begins. You know you feel more powerful when you have the Baron buff. And Cloud9 was already starting to feel that before they were able to get it. And they're head to that dragon fight. Set up wards. They saw all of Envy coming down from mid, and you saw Jensen and the rest of the team just kind of hug up towards the blue side. And they came back into the fight. Very nicely played. Just kind of yo-yo back and forth, making sure they don't lose anybody, and making sure Seraph can't be that first guy to engage.
Yeah, Seraph doesn't have the same impact in this game that Impact had in the previous game on Maokai. Impact is winning that top lane matchup, played it appropriately. He's had some really good ultimates into the fights, and you can see just it's night and day difference in terms of the setup from the team, but also just the individual play that's happening in that top lane. And I will say that Jensen, this guy, the strategy that's been happening is the 1-3-1 for a lot of Cloud9's games. Impact and Jensen become split-pushing beasts, whether it's the Fizz, whether it's this hold on. Whew, delete it.
There's some damage. That Void Staff is completed, so he is firing right through the HP of Cloud9. Smoothie won't be up, and now we'll see how Cloud9 reacts to this. They're still going to work the bottom side of the map. A lot of teams would back up, control the aggression, but they're going to go ahead and make more, even without their support. Impact's in. They're on to Hakuo, and they leave no time without fighting. They go back to the bot lane, make sure something happens. A little retribution there for Smoothie as they pick up the bot tier turret as well. Lyra, what do you think? Top side of the fight, Lyra wants to keep going. Almost drops Jensen. Apollo couldn't get enough arrows off to cancel out any of these health bars. And Sneaky walks away low. Jensen walks away low. And again, Envy come up just short on some kills.
Yeah, but that's big for Cloud9. That's enough to start propelling them in this game towards a victory, because they're 5,000 gold up, and they just take everything out of the bottom jungle. They have that bottom tier 2 down, and Impact used the Stand United to get in there, so he has teleport advantage now. And then the Titanic Hydra comes out, because that's just how much he wants to be dealing damage and split pushing, because it's a great split push item. We'll see what else comes through for his build here. Ninja gets crit. Corki just does so much damage. And this right here, Sneaky with the W. Jensen's like, I see it. I got it. The flash forward into the rocket so he can't react. Had already blown the flash. And then Lyra wants to come through. It's so hard to assassinate somebody when there's a heal, there's Ivern, who's just throwing down shields, making funny sounds too, and he's got Locket and Redemption. It's just so much, and it's so frustrating to actually play against an Ivern that is protecting 2 Fed carries.
Yep. It's good to see Cloud9 still putting the pedal to the metal. You know full well they're, due to the towers they took and the advantage they have, they're going to win that fight, but they did not hesitate. Some teams kind of reserve themselves and say, yeah, we're a man down. Let's not try to take this right away. There's no stopping right now. Cloud9's ahead. 13-6, 30 minutes in on this one. And what was a bit of 1,000 gold lead here for Envy for quite a while has now been a 6,000 gold lead for Cloud9 as they take out the outer turrets after the last 3 to go.
I'm trying to think of how many blue buffs I've just seen fly over to Contracts, because he has had complete control of this jungle from the get-go. Even when he stole a buff in the bottom, he didn't get punished. The topside punish from Lyra was, I just take your buff, and then I don't farm all of your topside jungle. It was a little bit confusing because Contracts then went back, revisited.
Right, in the early game, yeah.
Normally that's like, oh no, I'm a level 4, a level 3 Ivern to a level 4 Graves. That's not what happened this game.
Sneaky working on the mid lane. That turret wasn't long for this world. You see the gold difference and the swing in this game.
Yep, I will say though that that's a little bit later for Cloud9 for their shot calling and their snowball to turn online. Envy got a good advantage off of Lyra in the early game. The turret went down in their favor as well, and they made a great play that got them 2, if you remember early on, where they were able to get the top turret and the bot turret. So Envy, this team, sure, they're at the bottom of the standings and last, but this team against Cloud9, and from what we had seen yesterday, they look a little bit better than the record indicates. Don't know how much better, but it's a little bit better. So there are hopes now for Envy fans, because the team is not sitting at that 10th place alone, and they do have some time to actually get things together, because as teams like Immortals will know, it is about how you perform in playoffs. It's not always about the regular season. You got to make playoffs, but you do have to perform and take all of these mistakes as lessons and learn from them.
It's difficult to do week to week. You think that, oh, they messed this up this week, but there could be, not these teams, just teams in general.
Yeah.
As you said, making those changes. From week to week, they could already be working on some fundamental things. We've heard that from teams in the past say, yeah, we know how to play the game. We're actually just working on something behind the scenes right now. And that can sometimes trouble a team, especially when you get new players in the team.
Yeah, and I think that Envy, though, have some pretty good synergy with each other. I think it's what I had heard previously of the team accepts that failure or mistakes are a part of process. So they will start off 0-4, but they will learn from it, and that's what you're hoping for from this squad, because up against Cloud9, there's a lot to learn from this, because they did have an advantage. Envy had the early game. They had winning lanes in the previous game. They had about 2 of them, and this one playing with some losing lanes, but it wasn't out of their control.
Let's see what they can put back in their control. Right now, not Impact. He's all alone in the bot lane. That's going to have to be respected like Seraph. He already starts to mosey down. And now Impact's going to be able to just kind of toy with him, do whatever he wants, join the team if there's a fight. There.
Yep, Impact with that level 17, 2 levels up over Seraph at the moment. Has both globals available, has the Titanic Hydra, has the makings of a Zerat portal, so next time he goes back, he'll be able to purchase that. And then he'll have his split push completely online. If Seraph leaves, Impact has the option to join, has the option to put down a Zerat portal and then join. Like, that's kind of the strength that we've seen Impact flex already on Shen, and also having Zerat portal is if the enemy TPs away, Zerat portal TP, Zerat portal follow immediately. They won't clear your Zerat portal, they don't have time, they have to make their way to the fight. You have ways to get in, especially since the Stand United is faster than the teleport for a rival, so you can even spend that extra second to put down the Zerat portal. It's about 1.5 seconds faster. 3 seconds as opposed to 4.5.
Oh. Math with Zyrene.
Yeah.
Time with Zyrene more so.
I could have done the math.
The skills. The kills have slowed it down, as we see. Envy very, very wary of losing anybody this close to the base, because Cloud9 can really do some damage with this composition. Looks like one more item for Jensen. He'll be full build, as well as Sneaky, who has the Dusk Blade for himself here on Jen.
Yeah. I expect Void Staff would be the last item for Jensen, which you typically see from Corki, since they do about 70% magic damage. I don't know if it'll get to that point, because Baron on the table. You can see Cloud9 are posturing towards it, having impact with the split push. Seraph may have to come back down to this bottom lane, or they'll try to make a play up here, try to use the fact that Seraph is on this top side. But I think that C9 will pull off and make sure that Impact can get in a better position. Yeah. So they're going to pull the tank. They're going to pull the one tank away, bring him down to the bottom side. And Impact is just stronger as well right now.
Ninja could be able to sideswipe the rest of the team here. Apollo's too low to participate. No big fight. A big one from Jensen, very nicely aimed around the corners, able to drop Apollo. So bot lane here, and that summoner flash, or summoner heal down, I should say, as they make their way towards Baron. This is going to be not fightable, unfightable, non-contestable, uncontested.
Not fightable, huh? I've seen some of those in my days. You just dive in anyway, you go for it. But right now, Zerat portal just hit down on the bottom side. Impact is just trying to get this turret. Zerat portal, no, it doesn't hold the minion wave. It will kill turrets, though. It does way more damage than before. They're looking for an opportunity.
Oh, flashes right out of the curtain call. Tries to get the shockwave in. It looks like they're going to get dropped on the top.
Oh,
there goes Ninja. There goes Hakuo. Jensen with that damage. 6-0. 7 on the Corki this game. The team's going to be able to pick up Baron hidden. in the brush by Contracts. Nobody saw it happen. Zerat, I should say, causing trouble in the bot lane. We'll have Apollo pick this up. And that turret, that's going to go down quick. They're going to split this probably just around the map since Cloud9 is strong enough. Coming in 11,000 gold here. 36 minutes into the game, they'll start topside.
Now Impact just clears out the jungle, just starts pulling people to the bottom side of the map because everybody's on that top side. He has teleport, so he could teleport into the top. He could teleport back down bottom. I do think he might hold the wave there. We'll see what happens with Cloud9 because they have priority here. He could TP in with Home Guard. See what he decides to do because he's still just sitting there on the pad.
Have to give it up.
There it is.
Contracts basically moving safety forward with this brush. Gotta love the Ivern.
Oh, and she's back. Daisy back up again. It's like a 2
Seraph's
or like
about to get
5-second
bopped.
overlap.
There he goes. Still focusing Seraph. See, Lyra can't even get on the side here. They try to go in. That's going to be Contracts as well. He'll be coming back up from the GA. Jensen's damage is gone. And Envy still has to turn. Apollo firing from the back, dodging deadly flourishes. Seraph is saying, fire over my shoulders, guys. Pie to the face. Hit him where you can. And they're just on the fountain. Envy can't do much. Cloud9 has amassed such a lead. Envy can only find safety on the fountain, trying to come out for one last fight. Envy, Ninja throwing in the clockwork windups. Apollo just behind him as well. They're doing everything they can, holding their breath. They save the base just because of the fact that there aren't enough minions to win it right now, but Cloud9 is only going to come back stronger.
Yep, Elder Dragon about to come up as well, so Cloud9 can back. They can start making their way towards that if they do want to put that last little nail in the coffin. Seraph goes forward. He actually flashes and twisted advances onto Jensen, gets the ball onto him, and then that's the shockwave that comes through. Contracts has his GA pop. He was trying to save Jensen there, maybe get a locket off or at least assist him. But Jensen goes down, but then there's just the cleanup on the back line like you were talking about. There's Hakuo's gone at that moment, and there's just nobody to really assist in the damage at that point with Apollo zoned off too.
What a nice engage coming from Seraph and Ninja there. The team had the right idea. Cloud9 again, keeping themselves spread in the fight. So
looking for the shockwave.
You only get a few people. He's hiding it.
They're trying.
I wonder if they can still
go down. He got it.
Shockwave, the Elder Dragon over to Envy. They got to get back to their base and hold this off. It's going to be Lyra. It's going to be the rest of the team. They will be all right. Huge play coming out of Ninja on the Orianna.
Yeah, you can put it in a bush, you can hide it, but the ball is still going to give vision. So he puts it in the shockwave. Ninja coming up big there. Also a little bit of assistance there from Lyra. They tried to make sure that their burst was at the same time. You can see that's still going to give him vision there. Even with all of the plants hitting it, they're just doing this damage. Wow. Okay, that was Sneaky critting it for 1,100. So Sneaky did more than a smite would have, and it put it in range of the shockwave there. That just did 100 damage for the cleanup.
That's amazing chance too, because shockwave has the spin up before it actually hits. So you can hear, a lot of people hear that be able to flash out.
Yeah, you want a shockwave W right there and try to do enough damage, but Sneaky, that's not the jungler's fault. I'm not putting that on the jungler. Sneaky did the most damage. It's the person that does the most damage. It's their fault.
So he's a courteous Sneaky. There you go. Very courteous of him. All right, so it's a little bit of life in Envy now with this Elder. The Baron minions are still going to be incredibly hard. Apollo's not going to be able to clear him too fast, and this turret is going down. Curtain Call is going to drop them back. It may just give them enough time to drop the inhibitor before the Home Guard heal even comes up on Apollo. Yep. And it will be. Just coming up on 40 minutes. That's about the last bit Cloud9 has to do, except for the mid turret here as they make their way there.
And already is a Zerat portal that was pushed up by Impact, so it's relatively close. You can see you want to put it about this distance away because they just die so quickly based on distance traveled. And they also die in one shot now, so it's a good change. It just helps people who are already at turrets kill turrets if they're split pushers, like the Shen, instead of just holding and stalling the wave because they have very low HP. But they deal a ton of damage to these turrets. And you can see Impact, he's doing a thing where you don't group up with your team, you split push and just assist waves in because somebody either has to deal with you, or if they try to 5-man your mid and your mid lane just pushes up, you just get a good flank. You can walk in, you can get a taunt onto their back line. You threaten them from 2 angles, the front and from the back or from the right side if you're Impact.
Muramana finished 40 minutes in here. Gonna activate that one. Maybe one of the final fights. He's gonna try to put it onto Ninja and Seraph. Third hit pop up. One more for that. Can't get it in. Great curtain call from the backside, but Envy's actually holding off the minions as well as damage to the turret here. Got to care about bot side. Things are going to only get harder if this top wave can enter the base along with this bot one.
So looking at items purchased, the Knight's Vow comes through for Impact, and he put it onto Jensen. So the Knight's Vow will make it so that the person, when they deal damage, doesn't matter what type of damage, you can put it on a mage, you can put it on whoever your highest damage dealer is, it heals you for the amount. For about 12%, I believe, was the number that's on it. And then you also take their damage. So you take 12% of their damage. It is dealt to you as true damage, though. So you do have to be a little bit wary of that. If they're like putting it on another tank or something, you'll be taking more damage because it's not mitigated. But it is very, very good at making sure that Jensen stays alive, which is one of the win conditions, or one of the ways that you ruin the win conditions of Cloud9 is if NB get a shockwave like before and they blow up Jensen, they have no time to react. So this gives them a little bit more time to get a shield on him, get a locket shield on him, whatever it takes to keep Jensen up. So I like that from Impact, but he does have to be close to actually absorb that damage.
Getting to that point, elixirs just about in every inventory. We saw Lyra had Elixir of Wrath on. Sorcery there for Ninja. Give himself a little bit more punch through his attacks. And I'm sure Cloud9's doing that as well, since full items, they have nothing else they can put in their inventory. A few more scrying orbs popping out for them so they can keep vision on the map. NV looking for a good shockwave. Hakuo has been trying to get himself to the side of these fights next to the wall, almost getting caught by a few deadly flourishes. So eyes on Hakuo here to start. Obviously going to be that long teleport in from Seraph, so as well the shockwave could from Ninja make this fight turn in their favor.
Yep, but this is a Baron that Cloud9 have complete control of the area for. There's no vision anywhere close to it for Envy, and they still have that bottom inhibitor down. If they leave, Drop Portal is available.
The bushes. 1v5 Impact. Here he goes.
Yep. Oh yeah. Now he's just buying time. This is the Impact special waste time, and that's going to be the Baron.
That's going to be Chain of Corruption as well. Little CC loss for the fight as they come in, and they will sweep their way top side down in. Hit that inhibitor. Looks like Jensen's going to be the one to push down mid lane, and Cloud9 looking to put the final touches on here. Given a pretty tough run by Envy coming throughout the game, especially after game one, Envy was able to turn some things around here, but Cloud9 still finding that high caliber of play towards the mid game, putting it in their favor. Now look for this inhibitor and mid lane.
Trying to get those inhibitors down. Impact on the bottom side. I believe he placed his Drop Portal right by the inhibitor, so he's just having waves push in. Lyra has to answer. And meanwhile, Daisy is just smacking away on minions. They're getting that inhib slowly but surely on the top side. Contract's laying down bushes, so he has those ranged attacks. And now they're just going to focus mid again. The Drop Portal actually got picked up there, so yep. That's a pretty good KDA. It's getting better too, because this game so far he's in 8.0. And he's 100 CS up over Seraph. There goes Daisy, just getting damage on the turret. They're trying to zone, trying to get some smacks on these turrets. You take this one down, it's just that inhibitor.
Seraph actually has the ball on him. They're waiting for an engage if they can get a group up of Cloud9, but still they stay spread. Top left side might be that entry, but you have Edge of Night locking him out. Hakuo gets taken out. Bullet Time shreds through the team as Impact locks them down. Vengeful Maelstrom was there as well, just leaving Cloud9 extremely healthy. Beautiful job. Seraph could not help the team out whatsoever. Impact in, Impact out, and it looks like they're going to be going for the Nexus turrets now. 21-7. Cloud9 finding their way all the way to the Nexus. This time it took them a few on the base sentry, but they do find the win. They do find the 2-0. Cloud9 taking down Envy.
Cloud9 still undefeated. The team to beat in the NALCS has not been touched yet.
It looked a little different this time too. Contracts coming in on the Ivern. A few of the other champion picks are always something we see here. The Shen, the Corki, those are tried and true to the Cloud9 composition, but they can continuously work around these different picks. Continuously with contracts, which continues once again to impress me.
Yeah, contracts showing a bit of flexibility there. The Ivern being pulled out, going for the utility build like you would on Ivern, but also supporting his team, which 100 CS up for Jensen in the mid lane. A little bit more than that. 100 CS up for Impact in the top lane. They really did crush this game. And Cloud9 right now is like, all right, going 5-0 so far. Where does it end? Where does it start catching up to them? Because right now, you look at the other teams, like Cloud9 definitely looks the cleanest right now. and they only seem to be improving and diversifying. They aren't staying in that same style that we've seen some top teams just continue to do. This game was a little bit rough against Envy because Envy had a lead at one point, but where does Cloud9 get stopped? Or do they?
Or do they?
Find out next time on the NALCS.
Same back channel. It has been quite the season start for them. We've seen this from Cloud9 before, and usually has been an organization to at least hold a bit of that consistency. So I don't think we should expect to see them drop from the top anytime soon. Envy trying to climb that ladder, as you said, showing a little bit better throughout these games, and definitely to take notice that they gave Cloud9 a hard time. And I'm sure they'll be looking at that as well to see where they went right and then quickly where it went wrong. It was a bit of that unfortunate play where we'd see Jensen or Contracts go in for a play and walk out with 100, and then they turn that around and kill 3 members of Envy. Now, obviously, that means there's a problem with the engagement or what happened, but it's something to look at.
Yeah, and I think that this is a really great example to kind of extrapolate from. You see, like, oh, when a gold player versus like a challenger player, the big difference is like, oh, he doesn't know how to do this or this or this. There's like really big ticket things. But when you look at a game like this and you're just like, okay, the difference here is like Envy, if you played these guys in solo queue as 5 members, you would probably just get crushed, right? Or if you had a 5-man team, you'd probably get crushed, right?
Guaranteed.
But then they're like, okay, we're really good. There's slight optimizations that you see Cloud9 do instead. They take the bottom turret and then Envy don't go top. Right. They start going back and forth. They lose their top turret. If that's Cloud9, we saw Cloud9 take top turret, then they put their Maokai in the bottom lane in game 1. Optimization there. The teleport.
The speed of placement.
The wards,
yeah.
Exactly. The fact that they were like, okay, we've done this before, place the ward down.
And there were multiple.
Exactly. Everybody was trying to contribute there. That's all they needed is a ward down, slight optimization in the way that they got into the fight, right? So Envy were kind of winning those fights until that happened. So Envy kind of got baited in, but I think that these are things that they can look at and just be like, okay, we just need to tighten this up here. Make sure that it's a little bit better. And Envy, I'm excited to see because they have definitely grown a lot in this last week. Their macro looks okay. There's still optimizations, like I said, they need to make, but it doesn't look like a complete disaster like it did before.
Nope, they should be able to make the changes, and Cloud9 looking better than ever. For a first-hand account, let's hear from Kobe, who's joined by Cloud9's man in the mid lane.
That's right. Jensen here after their victory. Congratulations on keeping the win streak alive. Let's check back in because at the beginning of the season, you guys were all super excited about Contracts, bringing him in and integrating him into the team. How is that integration working out for you guys?
Obviously, it's been going pretty good so far because we've been winning all our matches. And it's been really easy, I'd say, because he's really easy to work with, and he already had a pretty good understanding of the game. Sometimes he gets a bit too aggressive, but I think overall he's been performing really well.
We also heard on some of the listen-ins that Smoothie's talking a lot more, being pretty vocal. How has the shot calling kind of developed? Do you guys have a main person for any area of the game, or is it still kind of a democratic thing?
I would say we all kind of talk. When it comes to macro and side lane pressure and stuff, it's mainly me and Impact because we usually go to side lanes, and I tend to call when I go like split pushing and stuff. But overall, I think we all like have our role, but Smoothie mostly talks and fights, but overall we all like just have something to say when it comes to macro and shot calling.
As for Contracts, is it mostly him telling you guys what area he wants to go to, or are you saying, hey, I need a gank?
I would say it's a mix of both. If there's a good gank opportunity, I'll call it, or if he wants to go invade or something, he'll call it, or if we just as a team thinks it's good to go somewhere, we'll just all say something.
Well, it is working out for you, as you said. Coming up next for you guys is going to be Echo Fox. You specifically are going to be playing against Froggen. Are you one of those European mid laners that looked up to him in the old days? He has a lot of history, or is it just another match?
I would say it's just another match. Obviously, he has a good past, like been the top player back in like season 2 and such, but I never really like thought of him as a threat, so I'm not really too worried.
What about his form right now? Is it going to be a pretty even match or another clapping?
I would say it's going to be pretty one-sided.
All right. Well, confidence here for Cloud9 and deserved. They are the team to beat, as you said. We're going to send it back over to Zyrene as well as Riv.
Thank you very much, Kobe. Great interviews on the day. And as we said, another win coming in for Cloud9. Player of the game honors once again going to Impact. This guy has just been able to take his lane down, dominate from his lane, produce results across the map as well, while Also, Flame Horizoning once again.
Yeah, it was very close between Impact and Jensen because they both do a lot of the split pushing, and they both had 100 CS up over their opponent. But I think that for the tipping point, it was that Impact really just, he applied the pressure that they had to answer to on the enemy team. That's a little bit of the pick, but that's also a little bit of his play style because we'd seen the matchup previously go the other way. And I think that he did a lot with a little bit less than what Jensen was handed. So Impact, player of the game, but he is just playing phenomenally well and is a big part, as well as the rest of the team coming together, that this is why this squad is undefeated at the moment, and they're the ones to take down.
Yeah, we just heard that communication is Jensen and Impact, the two guys that are still crushing. So to get those results as well as have their mind on communication, it's going to be pretty crazy to shut those solo lanes down. Now let's send it over to NALCS 1 for some bonus coverage as Fox and Team Liquid face off in Game 2.
Doesn't have ultimate either. He's bringing only Arcadian and his kid still working on the bot out. So Team Liquid kind of bamboozling Echo Fox here, able to take a second turret in about as many minutes. Change of plan seems to be working out well.
2 turrets I feel like Echo Fox just thought they were going to back off, but welcome everyone from NALCS 2 who are just joining us in this series.
Golden Glue eating some damage there from Froggen. Does manage to get the E chilled. Wants a little corky. Arcadian flying through the jungle, but Liquid's going to be stranded in that top part of the map for a long while, so we'll see what Team Liquid do next. Seems that level 1 didn't go too well, so instead looking to make things happen in the early game with a very smart rotation. Echo Fox not quite expecting it, despite the fact that we've been praising a lot of elements of the macro game. I'll say particularly when ahead.
I don't even know if he's going to get this turret. I don't think he does.
Not on this wave. Needs a bit of help.
That's pretty rough. I mean, going 0 for 2 on a turret trade without any kills or anything, and Acadian now could get caught out.
Oh, he flashed into the pushback there. Now going to get channeled. Froggen going to try and stun it up. That's going to force Golden Glue away, but cooldown's burnt, and Golden Glue just had to use the exhaust in the package.
Yeah, that's a good ultimate in from Looper to save his teammate, but nice play from Golden Glue making something happen as he catches Acadian counter jungling with the package, easily able to bully him out, and this is something we've seen Bjergsen doing a lot of. When you get the package, the roams to other lanes are so telegraphed, but you can just kind of walk into the jungle and look for your opposing jungler. You're almost always going to be able to win that 1v1 with the package. You can go very, very aggressive, and if you don't find them, you go right back to lane.
That's what Golden Glue's done now, so he'll be happy with the trade he got there, despite not picking up extra gold for himself. Froggen locking him in. Not too much damage there to Golden Glue. He's got a nice early Hex Drinker. Should be pretty safe in the 1v1 for now, as Froggen's just got mana items as far as the early stats go. Keith, in the meantime, sweeping things out with the arrow, but again, that turret's low, but it's not down, and Looper is finally pushing the minion wave back towards Lolo. He's going to have a lot of juicy minions to collect.
He certainly will. I think Echo Fox really will want to try to force something on the bot side and at least collect some of that turret gold, because that turret is very, very low, and you do not want to have all this standing gold. Let your opponents really get better item buys and be at these breakpoints earlier, because they can look for fights around that.
But dodging that spear as Woods is getting cleared out here for Echo Fox. There could be Mountain Drake again. The Fox are looking for Looper with some sort of big fight. Teams have the possibility to get down there, but another sneaky word from TL is going to watch them going by the river. Golden Glue again locked in, not taking too much damage, really being helped up by the early itemization. But Echo Fox is setting up something here. Is it a dive or is it the Drake? We'll have to find out soon.
Yeah, they really want to control the vision around the dragon, and they are doing that. And although Golden Glue is not taking too much damage from these trades, he's like an early power spike champion against Anivia.
And that's a really nice wall from Froggen, actually going to force the flash from Golden Glue. So all of a sudden, yeah.
I mean, when it's like, oh great, he didn't take that much damage. Okay, cool, he has a Hex Drinker. Hex Drinker is super powerful early laning item. Tier and a Mana Crystal is not, right? Like, you're supposed to be smashing this guy at this point.
Well, Froggen up in CS, and now went back for a bit of extra AP, so blasting one, building into that Rod of Ages means Anivia's only going to get better. She scales on with that mana. Drake being left alone for now. Lolo actually rotated down for the potential fight that was breaking out, which I like. But Looper, again, getting all that free time. It takes a lot to push the wave back in, and he is going to feel pretty unsafe, but Fox have covered well with some early vision, making sure nothing bad happens to Looper. And if they're drawing everyone to this bottom side of the map, Looper's actually pretty confident that he can stay here despite how long the lane is and still continue to safely pick up farm.
He definitely can, and you can see he wants to go towards the Tiamat very likely with that longsword. May not fully complete the Titanic Hydra, but at least wants to grab this component to help speed up the pushing. I also think that the Zerat portal is a fantastic way to do that also.
I honestly kind of feel like it's a better option. It takes down the turrets so quickly. Even with a Titanic, Shen does not kill turrets quickly. But with a Zerat portal, you can use it defensively in a pinch. And if you actually get ignored and get up to that turret, it kills the turrets very quickly.
See if Looper does go for that. Is his team out for now though, so certainly smart early choice as far as pushing the waves out. Turret also went down to Froggen, who was busy hanging out in the side waves. Keith rotated back in the mid lane once more to kind of collect the safer farm for himself. And Team Liquid actually in position to start up this objective. Echo Fox likely want to fight them for it, but mistimed on the recalls by the looks of things. Echo Fox have knowledge, but not sure they can get in contest.
Yeah, they're just going to give it up. I mean, Froggen completed that base. They did get the bot lane turret. He wants to buy up his row. He wants to spend his gold. They're not in position, so there's no real reason to force it, especially against some of these early, stronger champions. You know, these people who are going to be ready to go right away. The Corki, the Kazakhs, all very, very strong right off the bat, and Matt on the Zyra at level 6 is going to be really powerful here too. So I think it's the correct choice from Echo Fox, but it's a good job by TL to get advantages where they can.
Well, Keith again continuing to farm that out. Froggen's going to take his own blue buff. There we go, needs a little bit extra. Now actually moving to the top lane. Now this is something it could be a bit more dangerous for Froggen, but I think he'll just take the farm and back away. We're actually going to send Looper to the bottom side of the map now, contend with Golden Glue, who's in a 1v1. And there is certainly this option for Echo Fox. They don't have 2 teleports, but they do have a good amount of map mobility with the Tahm Kench and, of course, the Shen ulti plus TP. So look for them to really stretch TL across these lanes and get farm and then hopefully take some turret advantages as well.
And one of the things that you have to remember as far as Froggen being safe in the side lanes is that Stand United, right? So who is going to come and kill him 1v1? You know, probably not anyone. Who is going to win the 2v2? You know, who's going to win the 2v2 against him and the Shen? So they're pretty confident that they are going to be safe in that regard, but Golden Glue getting advantages here on the bot lane.
Yeah, it looks like Froggen actually just trying to open up the map and accelerate the goal that they're looking to get. I mean, mid lane turret's going to be the big one, but if Froggen can actually knock that turret down, he'll give his team some gold that I think they were going to get eventually, but looked really difficult to get given how long that lane was. So I don't mind these assignments. Obviously, Looper can't really stand against 1v1 versus Golden Glue, let alone 1v3.
Yeah, what I do mind is the slow reactions to the continued push from Echo Fox. You know, we did praise them a lot for the rotations, and these
it was a bait!
Slow.
Yep, Gate's going in there, ulti from Varus is good, but Lolo
nice
gonna have to eat his... Gate's gonna have to eat his carry as Lolo dived in, excuse me. Matt's still here, Piglet looking for an arrow, but TL don't feel too safe, a little blind. Gonna back away from the bottom lane.
Acadian up here to keep pushing in that top lane. Does have red buff. Will be able to do quite a bit of damage, especially with the attack speed bonus from that heal. Primal Surge, I think it's called. But we'll not be able to actually take it down. Either way, Echo Fox does have to show some respect to the pushing power of TL. You know, the fact that they slipped up in the top side, gave up those 2 turrets, hasn't really ended up mattering too much. But you do need to rotate and give Looper that support, because not only is he giving up turret damage, he's giving up XP.
Ooh, Piglet, that's a very greedy recall. Does flush out of the stun, which is good because he would have died otherwise.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Froggen always plays along those walls and looks for these picks, and just even that small play would have zeroed out the AD carry.
Might even do a bit more here as they're actually sieging onto the mid lane turret. Wall goes up, poke starts in, Arcadian.
Golden Glue's coming down with package, remember. May look for the engage.
TP from Lolo, Echo
They
Fox.
want it.
I think they know. Now they're going to have to back away a bit more. Golden Glue diving straight in, but Froggen actually almost takes out Matt. Sandy United's going to join in. He's now turned into an egg with a Spirit's Refuge. He's going to keep the egg safe. Lolo, though, looking for the flank, and now they have to be careful. Froggen is going to get snared up, and there's first blood from Piglet. Now Echo Fox have to run back to that turret. Looper, the next one under siege, is forced to flash away.
And Froggen had his flash that whole time. Probably needed to blow it earlier. Even with that egg, you do not really get too protected. And we'll see if Echo Fox can hold on to these turrets. Minions are cleared out, but they are very low.
Yeah, Poke looks nice as Piglet actually ate a full spear, including the Runic Echo's proc from Arcadian. Rainova trying something here. He's gone invisible. He's going to leap in onto Arcadian. Golden Glue going to go over the wall with the Valkyrie. Rainova's going to leap out. He'll take the camp, but Arcadian does get away with his life.
Nice little try there from Rainover. I think he was spotted out by the Echo Fox ward, so Acadian was ready for it. Does not give up his life, but Golden Glue landing some nice poke here. Really is helping to kind of get them an edge as far as pushing in their opponents.
See Piglet also getting stronger. Looks like Zeal's on the way with the Essence Weaver already done. As Froggen moves his way back to the bottom lane again, collecting as much farm as possible. Lethality is out for Keith as well. Doesn't quite have the second item yet, but Ghostblade is nice and Tyr is stacking up. So things are looking decent here, and gold is almost even. TL up just about, not quite actually, 1,000 gold or so. Yeah. Looks like objectives are going to be the bigger deal here. Froggen checking the brush, puts a ward down, and Infernal Drake in 1:45 is the next spot.
I'd like to see Piglet looking for more arrows. It hasn't really felt like he's been throwing out hardly any this whole game. I think he maybe used one in that mid lane team fight, but that's it. And when you're going Essence Reaver, the whole point is basically your arrow. That's like why you have the character. You're building cooldown reduction to be able to spam out your abilities and look for those initiations. So I want to see them being proactive with it. Try to look for arrows. I mean, Keith is hanging out here in the mid lane. You hit that arrow, he's just dead.
Oh, there's an arrow straight onto Keith. Very nice pick as Piglet gets a rain over there. Gonna fall down to Arcadian on the other side of it. Gate snared up. He'll be okay.
Sidebar, what was Keith doing? I mean, he just walked up there. Gate wasn't even with him.
That's the problem, I'm telling you. Got to make sure Gate's ready to eat him up at all times.
That was silly.
It was. Well, Keith, it's going to cost him 10 more seconds. So he'll be back out into the rift very soon. Rainova will be up for the next Drake as well, so nothing too massively lost there, as people will reset for the objective, but always funny to watch here. And this mid lane siege, these picks will start to matter here, and Froggen setting up the trap again.
He's looking for Piglet. Let's see if he gets it.
Stun, not quite. Tried to lead him in, but the wall is good. That should be it, actually, as Piglet is going to fall down. Gate, make sure Arcadian gets in there, but Froggen with a solo kill.
Fool me once, shame on you.
Hello, Lolo. We're going to start a fight again, but Gate barely gets out. Goes into his soup shield. Ooh, Golden Glue wants the last few rockets. Might need to flash for it. Does go for. Big one's not enough. There's the shield. Ooh, that was enough.
That Trinity Force auto does so much damage. Looked like he might be okay with that gray health, but definitely not going to be the case. And this could net them a dragon if they're willing to go for it. But remember, Piglet will not be here. So Echo Fox is converging, but this is going down so fast.
Got Looper as well. Like Eddie is trying for the steal. He's going in for it, but he can't hop over the wall in time. Dragon goes over, so now Fox needs some picks. They find Rainover, they can see the Shiver. Stun is there, and that's a kill, Arcadian.
Nice kill there, but it did seem like Echo Fox was not on the same page. I mean, the Shen ult's coming in. Looper is obviously expecting Arcadian jump over that wall to go for the steal and to go aggressive, but he did not do it.
Looper caught out, didn't follow his team towards mid lane. He's pretty tanky, he's gonna try and run away, but he's been exhausted. Damage is still there. Looper is actually tanky enough for that to be okay. And Echo Fox make the smart end of the trade. They don't get the Drake, but they'll take the turret.
They have given up 2 dragons, but they are pushing in here on mid lane, and TL a little bit slow to respond. Piglet is moving over here. Remember, he still does not have his flash, so if he gets caught out, will be big trouble for him.
And just damage there. Wave's going to get cleared out, but TL managed to move the blue minions out from under the turret and keep it a little healthier. Good little push from Echo Fox. I think we're hoping for a pick to try and continue the siege, but not going to get it. Instead, we might just hit some recalls. Control ward's going to go down. And Arcadian going to try and steal away the Raptor camp here as Froggen heats up some honey fruit in a spare moment.
He will do it, and Arcadian has farmed pretty well this game, but it's actually Rainover who's still ahead, which is not really what you would expect to see, as Nidalee is such an incredible power farmer. So these two guys have been going pretty even. Difference here you see between Rainover's Kha'Zix and the one from Arcadian last game, he's going to evolve W second, so more about the poke, more about the wave clear, and kind of slows this sort of thing. Than actually, going in for those assassinations. And I think both with the build and the position he has in this game where he's not so ahead, it makes sense.
Well, turrets are even as Piglet's going to spot 3 members of Echo Fox trying to find a pick on him again.
That would have been the 3rd straight time. I mean, he got caught by it that time. It's oof.
Golden Glue top side now with the package. Can rejoin pretty quickly, as he's just going to ride this wave in and try and get some pressure happening. Looper doing the same thing on the bottom side, but Lolo is actually going to tangle with those minions. Stuns up the poor crab. He's going to get his team that bit of extra vision. And I mean, 1,000 gold up now for Echo Fox. In fact, significantly less than that as I check back up, only 600 ahead. And with those 2 Drakes up for TL, feels like they're holding the effective gold lead here. This game is much closer than game number 1. And TL, I think they've put the power they need it to be. And again, it will just be about how they executed the team. If they thought last game was kind of just an execution error, then they need to execute a little better. Piglet swinging a miss on that arrow. Golden Glue, though, was set up as well.
Yeah, Piglet and Golden Glue are in a position to carry here once more, right? Right back to kind of where we were last game, and it is execution. You have these guys on champions that can take over games, that can really carry the team fights, and you also have the protection in the front line of that Maokai to kind of help you to do it. And now they just have to be able to execute. But that said, Lorlo is actually really far behind in farm, like surprisingly far behind. It's not like he's been dying. It's not like he's really been getting focused heavily, but partly because they've been making these kind of 4 or 5 man rotations where Maokai has never gifted any of that farm. He is down quite a lot and won't necessarily be that insanely tanky wall you're used to seeing.
Yeah, not for a little while at least as Froggen gets exhausted. Matt Snipe with a chain of corruption. That's going to be a kill. Froggen collects that one. It's just Echo Fox finding picks and trying to convert into objectives.
I wonder if it is Froggen catching him out again. I mean, Keith did shoot out the Chains of Corruption, so not sure which actually initiated that pick. Either way, good one from Echo Fox. They're going to look to try to control vision around the Baron, start to set this up, and look for even more baits and kind of vision control.
Ooh, arrow hits Froggen. Wall does not quite tag Rainover.
DB coming in from Lorlo. They're looking for a fight here.
All right, they're going to try it. Froggen is going to ride in with Shen. Those Stands United going to complete. They're after Pickle. They want it. Spear's not going to land. Rainover's going to eat some poke. Golden Glue trying to fire back with some missiles of his own. They can now see Lolo going to have to be a little careful. TL really going to dive deep for this one. Golden Glue finds a couple of squishies with a bit of poke there. The big one lands. Flash on onto Golden Glue though. Spirit's Refuge is there. Froggen tries to find the re-snipe, but he doesn't quite get it. Now Gate going to have to eat up Looper. The Echobox need to run away. The poke is just back and forth. Matt flashes in. Nice route. Stranglethorns. Rainover looking back in again as Froggen turned into an egg. He'll be slain as that's 2 kills for nothing.
Echo Fox hung around a little bit too long there, and then Looper flashing forward with everyone low on health seemed way too aggressive, and TL may be able to get somewhat of an advantage off this.
Keith.
Oh, Lorlo wants it.
Gonna go for it. There's the flash. Rudy flashes back for it though. Keith's still gonna die to Piglet. The volley's enough for Arcadian. Oh, he wanted to be a hero, but he gets taken out instead.
Everyone is so low on TL, but none of them go down. It's a 4-for-0 for Team Liquid. That's exactly what they needed to try to snowball this game, and it looks like they're pinging onto the Baron. They want to go for it. They are very low on health, but they have Lorlo to tank.
It's really just Gate and
this is theirs.
Looper, sorry, who's now respawned. I mean, there's the TP in. Looper's going to try for something, but he can't even steal this. He's going to go into the pit and maybe just get himself killed. Wards instead and sees the bad news. TL secure Baron.
Good job by TL. Out a few thousand gold now off a good team fight here in the middle, and just look at how chunked out they are. A lot of credit has to go to Golden Glue nailing some ultimates in this fight. But then Looper flashes forward. His team is not really in a position to help him out. And look at the low health bars. They can't afford to really stick around in this fight. It should have been full retreat. It wasn't. And Matt capitalizes, flashing forward, nailing the route there onto 2. And that nets him a couple kills. And then Keith stays around too long. Gets caught by the flash, twisted advance from Lorlo, and he goes down as well.
Well, it's a couple thousand gold there for TL. We'll see if they can extend that lead significantly with the Baron, or if Echo Fox will be able to stymie that pressure. Drake is up in 13 seconds, and Echo Fox currently have a window. Looper going to get arrowed up. They're going to go for it. Gate getting taken down as well. He eats one, but that's not enough. He's now going to get snared as Golden Glue gets another. Looper knocked up by the Stranglethorns on the back end after being devoured. Rainover stunned, but that's not quite enough poke. Rainover takes a little more. Chain of Corruption hits Golden Glue and Matt, but fight's gonna just kind of wither out there. And TL looking to take the Drake.
Arcadian and Keith actually landing a lot of poke, and this could enable them to go for the fight. They are going to go now.
Arcadian's going to leap in. No, not quite. Need to cut somebody off. Froggen needs a big wall here. Or that needs to happen. Wall looking for it. Stun, not quite. Golden Glue Valkyrie's out of the way. Echo Fox is going to try and take the Infernal Drake away instead. They really need to even these up, and they will be able to.
That was really well played from Keith and Arcadian there, nailing a lot of poke, enabling them to push TL out of the fight and getting that Infernal back.
Piglet, you're crazy! Actually, blast coned over to try and take out Looper. Arcadian's not going to chase him down. Piglet, a bit smarter than that. It's not going to keep the chase up, but very bloodthirsty for Piglet this game. 4-1 and 2 already, looking to really step up and be the carry.
Yeah, so far so good. Golden Glue and Piglet have been performing. Golden Glue really has been good at threading those rockets back onto the squishies in the team fights, and needs to continue having this level of performance because this is a team that really can stall out and scale up very heavily. Nivea is famous for having those really long games where you just stall out forever.
Yep, spear gonna miss for Arcadian. Turret's gonna fall, and Team Liquid now 5,000 gold ahead. And maybe growing as they're actually assaulting the bottom lane tier 2 as well. Echo Fox playing defensively, trying to get picks where they can, but you're really at the mercy of the team with the Baron buff, and Team Liquid playing very well from ahead at this stage as Golden Glue packages his way out towards the red buff. Probably just running out. It's going to take the buff for himself as well. Team Liquid take full control of this bottom side of the map. And now going to reset, maybe try and push down that top side, which is got a big wave of minions and still inhibitor turret to hit because they lost 2 turrets very early in this game, did old Echo Fox.
They definitely did, and they took out every outer now really extending that gold lead. And we're kind of seeing the struggles of Nidalee from behind, right? What is Acadian really doing here besides just throwing the occasional spear?
Gate snared up. Arrow's going to land in. Looper finds Lolo, though. Good refuge, not blocking quite enough, and now he's going to be squishy. Gate eats him up. That should get him out to safety, but tank is low, support is low. Snipe's not there from the missiles. Golden Glue, though, stunned up by Froggen. Means he's almost going to go down. Huge hero play there from the Anivia, and Golden Glue is a little too far forward.
It's the poke. It really is what is keeping Echo Fox into this game. You know, Keith and Acadian need to keep throwing those spears through, hitting those piercing arrows, and Froggen really has to protect his team from any dives. If the other team overcommits, he needs to be the one pushing them back, pushing them out with the wall, stunning them up, and really disengaging and separating the fight. And so far, they have been able to do that, but TL has not overextended and has taken the edges where they can get them.
Well, Baron buff about to drop off, so the assault will stop for now as Echo Fox will have to regroup. We've got, looks like another Infernal Drake on the table, so it could be a 2-for-1 advantage as far as that objective goes. Echo Fox may be looking to collect their second Drake in a couple minutes when that objective rolls around. For now, though, they've kind of stopped the bleeding. Didn't lose any inhibitor turrets, which is nice, but Team Liquid now have a whole huge section of the map to play with. And at this point, you have to think they're enough ahead. Their comp looks like it's pretty decent. They've got the Maokai in case they get into team fights. They really should be just fine moving through this game. And now it's about, again, executing and finishing this game out cleanly.
Exactly. They have all the tools they could ever really need to close out a game. They have the gold lead. They have a very strong composition. You can see GAs are being bought up for Reignover and Lorlo. They're working towards those, and that may be kind of the go sign when they actually complete those GAs, allowing Kha'Zix and the Maokai to really dive deep. Having those 2 extra lives in a fight when your opponents are going to have no GAs could be what allows them to dive deep and close out a game.
And I think on the other side for Echo Fox, despite being behind, how they lose or win this game, depending on what happens, I still want to watch how they go about it. Are they going to continue to make decisive plays and be aggressive? Will they use their comp intelligently? Because even in losses, we've credited Echo Fox for strong play. And again, kind of behind here in this one, they'll have to show us that, like, you know what, we can still make that big moments happen when we need to as a team and make a comeback victory. TL going to be looking to make sure that does not happen. As Golden Glue caught out, that's really bad news.
Definitely not what you want to have happen. You know, Golden Glue caught, split pushing there, gives up his flash as well, which means he is going to be susceptible. But it did cost Echo Fox quite a lot. 3 summoners as well as the ultimate. Acadian looking to chase down on Lorlo.
Those plants doing a lot of damage. Yeah. We do have the Leandry's finish for Matt. Echo Fox, though, they've got a power play for 30 more seconds. They're going to go straight for some turrets.
Yeah, I mean, Golden Glue is really one of the strongest members right now with that IE and the Triforce. They're going to at least get this mid lane turret, especially because Piglet was really slow to base. And they could theoretically go for even more, try to push in towards that inner. But I'd be more expecting them to see them get vision around Baron, push up top lane, kind of get control of their waves.
Setting up for the next objective, waiting for Looper's ult to come back off cooldown. Another trap's being set. Ghostblade popped. Lolo not the best target, so not going to go for that one. Froggen going to cut him off. Nice twisted advance, gets him out under the wall.
That was actually a Looper TP there. So they were looking to commit pretty heavily to that fight. Does get canceled out. But Lorlo is going to have the global advantage for some time for now. And here's this fight once again. Let's see how it happens. So Golden Glue, the arrow already missed, and he jumps forward into a losing fight, and this is where he has realized his mistake as the commitment goes in. And that's just a straight-up mistake. That arrow was not going to hit. If it hits, sure, you Valk in, but you do that after it hits.
Yeah, not quite on the same page, perhaps, and Golden Glue not being impatient. Froggen does manage to get the counter kill, burns his flash as well, but still
Ghost.
Net positive for Echo Fox. 15 seconds till the Baron's back up. Looper's ultimate's going to take a little while longer. It was 80 seconds until it was back up when that replay started. So he's going to have to wait a little while longer, but shouldn't be too much further. In fact, he's sticking with his team because they know they really just want to threaten the Baron. It's up now, so Echo Fox might just try and make that big decisive play.
You also have to know you can't afford to actually get caught out, separated from your team this late in the game, because that means Baron for sure, and perhaps even the game end, depending where that fight happens.
Reignover knows this. He leaps out of the way. Managed to get over Froggen's wall once again. And those GAs are completed on the Team Liquid side, so feeling a little bit better about maybe getting picked off. And Team Liquid, again, if they're going to have that one big fight to close out the game, it's kind of approaching right now.
It certainly is, and with the Infernal Dragon coming up, does Echo Fox have the confidence to actually challenge for this into the 2 GAs? It looks like their option is to threaten the Baron, but I think that the Infernal is going to be gone too fast. I don't actually think they can get anything here.
More Infernal going to stay for Reignover, and Echo Fox don't have Scuttlecrab vision, so that's going to be double Infernal now for Team Liquid. Renova able to solo that one very easily, and Piglet's even going to steal away the red buff.
They kind of have the inside track here, too.
Low, walled up. Look pretty tanky, though. Chain of Corruption gets used, actually, but tags Rainova. Not going to get snared. Golden Glue just firing, poking to the left-hand side of the fight. And Piglet has his arrow, might be looking to fire it, probably not onto Lupa, but he'll rejoin his team, get some vision with the Hawkshot and Echo Fox. All of a sudden, back in their base, looking to defend a push, and now TL faking back
Piglet, he's looking.
Towards Baron. Froggen, no flash, but he's got Ghost, he's going to pop it.
Piglet's the Abyssal Void coming in. Piglet may be caught out here.
Flash from Gate. Who's he brought? He's brought Keith again. There's the flash up. Gate flashes into the arrow, but there's a slow from the lick.
The Baron's being rushed. The Baron's being rushed.
Piglet's going down, but the Baron looks to go down. TL should be able to trade it here. But Piglet not going to get it. Dead for 45 seconds. Rough trade for Team Liquid.
No, I would say that's a big win for Team Liquid, actually. I mean, you give up a kill. Sure, it sucks that the Summoners are down and Piglet got picked off, but you will take Baron for a kill for sure, as far as gold advantages and the fact that they can push here. The only way this really goes Echo Fox positive is if they can take something before Piglet gets back up, but their minion waves are not in the position to do it.
No, they've been pushed in pretty consistently since the 6 turrets have fallen on their side. Team Liquid have really had the map advantage for, I'm going to say, that at least the last 10 minutes. You can see that manifest in the control of the objectives. They got the next Infernal. They got the Baron buff very cleanly, despite the fact that, yes, Piglet will not get it and did go down. Golden Glue still back in the side wave, going to Baron up those minions and really start to try and do some damage. And we saw TL, they got a bit further ahead with the Baron, but they didn't decisively move into a point where they could end the game. This second Baron, with the second Infernal, should be the point where you say, okay, this is the best possible position to maneuver into a point in the game, or we're going to try and win it.
Yeah.
Yes, if you get a big fight, you can win and just kind of roll into the base, but Team Liquid should be thinking, this game should be ours. How do we go about finishing it?
Exactly. They really have everything now. If you're waiting any longer at this point, I think it's to your own detriment. They're upping gold. They have double Infernal. They have the Baron. Every outer is down. You must crack the base at this point, or you do kind of risk giving Echo Fox more opportunities to get back into this game as they are scaling up.
And Echo Fox just haven't quite found a spot they've liked, it seems like. I mean, trying to play around the objectives, but TL have beaten them around the map as far as macro goes. Picks haven't been happening. TL have been playing a little bit better defensively, although Piglet notwithstanding for that last trade, which was, like you said, was pretty good for TL overall. I mean, they're sticking together. They know they need to play their comp carefully and look for the smart team fight. Lupa's going to tie up Lolo, and the poke's going to fire in, but these minions are the real problem.
They really are, and the fact of the matter is, they have really good wave clear, but it's very difficult to actually clear out the minions fast enough. And look at how Golden Glue, a couple autos, and that turret just lost about 80% of its health. The Triforce autos from Corki at this point are ridiculous.
Baited out the ultimate from Keith as well, so that's going to be down for a little next while. Piglet eats a big spear. Catches that one straight in the face. But again, he'll heal up, not too bad.
And Keith took one auto to the face, lost half his health.
That's
the Golden Glue there.
Ooh, Golden Glue back that again. Rainova wants it. Froggen pops his Seraphs. And the ulti actually used by Lupa. Lupa maybe looking for another big flash as Lolo TPs his way over. Didn't go too far, but needs to join his team for the potential team fight.
And Keith is pretty low here. Froggen blew his Seraphs, so that is one of his big kind of defensive tools that he has. And that shield is not going to be up for the next team fight. So it's tough because Fox needs to stick around if they want to hold on to this inhibitor, and they don't want to allow their base to be cracked as a siege composition like this. So they're trying desperately to hold on.
Yeah, they're trying to poke again, but they really want to hold on to this turret if they can. The whole Gardener plants, though.
Lolo
gets stunned. He's taking a little too much. Froggen tries to finish him off, but he doesn't pop the GA. TL struggling to really complete this siege, but they don't lose anyone.
They don't lose anyone, but Echo Fox doesn't lose the turret. And with 80% of the health of the turret going down in the first couple seconds of that siege, they did a commendable job to hold on to that. And that is a lot of the Baron timer gone. So really good job. It didn't actually cost them any summoners either. The TP is now down for Lorlo, so Shen can start trying to push out the side lanes, has his TP available, and they can start trying to regain control.
Well, TL, but Baron about to run out here, so in fact, it's dropped off.
Didn't get anything.
I don't think he got it. He's going to instead pop the Scryer's Bloom, and we'll have to look to Elder Dragon as our next major objective. Up in a minute 30, Golden Glue up to his old tricks here in bottom lane with the package, trying to hope somebody sticks their face out a little too far. He's very strong in the Corki, almost full build. There's maybe an item and a half to go. Level 18, I mean, things are going well for him. But the rest of the team's collapsing here for Echo Fox, and Golden Glue does not want to get himself picked up a minute before a major objective.
I mean, if he shows himself bot lane now, there's no big objective to trade, and he just showed himself. They could look for the Abyssal Voyage, but they don't know where the rest of the team is, And that is kind of what that ping is. They're pinging the tri-bush saying, hey, they could be lying in wait for this. It could be a bait. It's not in this case, but you have to show that respect to your opponents.
Yeah, smart stuff from Echo Fox. Again, making the safe play and just continuing to clean their waves out. Team Liquid did not crack the base with that second Baron, so despite all the setup, they're going to have to try again, whether it's with this siege that they're potentially starting or the fight for this objective that they're looking to. Elder Dragon up in under 40 seconds now. Golden Glue's gone back. He's finished his 4th item, and Echo Fox are pushing out. They're going to try and get the waves back in their favor, but they have to know that this Dragon is TL's next objective.
They really do, and if you take a look at Froggen now, he's almost full build. Like, this is a very strong Anivia, and Lorlo looks like he wants a fight. Remember, they still do have the 2 GA advantage, but they need to have a good initiation. Lorlo goes in.
Yeah, onto Looper. That's not where he wants to be. The poke is good from Golden Glue. The teams that are trading poke back and forth as Lorlo gets cut off again. That Chain of Corruption is going to miss, and TL is eating the wrong end of the poke here in the trade. Redemption's going to heal up Echo Fox. They have a health advantage now.
A big health advantage here, and Looper has his flash. You can look for him to make a play.
Ooh, Rainover! Not quite
Didn't
cut off
have
by the
vision,
wall. Yeah, needed a little more. TL, though, kind of gave up their spot on this objective, and their waves are not pushing in their favor. Lorlo, you are so lucky to not die, but Matt gets stunned. There's the snipe from Keith. 5v4 for Echo Fox now, and Golden Glue. Oh, he had to get out.
And Golden Glue gets chunked out. Lorlo doesn't have his TP, so they can start this right up if they want to. Remember, Rainover still on the side. 2 GAs available. Golden Glue and Piglet must be big in this fight.
They see Rainover, though. They're going to try and zone him out. He's stealing away the honey fruit, but Gate just needs to zone him. Golden Glue look for Froggen, but the Staying United's there. Sarah's going to pop as well as Rainover goes in, but he almost gets stunned. Stun's barely going to miss him.
The Dragon's still doing damage to these guys. It's actually on Keith now. Lorlo's going in.
He wants it. He's got his health back, but Rainover's going to try and go back in for it. Keith has to flash. Huge damage from Golden Glue. Almost sees him picked off. Looper a little too low as Rainover gets the kill. His GA will be popped, but Golden Glue is chasing in. He wants Froggen, but Acadian takes him down. Golden Glue dead. Piglet now back into the fight as Lawler's GA is going to be the next one to pop Froggen. Turned into an egg.
They need to defend the egg.
No help worth to play with him. Froggen's going to die. There's a triple for Rainover. Piglet gets the other, and that's an ace for Team Liquid.
What an insane fight between these two teams. They do get both the GAs, but how huge were those? Both these two guys end up alive at the end of the fight. They will claim the Elder Dragon, and that will be their window to try to again look to close out this game. Such an insane fight. Very, very close. Came down to the wire. A couple missed skill shots at the end. Kind of hurt Echo Fox.
Preparation awards them, though. They won't lose too much here, but let's watch this again.
And nice arrow does start out onto Froggen. And part of the problem here is that Echo Fox is tanking this Elder Dragon for so long. At which point do you stop doing this? Look at Keith. He takes 1 shots. He takes 2 shots. He takes 3 shots from the Elder Dragon. That was 30-40% of his health gone there, which really was a big mistake. They needed to move off that Dragon earlier in the fight. And in the bottom left, you can see TL claiming the Baron there as well. This was an insane fight.
Such a good leap there from Rainover. So it gets over Froggen's ulti, and then that egg's pretty much it for the back end of this fight.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't have the health to actually defend Froggen in his egg, and I mean, now Elder and Baron. Echo Fox held off against the Baron last time, didn't even give up that inhibitor turret, but it is really low, and they have the Elder Dragon true damage buff to contest with, so that's going to be very tough.
Yeah, double Infernal Drake's not bad for TL. So again, everything going right as far as the objectives lining up here, but they still need to actually win the game. 10k up, I mean, 40 minutes in, that's starting to matter less and less, particularly for someone like Froggen that is effectively at full build here. But TL have all the advantage they could ask for to try and win this game.
Yeah.
One last bit of execution is required. That was an excellent team fight for them. In a very tricky situation, they just need to cleanly get a pick or start the fight and close out the game.
And you have to remember the Elder Dragon, on top of the true damage, also amplifies the buffs you already have. So they essentially have triple Infernal at this point, plus the 135 extra true damage burn, and then the base 45. So they're doing a massive amount of true damage. Like Golden Glue with 1 crit auto on an AD on Keith is probably about 80% of his health.
Oh, there's a missile, took 15, 20. Baron Minion's going to work out. Double cannon doing work here. Froggen's trying to wall off the rest of Team Liquid. Looper eating poke. Keith's almost dead just from poke.
Yeah.
And that turret's going to die to the Baron cannon. A couple more shots need to happen. Froggen's going to wall them away. Try to delay the game for as long as possible, but the hero are the minions. Piglet's going to leap in for the last auto.
And they just have to give up this inhibitor. Really, they need to get a handle on some of these other minion waves and recollect themselves, get their health back here, because they can give up one without it being a big deal.
Rainover, that's bad news. Shut down from Looper. Team Liquid, they get one in here, but they lose their jungler.
Reignover, the veteran, that is not what you want from one of your most experienced players. These are your windows to close the game. They're still ahead. They still have the advantage, but they wanted to end it there. And that pickoff means they have to back up.
And again, Echo Fox have really been playing reactively for the last 20 minutes at least in this game. Yeah. They've been trying to find picks. They set a couple traps in the mid game, but TL got wise to that and stopped face checking in zone places for the most part. Unfortunately, maybe a little too eager as Reignover too far forward gets himself sniped. And that's going to delay the game for longer. And the longer this game goes on, the better Echo Fox's chances get.
And TL is actually pushing pretty aggressively here with the package. They are posturing, but remember, this is a 5v4. We have the Abyssal Voyage and that Shen ultimate to respond. They could look for a pick in the jungle here. This may be a fight. This could be terrible for Echo, or rather for TL.
Looks like they'll back off. Lolo and Matt able to disengage successfully. Piglet also looking for an arrow, but doesn't find it. Echo Fox, again, just cleaning out the minion waves as fast as they can. The longer, again, they can delay their game, let the Elder Dragon buff drop off, which is now, I believe, left TL. Let the Baron buff drop off as well. Just take away some of those advantages, continue to buy those last few items that they don't have yet, and just put the game into a position where it's a coin flip. The last team fight was incredibly close around the Elder Dragon. Fox know that if they won that fight, the game probably ends and they win the series 2-0. So they only need to take the advantages they can't get, like those objectives, off of TL, and once they drop, it's 50-50. If they win the fight, that's probably game.
Yeah, I agree. I'm curious to see if TL will actually wait for the completed Last Whisper here for Piglet, because although he's basically full build, he actually still doesn't have a Last Whisper item, and there's a lot of armor here on Looper, right? You have the Randuins, you have the Sunfire, you have the Tabas, and he's going to punch through that Shen so much faster with the completion of that item, so they may want to try to hang around for that, but it looks like they want to make use out of the pressure that they have right now from that top inhibitor being down.
Another trap being set, but look at this, without the Baron buff, Froggen is able to do something he has done for many years on Anivia.
It's the top lane that's the problem, right? They have to delay and avoid the dive because they can actually just tank the turret and take that down without minions. It's so low right now.
How did this happen? Golden Glue, no health.
Tagged by Froggen.
Does a lot of damage here with the Leandry's now completed. Full item Anivia. I mean, Keith is busy. He's got work to do on the supers, but Froggen's just keeping them out. In fact, Lola gets walled off there.
Oh,
Lupa's
nice
gonna land into him. The stun's going to land. That's big damage onto the tank gate. He's going to eat up Lupa. Stranglethorn's committed by that. And there's one GA down. Can they line up the stun? They don't quite get it, but Chain Corruption's going to tag him. Echo Fox. They can see it, but they don't overcommit.
They don't, and I think that is the right call with the Kazakhs lurking on the side. Reignover can execute people there, and if Froggen goes down, the game will very likely end. They're using Redemption, trying to heal back up because they don't want Froggen to have to go back to base. They're trying to hold on a few more waves.
Froggen needs help, and Lola's actually back. He's going to teleport straight on top of them. It's a little risky. Looper doesn't line up the taunt, though.
That could have been Lorlo's life if Looper timed that properly.
Piglet also getting chunked, so Team Liquid is not all synced together. Minions still causing problems for Echo Fox's Nexus turrets, and Froggen, he's made it back. He's going to try and clear it out and then get back to bottom lane.
Yeah, they're rotating out, so Keith went to base while Froggen tried to stay out at low health. And now that Keith is back, Froggen gets his chance, kind of his shift off. But it looks like Kazakhs is moving over towards the mid lane. They have to keep track of all these side waves. TL is pushing very aggressively, but so far, Echo Fox has been equal to the task, and once again, they have to back off.
It's just the inhibitor in top lane that they've lost. Arcadian curing out these. The nice thing about having more of a carry jungler for Nidalee is he can also be here and clear out waves when they really need them to. Froggen made sure to fend off mid as Reignover was pushing that in, and it's just late in this game. 45 minutes in, max level on almost everyone. Support's lagging behind just a bit, and Keith needs an extra level, but Baron up again in a minute 15. TL, how many advantages do you need to close out this game? Because the longer it goes on, A, the worse Baron honestly is going to get, because really, what are you going to siege with it? And B, if you slip up, one little mistake's going to cost you this.
It's definitely nerve-wracking. It's one of those situations where you know you're still ahead. You know you're still in a pretty good spot, but the longer you stay ahead without being able to kind of deal that death blow, the worse it starts to feel, because you know their item completions are coming in. You know Froggen is full build, so there's no advantage really on Golden Glue anymore. You know Keith is near full build, and these guys are getting very, very strong. And although there's a lot of poke on TL, one thing that Arcadian is doing that's helping a lot is just simply, he's basically being a heal bot on the Nidalee, right? He hasn't been able to go dive in for assassinations or anything like that, but he constantly heals them. He's trying to thread those spears through and really sustain up his teammates so that they can look for the pick and look for these plays.
Echo Fox know that things are looking a little scary. That top lane inhibitor has not respawned yet, and there's a big wave building in. It's now respawned, so they have to pull back and try and clear it out. Loop is actually up to that task, but Echo Fox know Baron up in 10 seconds. Means that TL are probably going to look for something there.
Shen is really good in this situation, though, because Stand United is so much more powerful than the teleport in a spot like this, because you have the instant impact on a team fight. If something starts happening, you at least can contribute with the shield.
Arrow hits Gate. That's a good target for them. Doesn't have to use it, though. It's pretty tanky as well on the Tom Kench. TL again firing poke away, but Gate, he's healing back up. They're going to push creeps back in, and Looper is getting those minions where they need to be, which is out of the base. And Rainover caught a bit again. Damage is there, but pretty tanky there for Rainover as well. And Echo Fox, now the inside track on mid lane. Looper can join at any time. The Team Liquid have to rotate carefully around these objectives.
Very calm play from Echo Fox, not pulling the trigger on Stand United or even the QSS, right? They know they're okay in this situation. They feel like if there's a commitment onto Gate, Stand United can come through, and if too many cooldowns are blown on the tanky support, they will win the fight. So they don't blow anything. They get the minion waves pushing, and Lolo's potty has no GA. Oh, he does a GK.
That's good. Now Looper's going to join back in again. No overcommitment. They've spotted Piglet. Whoa, that looks very unsafe. Golden Glue also maybe caught Froggen. He wants to secure the kill. He's not going to quite land the stun. Arcadian fighting Rainover and Piglet, but Piglet and Rainover are winning. Spirit's Refuge from Looper as the tank has to peel away. Coming. Here comes Gate. Rainover flips his way out, and Piglet's caught in enemy territory. Golden Glue tries to make the big play, but he can't kill Keith.
They're trying to hunt down Piglet. Piglet is starting the recall, and TL is trying to harass these guys as they come through.
Froggen looks for Rainover, does get a bit
of
chunk.
He's going to try to kill Keith.
Now they know Keith is dead, but they're going to flash in onto him. It could be a trade for AD carries. Gate eats him and shuts him down.
But still, Golden Glue, no package now. They are looking, and the minion waves are pushing in the bot side. They get a turret for Echo Fox. This gold lead now matters basically not at all. Everyone is essentially capped out on items, generally at 80k. TL's making a super risky call. They're going Baron.
Don't even know if they could get it safer than they'd want.
Even if they can they win the fight after?
I don't know. Arcadian's here. They're going to go in for it. Stranglethorns finds one after the root. Lawler gets in there. Baron goes over to Team Liquid, but they can't do it. Oh my god, Froggen reads it like a book after the Falcon Rainover. He's got the GA, but for how much longer? Stun lands again. It is heartbreaking for Team Liquid.
And look at the bottom lane. The inhibitor turret is going down. If Rainover dies here, they could just rotate bot, and they could be the ones looking to close it out. These death numbers are so long.
Arcadian tracks him and shuts him down. 2-3 dead for Team Liquid. Piglet up in 15, a minute on Rainover.
And 45 on Golden Glue. Let's watch this one again. Overreaching by TL. They're getting desperate. They can't close out the game. You have to track Golden Glue in this fight. Falc's in aggressively right into the stun that Matt is flashing out of. He does not track the Anivia stun, gets nailed by, and that decides the fight because their AD carry is already down. He knows he may have just cost his team the game.
And that's rough. Golden Glue. It's been such a rough start for TL overall, and you can see it all in his face. Lawler getting caught out again. Good twisted event, so does the first bit of CP,
Piglet
but not the next one. Piglet firing arrows in, but Looper is very, very tanky. Keith not here as Echo Fox are still pushing forward. Maybe a bit too much, trying to catch him out. Wall out there as Piglet still trying to take down Looper. The shed, he's getting low. Now the GA is going to get popped. Piglet forced to QSS. Looper's going to revive. Lawler's going to revive. Lawler, he's not going to live. Piglet almost gets choked by a
Piglet's down!
Slapped him down with a piercing arrow.
Oh no.
And Echo Fox have minion waves where they need them.
That is just a disaster.
It's so tough, and you know Team Liquid, the hardest thing about this game isn't the advantage they had. It isn't how tight it's been. It isn't how tense the whole game feels. It's that losing a game like this, that a team that is already down stifles your momentum so much. This game is so much easier for TL to win if their season started better, I guarantee you.
I know, I really agree. I think a lot of it is the mental composure, the worry, knowing that you keep losing these series, you keep losing these games. It's always in the back of your head in these games and in these team fights, and sometimes it makes the players overreach, try to do a little bit too much, and you see the strength of the poke coming through. Even though Piglet is in a great position in the back, such good play between Looper and Gate, eating up Looper after he nails the taunt, kind of keeping him on the edge. Well, Lorlo is constantly walled in, and Piglet wants to take down the tank. He had so much time to do it, but he can't get in range, and he gets sniped out by Keith and Acadian.
Well, the good news is that we will have at least one more exchange before the game ends. Echo Fox did not try and end despite their death time as they took the Elder Dragon instead. It's not a huge buff, but it's definitely good to take away from Team Liquid, and it will help in the next fight.
And it was probably the safe call to make, right? I got a little bit excited, thought they were going to go for it. But with Golden Glue alive and all their health bars at like 10-15%, that is how you can throw a game. So they make the safe call. And while it's not, the 3 dragon damage, you still have 90 true damage on each hit. With the Varus and the Nidalee, if you hit spears on squishies, it's a lot of extra damage. These guys are already pumping out massive amounts of DPS. I mean, Keith is full build now, so is Frog and Aldemar.
We'll see how this siege works out. Baron actually still up on TL, so it's a bit tricky to push through these minions. Baron isn't going to last that much longer, though. And Echo Fox at least have the bottom wave prepped. Looks like top might be for TL's favor there.
Definitely is.
Could see a race between the minions, but Echo Fox might just say, you know what, we've got this wave pushing. Let's just try and finish this off again. One little mistake will cost the team this game.
And Froggen even swapping out some items does have the death cap now here, so wants to have that super powerful 6-item completion. We may even see that for Arcadian later on if he gets enough gold for that. Could swap out his Ludens for a death cap, as when you're at 6 items, the amount of extra power you get is just massive.
Yeah, and Froggen gonna need to be healed back up. There's the redemption and the heal out from Nidalee, so plenty of help to continue the siege. Team Liquid's Baron has dropped now, I believe, and that turret's dead. Now they're just in the base looking to cut them off. Echo Fox are close. Arcadian tries to assassinate. Picklr pops the Sonic. Chain of Corruption hits Matt with a strike. Out. There's a kill onto Arcadian. Rainover trying in the back to get some assassination down, but the rest of the team's going to join him. Leads back into the fight as 2 dead already for Fox. Looper gets himself out with a nice wall from Froggen, but that's 2 for 1. Piglet dies, and 2 over on the side of Echo Fox.
Arcadian getting pretty hyphy there. Tried to go in and make the hero play to take down Piglet. They do eventually get Piglet, but they trade 2 of their own. It could have been so much worse for Echo Fox. It looked like a fight that could have gone disaster.
Oh, that was slick. Gets walled off, though. I mean, he flashed through the stun. He was trying to finish the game. Rainover's going to look for it as well. Good QSS off there from Keith. Froggen covers with a stun. They have to deal with the top wave of minions, but Team L might try and make a huge play to decisively end the game as Lola gets chunked. That's real bad.
Might have wanted that flash now, buddy.
Looper does Spirit's Refuge. It's not enough. The Golden Glue. It could be the hero. Takes out Keeper. Froggen defending for his team. Rainover dies as well.
It's just Froggen versus the world. 17 seconds on Arcadian.
Golden Glue. Ooh, good flash from Froggen.
Oh, he wants. He's going in.
He's trying to end the game. He needs to be the hero. Stun. It's going to land, but Froggen's turned into an X. Matt's going to join him in. And Golden Glue's got the DPS.
5 seconds on Arcadian, 4 on Gate. They're going to get at least 1 inhibitor, maybe 2. Will they stay around? Here comes the Abyssal.
Gate's in there. He's going to try and lock one down. Golden Glue needs to bail. He has. And it's just the one in. Nothing else happens. And somehow at 54 minutes in, with almost 100,000 gold for each team, we get another map reset.
This game is a heart attack waiting to happen, Phase 3. I mean, if Rainover had not gotten taken out there by that last turret shot, the game could have ended. There's so many little things that are going back and forth, and Lorlo, committing the flash, trying to make the big play, makes him go down. If he's still alive there, had his flash available, they could once again be ending the game. If that's a flash twisted advance with his team to follow up, Golden Glue pops them and they maybe end. And that's the thing. People want to be the hero sometimes. They want to make the big play, and it doesn't always work out. So this is the flashless Lorlo getting taken down. Lots of damage coming in here. And then Golden Glue goes for it. They're able to get the first kill. Golden Glue flashing in, picks up the second. Rainover goes right into that stun, does get taken down.
And then tries to be a hero again, does manage to take out Froggen, because he knows he has to get in and try and do something here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a nice play here from Golden Glue. The E able to finish off Froggen, even though he does get hit by that stun. And Golden Glue coming up big, a couple kills in the late game there. Hasn't been able to get much done in quite a while, but he's doing it when it counts, at least now.
Well, 15 seconds almost to the Baron as we officially crossed the threshold for longest game in the 2017 Spring Split in the NALCS.
There you go, something to cheer about. Maybe the third Baron is the charm for TL, and they have the inside track, and they're just going to rush it down again. I mean, it doesn't feel like Echo Fox is in position. This is going to die really fast.
Again, Baron is okay here for TL, but Echo Fox
on the side
might look to challenge Matt in a good spot here. Baron already dead. Echo Fox are right. Yep, we're leaving. We're leaving. TL maybe now have an opportunity to pounce, take the blue buff, instantly goes to Golden Glue, poking to land on the Piglet, which is nice there from Keith, but Fox are going to be very late back to defend the potential push here, and Baron up minions are going to start to hurt.
Yeah, they certainly can. It's just these double super minions coming in with the Baron does make it a little bit more difficult. That said, the amount of wave clear these guys have at this point is pretty massive, and they can tread through that wave. So TL will just take what they can get, but at this point, it's really just about optimizing builds. Piglet, you can see, was actually considering changing up his build. He sold his Zerker Greaves and then rebought them there. So he's deciding he doesn't want to go for the double crit multiplier items and go for that 80% crit. And he's valuing the mobility higher, right? He's saying he needs to be able to actually be effective with this. And one thing also to take into consideration when you get super late like this is Zyra can become a teamfight menace. This is a death cap, Void Staff, Rylai's, you know, like Leandry's Zyra. This is like a mid lane Zyra now. So it's not just Golden Glue and Piglet and everything you have to watch out for. Almost an hour into the game, if Matt hits a combo on Keith or Froggen, they will die from full health.
They will. And I mean, they've got everything again they need as Lupa tanks up the big one very nicely there from Golden Glue. He's got the package ready once again. We've also got the Knight's Vow. Froggen is really being protected here by Gate. Lolo again trying to brute force the way in. They busted down. Lupa now caught. Trying to go for Zing and a look to disengage the rest of the fight. Rainover leaps in aggressively, but almost gets himself stunned. They can't see him though, as the Invis is going to help, and that's a second inhib going down.
And Looper is going to go down here probably as well.
Oh no.
Trying to run, but that's a GA and a death here. And TL finally, 5v4 here, Baron buff, 75 seconds on Looper. They really want to end, and it's going to be hard for Echo Fox to defend.
They have to try. Baron's still up for a little while longer. They need the poke, they need a catch, but TL just need to do the last little bit of legwork. Piglet starting to get some aggressively positioned autos on there. Golden Glue just poking them away. Echo Fox just can't clear everything in time. Wall's not bad. Gate's tanking up what he can. That turret is going to fall soon. Golden Glue's going for it. He almost snipes Froggen with a missile. There's one. Rainover's in. Acadian Zonya's is gonna be safe. Flashes out. Turret now available. Matt tanking it. They're just gonna try and end it ASAP. TL, that might not have been the play you wanted. Chain of Corruption's gonna miss that from Varus, and we're gonna hold on for a little bit longer.
We've got the defense chance going on in the LCS studio. People wanted this game to go longer. Lorlo seeping back in.
Edge of Night good for Rainover. Blocks that Q that would have killed him. Gate trying to take it up.
Froggen.
This looks like a little too much damage. Golden Glue taking the turret, but it does fall down. Nexus open team Liquid! Gonna force a third game.
Almost an hour in. Third Baron buff is the charm for Team Liquid. They finally close out a game here. Are able to take down Echo Fox. But that was a tough one. Echo Fox fighting tooth and nail all the way to the bitter end.
And if there's a game where you are going to win, might as well be that one. That is, like I said, it's a huge momentum killer if you lose that game. For Echo Fox, they already had a game. They'll play a third. Yes, it's tiring to play such a long game, but they've already started winning. They've been in these situations before. They've won 2-1 already here. TL have had disastrous results. So even though it's not a series win yet, winning that game means so much to Team Liquid, because now they come into this third one with renewed confidence, renewed faith in themselves, and we should see a change here. Even if they end up losing the series overall, they can say at least we won this game. Because again, if they lost that one, it just felt like everything would have shattered.
Yeah, it really would have been just absolutely heartbreaking, where they've had pretty much every single advantage that you could ask for to end a game. Massive gold leads, 3 Baron buffs, Elder Dragon as well. So they had everything they needed to close the game. They really struggled to do it. They finally did at the very end. But there's so many inflection points in this game throughout an almost 1 hour victory, where it could have gone either way. Acadian diving into the base, getting picked off. Mistakes from TL. Rainover earlier diving into the base, right? Could have ended many, many times.
Yeah, and again, not the cleanest game, but certainly a win there for TL. So for a deeper dive on that one, we're going to hand it off to Freak and the analysts.
Well, thank you very much, guys. Liquid, congratulations on their Game 2 win. And I got to say, this Liquid victory was exemplary of what we expect from NALCS. Clean, crisp shot calling with no mistakes.
Mistake-free.
For the first 23 minutes. Mostly, at least mostly. I mean, I'm overstating it. I said it for the joke value.
You go for hyperbole in a joke, and then immediately.
But I want to be believable. I want to be believable.
Like, you can kind of say, okay, there were some good plays by TL in the early game, macro stuff. But
that game was
that went off the hinges quick.
Yeah, but so okay, team comp wise, I personally liked what Liquid did. They put Piglet on a crit focused marksman. I think that suits his style better. He wants to carry the game. They put Lolo back on tanks. He's better at that kind of style. And they put Matt on a ranged support, which I know Jat brought up now that Zyrene is replacing him as obviously the smarter analyst.
Welcome me to the desk.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, can you fill in for the Jat range support for Matt prediction?
No, but I think he's better at the range supports because he play with Piglet and protect him. I don't know what Jat said, so I can't speak for him, but I actually do think he plays a little bit better on them with disengage being his main priority as opposed to engage.
And touching on the Echo Fox side of it, the fact that they took the Nidalee and the Tahm Kench in the first round of the draft was kind of surprising. I know the Tahm Kench was more a reaction to the Ashe, but you're basically saying pick a strong laning. Yeah, pick a strong laning support, you'll crush us. And then, Acadian just didn't look like himself on the Nidalee. it's his first time on it. We saw Moon do pretty well on it, so I don't think it's fair to say like it's just a terrible pick, but he definitely didn't look like himself.
Yeah, I think his lanes don't really have as much dependable CC that you would really like play. Like you could just substitute that for like a Graves, which he has done in the past, and you're like, okay, well, I'd really want like Maokai top for like a point and click, then the follow up, right? So the fact that he played the Nidalee there is a little bit confusing to me because I think the Graves pretty much would have just done a lot of the same.
Yeah, and it's not like they're hurting for a magic damage jungler. They've got a Nivea in the mid lane going to do just fine, you know. So I agree, a little bit strange stuff there. I want to talk about the stuff that Liquid did do well, though, because I don't think I was entirely unreasonable saying the first 23 minutes were solid for them. We start 6-7 minutes in. They do the really, really nice get a BF sword, send your dual lane top side, and Liquid just has to leave this turret. And Liquid ended up getting 2 turrets off this play.
Right, it's a pretty common play in a sense that you can always do this kind of swap off the BF sword and start pushing. What's surprising is the fact that TL did it, not necessarily known for a team that wants to start making macro plays right away, especially with Piglet, who is more of a lane-dominating carry. So I think as kind of a change-up, this works really well, and especially against the Varus, who's stuck on double longsword, has no chance of matching this push.
Yeah, and this goes back to what we were talking about, where you pick Tahm Kench, you go, hey, free lane bottom, and that's exactly what they did, is they picked a lane with a support like Zyra that would punish that. You get priority bottom lane. Then they went top before there was priority for the Shen, who will get it after he gets Tiamat, and he gets 1 item on behind that. So the Maokai was already just wave clearing faster, pushes the Shen out of the lane, and so they had the pushing bottom. Instead of getting that turret, they rotate it top for the easier push, and they get 2 out of it.
Yeah, I just want to underscore, like, if you want to play this kind of thing at home, you need to have priority in your bottom lane so that you can not only recall first, but choose when you recall, so that you say, yep, you're stuck on a turret, you're wave clearing 20 seconds longer than we are, we got to choose the BF sword timing, and now we're here. And you literally cannot be there in time. It's actually impossible on the receiving end of that for Echo Fox, so just a well-orchestrated play by Liquid, and that turned into eventually to a pretty crisp Baron call as well, which is quite solid.
Right.
Which one?
Which one?
The first one off a good team fight.
This is actually great tanking by Lorlo. It can be really tempting here when you see this opening to go onto one of the carries, but he actually holds his W the whole time, zones, and then W's back onto the tank. Obviously, the Tahm Kench is able to eat him and make that play not quite as strong, but the fact that if he W's in there and blows that, he might end up stuck in the enemy team, and it just sets the rest of Team Liquid up to go and follow up on the fact that he was able to tank so much damage when initially Shen went in.
Yeah, and that was a 4-on-5. Remember, Matt had been picked off previously. As soon as he shows up to the fight, Flash, Grasping Root, gets 3 people in there, and then Lorlo with the flash from the Root actually gets Keith's flash as well. If he was looking at that play, he should have flashed earlier that Acadian just tried to get something back for that. But I do want to touch on the point that you said about the W, using it on the closest person as Maokai. It's so tempting to do, but the fact that he didn't use it caused the pressure, because you saw Nivea walk up, go like, okay, I can't actually walk up. You have to respect it. So the unused ability caused more pressure than if he had actually used it.
Yeah, the problem is, though, after that Baron, you saw just how much Team Liquid struggled to actually close the game out versus the pretty heavy poke comp on the side of Echo Fox. And I mean, that game took forever, a 12K gold lead at 40 minutes. You should really be able to close that out, but they just struggled the entire time. And, and there were questionable decisions by both teams constantly over the course of this game.
Definitely agree. There were a lot of individuals getting picked off for no reason. There's Keith face taking arrow alone in the mid lane past the river. There's Piglet getting sniped off.
Piglet flanking.
Going for the 1v5 Ash flank to trade with Keith.
I mean, you have map advantage.
I know, right? And a lot of it, we were asking, like, hey, who's going to throw this game first? Who's going to get picked off? Because these players have this tendency, a bunch of squishies, a bunch of pick off, and we kept seeing that happen. There were some good moments. You had, for example, Piglet out-damaged Keith on an auto attacker compared to a poke champion like Varus. That's pretty impressive. You had Golden Glue doing most damage in the game overall. Again, like, you're seeing sometimes these individuals actually put in good performances. Just like in game 1, Piglet and Golden Glue had solid performances in general gameplay.
Right, and I think it's a little combination of Piglet and Lorlo. I think Lorlo did a really good job tanking, and Piglet was actually positioning really aggressive, constantly in team fights, always like hitting turrets, and sometimes it was a little too much.
Yeah.
But I think the fact that he was willing to get a lot of damage in helped a ton with how their team fights ended up going.
Exactly, yeah. Piglet contributing a lot in the damage, but I also think, like you were saying, Freak, everybody kind of had an oopsie moment. We saw like Golden Glue Valkyrieing forward, getting hit by an Nivea Q, stunned, dead. We've seen Keith walk forward. We've seen pretty much everybody make a big mistake at some point in that game, and I think that if this is the game 3, everybody has nerves. They've been playing for at least 2 hours now.
Yeah.
Like, we'll see more of those mistakes.
Yeah, you hope they don't get too badly fatigued, but we got to talk about player of the game. Lorlo getting it in the top lane, I think well-deserved on his part. The Maokai did very well, tanked it up, and he was a lot of the rock that kept the team fights together. We showed one of his team fights earlier, but solid the whole game through, I feel.
There were a lot of times where he had his GA up and he would just keep tanking, and sometimes even get out with the GA alive. And so when you're playing that single tank kind of comp that they have, it's super important that you don't go down really early as the only tank available for your team.
Yeah, I think that's the cool thing as well, because he's in charge of the engage, he's in charge of the zoning and getting to the back line or taking care of the front line, whereas Matt, on the range support, he's in charge of disengage, where we've seen some issues where Matt's the one who has to pull the trigger, and in the past, Lorlo has had kind of nerves or uncertainty in whether or not he should go in, and that was a good game for him to kind of display, you know, even if it's a 50-minute game, if I screw this up, game's over, he had confidence in himself.
Yeah, so pretty solid performance overall. The game at least did go Liquid's way, so we have a Game 3 coming up. Echo Fox and Liquid going to do battle one more time, so that one more game is going to be coming up after a short break. Game 3, Liquid vs. Echo Fox. Stay tuned.
But Rainova's going to try and go back in for a kid. Has to flash. Huge damage from Golden Glue. Almost sees him picked off. Looper a little too low as Rainova gets the kill. His GA will be popped, but Golden Glue is chasing in. He wants but Acadian takes him down. Golden Glue dead. Piglet now back into the fight as Lawler's GA is going to be the next one to pop Froggen. Turned into an egg.
They need to defend the egg.
No help worth to play with him. Froggen's going to die. There's a triple for Rainova. Piglet gets the other, and that's an ace for Team Liquid.
You got anything, Rainova? Penta, baby, Penta.
I got it. Go on,
Bear so fast. Let's go right over.
Nice, guys.
Yeah.
Nice.
I want to do that Penta.
Hey, let's go next.
We are back and heading into game 3 between Echo Fox and Team Liquid. Teams absolutely have to reset after a barn burner second game. Our longest of the splits so far.
Yeah.
And now we're going to play another.
You need some time to clear your head, relax a little bit after that one. It's a best of one now, right? Both teams had their good plays in that game, had their mistakes in that game. TL showed that they really can get ahead, but they need to be able to finish out the game. They need to be able to close the game in a situation like that because, I mean, they were 12, 14K up pretty early in the game and couldn't close until their third Baron. As far as Echo Fox, they couldn't really get the aggression off the ground that game. And honestly, I'm kind of looking a little bit at the Nidalee pick because of that. We didn't see Acadian have anywhere near the same kind of success he has on other picks on this Nidalee. He did have a pretty good early start, was 2-0 and stuff, but like, you cannot just dive in and do the same kind of crazy things that you can on a Kha'Zix on this, and you're not really the same kind of initiator. This guy's a playmaker, and Nidalee's a lot harder to do that on.
Yeah, well, he did try, but it didn't work out there. So into the last draft of this series, Jace Zyra banned for Team Liquid, Camille, Rengar, LeBlanc probably banned there for Echo Fox, so we'll see what Team Liquid have as their last target ban of sorts.
Yeah, there are obviously the options of leaving different pick ban things open on the red side, but not going to be doing that, I don't think. With 2 out of the 3 banned, you basically always see the third here as well. LeBlanc likely will be taken away, and it's probably going to be first pick Kha'Zix for Team Liquid, I have to say.
Twisted Fate banned by Team Liquid as, yep, thought about it, but going to go Kha'Zix instead.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? The champion is very strong. Reignover had a good game on it himself, and it's also, even if Reignover hadn't had a good game on it, I just think keeping it away from Acadian, the guy is so good at the champion. Very likely going to see ourselves getting into pretty similar compositions here, as Varus is kind of the top tier of the AD carries. So they could take Varus. They could go for the Tahm Kench once more if they do want to elect to go that route. I don't think that they have to early on, but it certainly is an option.
I just love this from Acadian. You know, still keeping the mood light, kind of trolling his fellow mid laner a little bit, but see what Echo Fox have in mind for this next pick. Looks like support Malzahar actually locked in.
So they will step away from the Tahm Kench, and Date was fantastic on it. But that being said, as far as the super late game stage that we got to, Zyra is always going to be so much more effective there. You know, you're on a death cap full build AP Zyra versus a supporty Tahm Kench. You really have no comparison there at the super late game stages.
Well, it looks like Corki Jhin pick for Team Liquid, so sticking things very similarly as they have in the first 2 games. Golden Glue will run back a 3rd Corki game in a row. Piglet swaps back from Ashe to Jhin, taking the more aggressive, lethality-based AD carry. And Echo Fox, do they want jungle or mid lane? That's kind of my question for them here. Ryze is still left open. They will take it once again.
I think it makes sense. TF was already banned away. Give Froggen something he can move around the map on, especially because they're not going to have the Tahm Kench. They've had a lot of success moving around with these semi-global ultimates, so I like seeing Froggen back on the rise.
Yep, I do as well, as there's Fiora banned away by Echo Fox, so top lane target there. Team Liquid, I'm expecting them to pinch Acadian's jungle a bit here. Lee Sin, a pretty likely ban, although I feel like his stock has fallen a little bit on the patch. And there's Gangplank actually banned away from, I assume, Looper, given the drop we've seen so far, and where we've seen Gangplank go when we have seen him in the NALCS.
That's a little bit strange. To me, this is trying to force your opponents to either pick or ban Shen. Basically, because Gangplank is the kind of the Shen counter. So if you do take that away, it's saying like, hey, I'm gonna grab Shen. So now Echo Fox are not willing to ban it here or first pick it. Then TL can take it without having that kind of natural counter to it. So they have gotten their wish. Maybe they're not going to get the champion, but they did force out a ban. They forced out the direction of Echo Fox's draft.
Well, they were targeting top already, so kind of curious to see what happens for Team Liquid's last ban here. It feels very dangerous to ban another top lane, although I guess for tanks at least there's 3 left. They actually do target it again, banning out Swain.
So now,
Looper.
once again, they're trying to direct their opponents. They're saying, hey, better pick Poppy, like kind of thing, like, you know, or we want to pick Poppy kind of thing, right? So it's taking away the counter of what they would want to pick, right? The Gangplank says we want to pick Shen. The Swain says we want to pick Poppy, because those are kind of the good matchups. Maokai is still available, so Looper I don't think is too bothered here. But, you know, maybe TL has a plan for this as well.
Well, we'll have to see. It looks like maybe just Nautilus there for Lolo, which would be very standard. So I think trying to influence it a bit, but Echo Fox just holding firm. They get the best tank, I think, as far as top laners go. There's Nautilus locked in for Team Liquid. And now just a support pick to go here for Matt. Already knows the dual lane he's up against, so has almost everything but that Zyra available to him.
Also worth remembering, this is a last pick jungle, which is one of the most rare positions to be last pick. You very rarely see junglers go that far in, which could mean Acadian is saying, hey, like, I've got this pick, but I need to see how this draft shakes out first.
I like this a lot. We see it into Malzahar. Lulu is going to be the pick here from it, and she's received some love on the patch as well.
Exactly. She is stronger and was already good into it, and now here it is. So this is going to be the Acadian Graves. We saw him really hard carrying a game one time. The second time he did bring it out, didn't work nearly as well. But I do think that Graves is better in this patch. He received some minor buffs with the quick draw change, so he's able to refresh his passive more easily, be a little bit more tanky. And if you want to really go for the super aggressive builds, you can go Lethality Graves. It's actually an option. Ghostblade first, things like that are not unreasonable. And though I do kind of expect more traditional, Warrior, Ma, PD, that kind of stuff.
Kind of funny to see Team Liquid not ban out the junglers, but again, maybe looking to soften whatever Lupa could do in that lane. Regardless, it is last pick jungle for EchoFox. Not the least in that, again, I feel it has dropped off a little bit after the first 2 weeks, and Graves instead. Both teams, good team comps here assembled for the final game.
And I think it's also simply a matter of thinking, hey, okay, what are we going to accomplish? What can we push him onto if we ban out 2 junglers? So say you ban out Lee Sin and Graves. Okay, he gets Rek'Sai. You ban out Lee Sin and Rek'Sai, he gets Graves, right? There's things they're basically saying, you know what, all the other stuff he could pick, we think it's the same. It's the same kind of tier. Whereas they're obviously a little bit more worried about Looper being in perhaps a more carry role against someone in a tanky position.
And it's funny as well, they're just like, okay, banned away 4 top laners, and we ended up with Maokai Nautilus as our top lane matchup. But I guess is the whole point of the way the bans were directed. So you can see your comps there on the screen. Don't forget, of course, you can vote with the hashtags TLWin or hashtag FOX, when EchoFox were leading the charge in the first game. We'll see if the Team Liquid fans are wide awake, because given what happened in that last game, everyone's going to get nice and loud. Crowd's been wonderful still so far after a very long series.
Yeah, very long day, 2 best of 3s. Going the distance here. And it's been fun so far. EchoFox game 1 looked incredible. Game 2, TL at the start looked incredible, and then really kind of faltered and it slowed down. It kind of turned into a bit of a more sloppy game.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out. But before then, Gabe shares his history with his popular support pick.
I was on the Malzahar. Actually, before Malzahar was popular, I was in Korea, and I was like, oh wow, this guy in my solo queue game, he's playing Malzahar, and I'm just gonna try it out. And I'm like, oh wow, it's so good. So I was on the hype train before everyone else.
We got a hipster Malzahar player. He was playing Malzahar before it was cool. I guess this is the secret. He's saying he's got all his picks. He got the Camille, he got the Malzahar. He's stealing them from Korean solo queue.
I mean, I think Camille, he placed upon Korean solo queue and was like, oh, let's see what happens. And turns out it worked okay. So all those secret strats that Gate has been building up will come to a head in this final game in the confrontation between Team Liquid. Quick scan to the Keystone Masters. Nothing out of the ordinary. And Froggen back on the rise. Did see this matchup in game 1. It felt like Froggen had great control, was able to push on in and get around the map with the Realm Warp. So as always, the team play will be a crucial part. Looking for Froggen versus Golden Glue once again. And as almost always, Rainover versus Arcadian. Been a great looking jungle matchup so far in the series.
Yeah, it certainly has. I think Rainover definitely is going to have the edge here on this. And that can be actually like, it looks kind of silly, but we have seen some plays. There are some jungle paths where you actually wait for a late invade with your jungle and top laner, and you use that blast cone to hop over and kind of start a fight. I've seen that happen in the LCK before. So Rainover very rarely does things randomly. It is probably likely something like that.
Oh, look at the Voidlings though, building up as Keith actually a
so
little
low.
too low. Matt's going in for it. He might go for the kill. Oh no, Matt's been exhausted. Flash is good. Last auto is not there for Gate.
That was so risky there from both sides. 4 summoners blown for TL. If the junglers weren't already thinking of coming bot lane, it is now going to be a hotbed. And Matt has to be careful, because if he gets tagged by a Q, he could get flashed on. He's level 1, and he does not have either summoners. Both of the Fox bot lanes still have their flash.
1 creep to go as well. There's level 2. Keith again looking for it. He's going to land in. The snipe's almost there. Voidling does it. Gate gets first blood.
There you go, 2v2 outplay for the EchoFox bot lane. We've talked about the problems that TL has had. They're fighting into Malzahar Voidlings. That's the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
Well, Rainover going to pop over the wall. All right, yep, hops out. Just wants to get some vision down. Kind of a cute play. But did get I think both junglers actually got smiteless. Rainover certainly did. But we'll talk about that in a second, as this is interesting.
Yeah, so here it is once again. He drops the double Voidlings onto Piglet. Piglet is getting zoned out. Matt wants to go in. He's like, oh, Keith's really low. Yes, he is. But this is a 2v1 at this point. It's a Warlord's Varus who's getting full lifesteal from that because he's at low HP, and he still has his heal. And then sticking around here, exceptionally low on health from Matt, not respecting the fact that his opponents are going to get level 2 first. And even though he does have a nice little sidestep on the Q here from Keith, it's not enough, as that first blood does come in. Really not the start that TL was hoping for.
You can see the early pick Malzahar working out nicely for Fox's bottom lane, but Matt and Piglet, we expected him to be aggressive coming into the season. It has cost them quite a number of times, not just them, but throughout the early weeks of the season. So we'll have to see if they can kind of clean that up. Although right now looking okay. It looks like Gate was forced back. In fact, he's forced mid lane. Hanging out, making sure he holds the wave for Froggen, who went back for the early tier. Is going to plop a Voidling down and maybe pull the wave back over. Very nice here from the support. Supporting 2 lanes at once.
Yeah. Does end up losing the freeze a little bit, but it still will result in a freeze. And Rainover's actually going to look to catch him as he goes over.
This feels bad. Gate's like, yep, not a good time. Passive's going to help, and Voidling's going to keep him safe.
The Voidlings actually stopped the isolation damage there, I do believe. So that is also something that does keep him pretty safe. But still, nice little play from Rainover. I may as well look for something like that, and if Gate misplays, hey, you get a kill.
Feels like right place, right time was always Rainover's thing, and I think he's sharpened up a little as the series has gone on. That's excellent news for TL. They are looking to take away this game and get a series win for themselves here. Can pick themselves back up through the standings. In the meantime, they've settled things back down in the bottom lane. And Arcadian now looking for the cute play in the jungle.
Yeah, he's actually looking to catch Rainover out here if he does face check. But he was spotted there. Yep, pinged out, I do believe. We'll see what ends up happening, because you have to remember Arcadian was not full health, right? So even if he does find Rainover, not sure it'll go his way. They're making the rotation. You see Froggen miss out of mid lane, and they're definitely going to be sneaking up on him here. We'll see if they can catch Rainover out.
Oh, he got it! Arcadian takes away his Gromp and Froggen's arrows. He actually ghosted in, trying to take down Rainover, but Rainover does not get killed at least.
He doesn't get killed, but he loses not only the Gromp, but he's going to lose the Wolves here too, because he lost jungle priority off that. And now Maokai coming down for Looper, so maybe going to be able to defend this, but Looper is coming for the collapse.
Rainover has his smite, but that's the flash wizard advance. Rainover knocked back in, damages there. Arcadian quick draws for the kill. And now Piglet again, assaulted by Voidlings as Gate looks to line up the silence, doesn't get it, but the Malzahar could force him off the lane.
Nice little backstep there from Piglet, avoiding that silence, which would have affected that dot, and he probably would have gone down. Still, good play on top side from Echo Fox. Rainover tries to get into his jungle and take that camp away. And yeah, he gets his wolves, but he has no priority in top lane, no priority in mid lane. And Echo Fox soul laners, one roams, then the other. Frustrating for Rainover, but good play from Echo Fox. And Arcadian can make this invade because he has priority on both sides.
It's actually lucky he also got the big wolf, I think.
Yep.
Came close, but you can see the quick draw. There's a bit of a giggle there from Arcadian. He got the first blood. Again, a kid with a lot of swagger coming into the league, and nice to see him still show it, which is a pretty important time.
Oh, TL push up far. They don't see Arcadian. And look at Piglet. He's Zoom. He has
Surprise.
no flash.
Piglet's like, how do I get out of this? Maybe the answer is he doesn't.
No.
Exhaust is down. Heal's going to land in. Arcadian's still going for a Gate almost low. Sniping there from Keith. Could turn it around, but the flash in his Gate. Gets one kill. Arcadian going to look for a couple more. And Matt, he wants the trade kill. He will get it, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Fox.
Still very good there for Echo Fox. It was well played mechanically from TL, dodging around. Graves can't actually shoot you over the minions. So Piglet was dashing kind of back and forth, keeping a minion in between him and Arcadian. And that plus the exhaust made it a very close fight. But still, it's 2 more kills going the way of Echo Fox. And I mean, really, TL did make the best of a bad situation, but no wards. And not really much of a chance for this to go their way. So here you have it. Piglet's trying to stay. Like, look at him moving between the minions, so Arcadian can actually shoot him. They flashes aside, gets the angle, does take him down, and Matt at least gets a trade kill, but Keith able to clean up.
Yeah, good little bit of gold there from Keith. Actually came back from recalling as Arcadian leans back. He's like, all right, got first blood, stretch it out. Maybe didn't want to die there. But he'll be okay. Warrior Enchantment on the way nice and quickly. Gonna donate blue buff over to Froggen, who will be very happy to receive his gift.
Yeah, still possible for him to go Ghostblade. Don't expect it, but it is possible. Definitely a fun build to try out and get those 3 lethality items pretty early on Graves. Turns out 2 auto attacks kills their AD carry.
That's good.
It is.
That sounds like a good deal. Froggen, onto Golden Glue, snares him up. Damage is there. You can see kind of why Ryze is such a problematic champion. His wave clear is good. He constantly threatens you with spells. He does instant snare. Does a lot of damage. scales with mana, I don't know. Look, there's a lot going on for this champion.
Yeah, semi-global ultimate, you know, he has a shield, he has move speed, he's got all kinds of stuff. Definitely a very strong champion, but Corki as well is exceptionally strong. Both of these guys are going to be pretty powerful, and Acadian looking to make another invade. Once again, kind of has mid lane priority. You know, Golden Glue is lower on mana, he's being pushed in, Froggen's up a level. It does give him the ability to kind of do this.
Ooh, Chain of Corruption, Piglet level 6, but he's going to get snared up gate. Blue Trooper doesn't have his ulti, Matt whimsies him, and now Keith getting assaulted again. The Voidlings trying to chase him down, but Arcadian in the realm of nice snipe.
The fadeaway ultimate, and now it's Matt's turn as it's a 4v1, but he gets a kill, and Rainover's here. This could go bad for Fox.
Froggen snares one up. That is enough for the kill. That's a flash wasted for Matt. Froggen with a nice tower, but Keith dies to Lulu again. That's Matt's 2 kills.
Matt's 2 kills, but I mean, who cares? It's not going on Piglet. This Lulu is not about to carry the game, and Golden Glue shows up quite late to the party. It's going to be Echo Fox moving over to this Infernal Dragon, the big ticket dragon. This really feels reminiscent of game number 1, where they were in full control, and I think that Rainover wants to make a play for this. It feels really bad to be this down in kills and giving up the Drake this early. Let's see who gets the smite.
Both have smite, so it's going to be a bit of a 50-50. Corki gets the Golden Glue being the hero. Rainover able to escape, I think. No, not quite. Froggen able to take him down after the flash.
Still, good job there by TL. They do at least get the Infernal. That is worth Rainover's life, I would say, for sure. Especially because they get summoners out of Froggen there too, so that can set up some opportunities. And that's at least, you know, something that's a morale boost there, right? You're able to get that dragon back. You feel like you have something going for you. With the Infernal in your back pocket, you always know you have that late game scaling. And here it is again. Keith starts it off, nice ultimate, and they're gonna go all in onto Piglet. Piglet, though, does get that 4th shot as well as his W add-on to Keith, and Matt is able to eventually finish him off right before that ultimate does come in. And This is definitely something where I love this.
It's a great angle. That's Matt and Piglet back in the bottom lane. Alive though, which is good. Means we've jumped back to life. Golden Glue with the package. Maybe looking to make a roam happen, but we saw Froggen definitely get out ahead of him in the initial run to the bottom lane. And Arcadian Warrior now completed, sitting at level 7. Seen a lot of action here, kind of in 2v2, 3v3.
Goes looking.
Don't know if he wants 2v1. Big one. Hits Arcadian, bit of damage there. Going to clean out this ward as well. But again, as long as Froggen can keep Corki anchored to the lane, that's good news for Echo Fox.
Another thing we have to track now is Gate is 6. He has his flash, he has the Malzahar ultimate. So you can look to see more attention down here in the bot lane. And I think that TL is aware of this. They're all moving down here, kind of converging, expecting that Acadian could show up to this bot lane because Piglet has no flash. If Acadian shows up and they land the flash ultimate from Malzahar, that's a dead AD carry.
Well, no blast cone to go over the wall, so might look for something else instead. Looking for some more. Does Gate going to start some roaming here? Might even look for mid lane. Golden Glue does have sums.
Oh, Matt, he's in trouble.
Does not have the flash. Going to get locked up. Ulti's enough. That is gross.
Yeah, that's what happens. Face check into that Malzahar. Like Graves is more than enough damage to knock you down. At least it is only Matt going down on the support, but still.
Reddit was not winning that Drake with those Voidlings, by the way. A little comical to watch, but certainly struggles there for TL. Fox up 8-2, almost 3,000 gold. And if this turret goes down, that's a huge burst of gold into their pockets. Arcadian going to join in, sweep the wave with his Q and try and knock this down. Wave is going to be there for a little while, but I think they've got it. That's a big lead early on for Echo Fox.
Yeah, they definitely got this. Graves does a lot of damage to those turrets, especially with the red buff, and they're trying to pull off a dive top lane 3v1. Remember game 1, how bad this went, but it is an additional member.
Froggen not here this time either, so 1v3, can they dive into Lubri? Claps his hand, puts the ulti up, and now they're going to knock him up with the depth charge. He's been exhausted as well. Lupa moving for as long as they can, but Lolo's too tanky, man. Rain never gets it, but Matt left on by Froggen, forced to use the ulti. Chain of Corruption's not going to connect, but Fox are still pushing.
And they can continue pushing. They can actually force TL to base here. Gate very low, will survive the Deathfire touch. Second turret's gonna drop, will back off. 2 turret for 1 trade is very nice for them, especially when you consider it is the first turret, and they actually forced quite a bit out of TL, moving 3 members top. They had to blow the exhaust even on Looper, because he was fighting back pretty well.
And I love it from Looper. Smart stuff this time. Didn't use the flash, because he's like, yeah, I'm definitely dead this time. So did what he could, bought his team some time to take another turret, but just gonna return to his lane. Looks like bottom lane is his lane for now. Froggen pushing out the waves, moving his way over to the blue buff as we'll watch this dive again.
Yeah, and the dive was well executed this time. It was not anything like that first game disaster. Lorlo is the tank. He should take the aggro. He does do so immediately. You can see that exhaust going down there from Golden Glue, not wanting to risk any sort of a trade kill. Maokai can put out a deceptive amount of burst with that R pop plus your sapling, your Q. So I think it's smart to show that respect. But Gate now here lurking on the sides. He has his ult ready. They would love to get a pick.
Just puts a ward over. I think that kind of gives away the play. Golden Glue at the blue buff, though.
Ooh, look at Piglet. He may face check this.
Oh, no. Ulti. Oh, that's awkward.
Ouch. I mean, that is something I feel like you have to see coming. The ward went over. Where's the Malzahar? Where is the Graves? They knew that someone was there. If no one noticed that ward pop up on the map, that's a pretty big mistake from TL.
Well, it cost Piglet his life. You can just see the roam combo of Arcadian and Gate is actually very effective, not just for picking people off, but like you said, Graves is pretty good at taking turrets as a marksman, and Echo Fox are just using this duo, maybe a trio wherever Keith is, knocking down turrets and getting picks, working perfectly for the Echo Fox early game that we wanted to see again.
I mean, you need to take stock of the fact that this is a 4-0-4 Malzahar.
He's ready.
Yeah.
Gate stole it from Korea,
there
bringing
you go.
it to NA.
Now another turret going their way.
Carry.
Echo Fox is getting hilariously ahead.
Look at these Voidlings doing work as well. I agree, it is Gate that's really getting it done here in the game. With all the kills, his crabs are helping out. Golden Glue's diving in on the Froggen. Froggen is not perturbed.
Yeah, and I mean, if Golden Glue chases that any further, he's going to be a goner, so he will back off. But that's already both top and bottom turrets all gone, right? Already 4 turrets knocked down here for Echo Fox, and they are very far ahead this early on. I mean, 5,000 gold lead is disgusting.
I mean, Golden Glue had another good Trinity Force timing, but we'll have to take a look when the recalls come in about what everyone else has finished. Froggen certainly has finished Rod of Ages at this point. Yep. Gate's building pretty aggressively towards his first damage item, so he'll be a threat moving into the mid game, and Malzahar's already frustrating enough for this. Arcadian going for the Hex Drinker, has a few more swords. Like, major items are not quite completing, but not too much on the TL side either, except for that Trinity Force for Corki. So it's going to take their map and their gold advantage, and that next fight should really start to swing things if TL do put a foot out of line.
Yeah, and the Trinity Force timing was fine, right? You know, Golden Glue CS well, but if you look back to that first game that they did lose where he was 2-0-2, he got it before 12 minutes. This was about 3 minutes later that he's picking up his Triforce, so it's not exceptional by any means, but it's about as well as you can do without getting kills.
Looking okay for now. But Echo Fox, they've got so much space to play with. Ocean Drake is pretty much theirs for the taking. They're going to check in, doesn't see anyone, but I think spotted the control warden. Team Liquid might try and make a play here. Lolo up top with the teleport ready, though. Looper walking down as well for the potential fight around the objective.
I feel like they might just send Rain over in to try to steal here again, or look for some sort of steal. I don't think they're going to commit to a fight because it would be very risky. Ooh, okay. Good try from Golden Glue.
Got the first one, did not get the second one, but very low risk play. Piglet lines up the ulti. Golden Glue wants to play, but he gets the breath by the Malzahar. That's a blow up from Arcadian. Gate will fall as a trade, but Lolo's down. He gets Froggen, who's leaping forward to try and take out Rainover, but now Lolo's in trouble. Knocks up Keith with the depth charge, but Froggen surging forward. He wants it. Only a 1-for-1 though.
That's Golden Glue down though for the support, and that is a really nice trade there for Echo Fox. They grabbed the Dragon too. It doesn't look like they have enough health to really stay around and try to push even further than that, but still good job by Echo Fox. The Golden Glue wanted to go aggressive there, but very quick on the ultimate was Gate. So the second part of the Valkyrie couldn't use the kind of mini Valkyrie to get back out after going in with the package.
And Piglet's going to stick around and clean out what minions he can. Matt's going to rejoin him, so Froggen try and clear that out. Rainover taking the topside scuttle. Means that they'll have some good vision around that area. But again, Echo Fox kind of just had this mid-outer turret to really crack down and got lots of space to play with. So Froggen back to a side lane, they're going to get that farm going, and the very safe duo of Keith and Gate should be able to protect this turret and get it pushing if TL starts to leave less than now the 4 people they've got in mid lane.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that there's any dive that can really happen right now from TL, unless Lorlo was there as well, because they don't really have someone to tank up that turret, especially when you add in the fact that they don't know where Cadian is, right? If you don't know where that Graves is, he pops out on a dive, it's going to go pretty bad for you.
Froggen, though, getting himself some vision as he is trying to split push a very long lane. There's not quite enough deep vision on the TL red side jungle just yet, but he'll probably start fixing that. Got the Trinket Ward to get down in again. Froggen's just collecting safe farm, and 1v1, he's pretty confident he can handle almost anyone. Even though Golden Glue is quite strong, Froggen can at least get away if a fight starts, and when this happens, he's very easily able to get a pick. Although a good word from TL is going to spot the squad moving through, so no face checks this time.
Not Froggen, though. Knew he was safe. You know, they had eyes on pretty much everyone right now. And Echo Fox is trying to gain some vision around here, though. No sweepers are up right now, and they only have the one pink on gate, so they need to look.
Oh, don't find anyone trying to corruption. Just a little short.
This could go bad for them.
Piglet looking for something. Gates tanking it all up. Not too bad. That's a little worse. Missile does land, but yeah, they're making sure they block the rest of the skill shots, and Lolo couldn't get in the fight in time.
Well, it was a good try. They did not get much out of it, but they do not lose their lives. Just losing that one Realm Warp cooldown, I think it's worth a shot. And Gate is almost done his Rylai's. It could be a Leandries as well. I'm expecting Rylai's, just because I think that you would have built the pen first otherwise. I could go either way, but I mean, when you look at the support items, it's pretty funny. He's essentially like a full damage item ahead. They have the same besides that.
Feels good for the mage support. Froggen, nope, not interested in snaring up Lolo. It's kind of a waste of his cooldown, I think he thinks. Cadian going to donate blue over once again. Froggen is going to clear this out nice and quickly, and back to defending that mid lane turret. Blast Cone going to help Arcadian zip over, and TL are really pressing for this outer. They actually grab Froggen there. Nice little snipe. Death Touch going to follow in. Oh, huge with the wild growth, but he gets the press down by Gate. Almost enough, but Golden Glue slays Froggen in the dive.
It's 1-for-1. Looper is now coming down. Does have his flash. He could look to re-engage this if they want.
No ult from Gate means they don't really have any pick tools with Keith's ultimate still on cooldown. But turret being up is problematic. I mean, sure, it's not going to regen. It's got maybe 1 or 2 autos left, but you still need to take it and collect the gold it's worth. It's a nuisance to go back and try and get it 1 minute, maybe 2 minutes later.
Well, and especially if Maokai's hanging around, it is a little bit scary. They'll eventually get that gold. Maybe Piglet's just going to run up and auto it. Oh, he didn't actually get it. Oh, no. Piglet.
Oh, Piglet's net up on the ulti now as well. No. There's so much greed.
That is brutal. He thought he could one-auto it, misjudged his damage with all the armor there from the minions not being around, gives up his life and a summoner, which may mean they lose their mid-outer.
And looks like they're going to lose it because that's damage. Arcadian and Keith with a bit of help from Gate's going to try for a Rainover, trying to keep them away. Golden Glue, good rockets. Missiles one in, flashes forward, once Gate, heals out from Keith to keep him alive. Last missile, not there in time. Arcadian firing back, but Keith forced to flash out, and Lolo, he'll do it. Oh no, oh, good hook onto Arcadian. Turret's now dead. That's going to force Arcadian to flash out of the way.
That is a lot of summoners blown there from both sides. TL finally knocks down that turret, grabs some much-needed gold for themselves. But meanwhile, the solo laners for Echo Fox, are pushing in those waves, getting that farm in the top and bot lanes. And someone will have to go to respond there. So we can see this 3-man squad move right back to mid for Echo Fox. And as people go to collect the side waves, they can look to try to finish off that turret because it is pretty low.
Yeah, with how open the map is as well, Infernal Drake is going to be a big deal as Echo Fox can look to take that for themselves. Watch this one again though, Piglet. He just wanted it so bad.
Yeah, and I mean, this is so telegraphed. He even gets hit by the Q. Nice ulti there from Keith. Really good punish. But that's a little bit embarrassing.
Well, he's alive now, trying to dodge a few more Qs, does get out of the way of that one, and mid lane turret's still up for TL, which is nice for them. Again, the longer they can defend it, the better, even though it's pretty likely Echo Fox are going to get it at some point soonish. That's a pretty quick Baron, though, from Echo Fox. Nice and sneaky, and look at the Voidlings creeping in to help tank.
TL has no idea. Oh, okay, now they know.
Good game
they're gonna have to back off. I don't think you can actually commit to this.
They're committing to it.
Wow, this is really risky. Baron does a lot of damage at this point in the game. Looper's already low.
Okay, gonna get ulted down. He's gonna die, I think. Tries to snipe Map, but doesn't get it. To press onto Lolo, they need to get the Baron. They do get it, but how many die for it? Lolo in, Golden Glue in with the package. Froggen trying to turn it around, but Gate's already dead. They've got a couple already. Looper looking to get hunted down by Golden Glue as well. That was disastrous for Echo Fox.
That was just super risky, and I mean, the gold is probably pretty even off of that. Maybe a little bit in TL's favor because they probably got some shutdowns and stuff, but Baron does give a fair bit of gold, but I don't understand why you're taking the risk there when you're so in control of the game. The Infernal Dragon is up. You've been spotted. I mean, that was just silly from Echo Fox. Now they give a second Infernal over to TL. They could have simply pulled off and looked to force a fight around Infernal. I think that was just an awful call. And they were even just lucky that they got it. It was actually a missed smite, I'm pretty sure, from Acadian. I saw it go to 10 HP. So that could have gone over to their opponents. And if TL gets the Baron there, that would have been backbreaking.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Echo Fox still holding a firm lead, 5,000 up. The two Infernals add gold that we can't see to TL's stats, which is nice, but as far as total current gold goes, Echo Fox do have a decent lead there. I mean, if they can take more turrets with the Baron buff they have, that might be good, but they've got a long way to go to try and siege those inhibitor turrets, and sure, Baron is great for that sort of thing, but usually later in the game, and I agree, it was just an unnecessary risk from Echo Fox that kind of looks cool if it pulls off, but even then, just doesn't look as great. Froggen taking some damage. Gate trying to fend off Golden Glue. He's going to die to Rainover, though. And Echo Fox starting to get a little sloppy.
Yeah, they are. And my problem was not at all with the attempt. My problem was the continuation once it's spotted, right? Then you leave. But here it is once again. It's been spotted out by that Trinket Ward. They go in for it. And Keith is pretty much down right off the bat. And if you watch the Baron's health here, I'm not sure if we'll get a good shot of it. You can actually see Seth smite it to 10 health there. As Lorlo is walking into the pit, that could go over to like a Bomby Cinder tick. Like, that is ridiculously risky. So it was very close to being a disaster. Still didn't even end up that well.
You can see Golden Glue just launching himself into the pit in a flurry of noise.
Some loud sound effects.
Hey man, okay, Corky's got some sweet sound effects, let me tell you. It's like the old sad robot Amumu skin. Do you remember those days?
I do.
It's not fun.
A couple QSSs now picked up for TL. Gate obviously having the advantage of that Malzahar support, forcing your opponent's itemization, right? Not something that they really wanted to grab, but still, QSS is pretty solid here. There's a fair bit of AP coming out, so the magic resist is going to be nice, and you can use it for multiple things, you know, not just the ultimate from Gate, but also roots from Froggen and things like that, so it does have its uses.
Yeah, Edge of Night also for 2 different champions on TL, so if they can get that barrier up, they'll have to take it off much like a Banshees before they can get the Malzahar ulti down. So Gate's usefulness, despite the strong start, he does have that Ryle, as you mentioned, but hasn't really found any other picks. In fact, he got picked off in the last exchange that we saw. So we'll just have to see kind of what happens in these next few minutes. Echo Fox, I think, they still have a lead, which makes the fast Baron attempt look even weirder, because that's either something you do when you're exceptionally far ahead or very far behind, and they were kind of neither. They were like medium ahead. So I guess we'll see what they can do, but Baron's on for a little while longer. If they can get a siege going, that's excellent news. If not, it's kind of a wash as far as the trade goes.
Yep, and I mean, they did get the first mid lane turret, at least with that Baron buff, so gold-wise, it's totally fine. It's not really a big deal at this point anymore, but they're looking for the engage Acadian. Getting tagged.
Oh, Lolo's feet got caught in the snare from the Chain of Corruption. Lupus slowed down, but he's tanking for the rest of his team. Good attempt there from TL to get them off the siege, but Fox going to try one final time.
They're going to move right back up here. And it was a pretty good disengage there, but Baron buff has expired, and lanes are going to be pushing against Echo Fox, so they will send their solo laners top and bot to get those roaming in the right directions once more here and just continue to try to push this in their direction. The gold lead, one thing to be said for it, although it has stayed pretty big, it has not really increased in the last 8 or so minutes, and just the percentage by which they're ahead now is much smaller.
Yep, and that will be true as the game goes on, assuming the lead stays the same. So it was 5,000 when I last checked about 5 minutes ago, and it's still that now, of course. So we'll see if Echo Fox can extend that lead. They're still up and ahead in this game and have lots of territory to play with. 5 turrets to 2 still is kind of the big point for TL that's tricky. They've only taken 2 out, as you can see. Golden Glue looking at that bottom outer, maybe trying to push that one down. He's got the package up again. They can maybe look to make a play with it as well. Lupa's going to go down to meet him. Golden Glue does do good damage. We'll see if he can take the turret. I don't think he can 1v1 Lupa is part of the issue.
I mean, maybe eventually, but Looper shouldn't die. It feels like a fight that they should both be able to opt out of whenever they feel like it. So it shouldn't be too much of a threat.
Ooh, Rainover, big damage. Keith doesn't quite get him with the ulti. Leap away is nice from Kha'Zix, but Echo Fox don't commit too much to almost get a pick, and Rainover takes a hefty amount of poke in return. Looks like Cloud Drake's up in 1:30. So it looks like teams are just looking for those objectives, and Gate is trying to be bait here. TL not going to fall for it.
I mean, Echo Fox are setting up the vision now. They're making the smart move there. Unfortunately for them, even if they grab this dragon, great, you have an Ocean, pretty nice for Siege. Then you have the Cloud Drake, pretty nice, but 2 Infernals on the other side, right? That's a big advantage.
Certainly is, and TL have gotten a number of Infernals all series long, so they'll be happy about the spawns. Again, just kind of waiting for objectives to come back up. Baron will be up in 1:20. Don't think Echo Fox will be quite as keen to start it off this time around. But power is certainly there. I mean, Froggen in particular has been farming up a storm. He's got a good chunk of items. Acadian has 3, including that jungle enchant. And he's 5, 2, and 5. So maybe looking to carry things out. And even Gate, that support, is doing good damage. But TL sticking together, starting to play grouped and know that, you know what, if a team fight starts, we feel more confident we can win it. And Echo Fox looking a little more scattered than they were in the first 2 games.
Yeah, I think that both teams are at pretty even power levels right now. If you look at the important members on both sides, they're pretty strong across the board, right? You have the QSS plus the IE Trinity Force for Corki. That's a really strong point in the game, where if Golden Glue can get onto any of the squishies, he can definitely pop them out. But they are looking to cut him off.
Lolo is the target. He's pretty tanky though. Chain of Corruption's going to follow through. Snare is there, but he flashes out of the way. Looper not trying to chase it down, but Piglet's going to turn it around with the ulti. Looper is going to protect his team. They bunch together. Don't take too much damage from the poke. But no kill onto the tank. The Cloud Drake's there. In fact, TL might even re-engage on this fight.
Have to remember, no flash on Lolo. He's TPing in, so they do want to fight.
Breaks down though, Lolo.
He's still going.
Late. They're going to find it. That's a good position. Depth charge lands in, knocks up Gate and Frog, and Wild Growth connects it as well. Golden Glue in a flank line, almost taking out Arcadian. That's a big fight for Team Liquid. There's a couple down as Golden Glue gets 1. Kha'Zix gets 2 for Rainover.
That is just a massive fight for Liquid, and they're going to get down Looper as well. We'll see if he can escape. He wants to delay because TL definitely wants to move towards Baron. Varus needs to try to hit some Qs here, try to chunk them out and knock them off this Baron, or their lead is entirely gone, and they're honestly going to be behind.
The Piglet got low to Looper, who dove into the back lines, but this Baron going down pretty quickly. Here's the defense on Fox, though. Going to try and snipe some members down. Golden Glue eats the first few. Baron's a little too low. Lola going to zone them out. There's Baron Team Liquid. All of a sudden, game's pretty much tied up.
I'd actually say the TL are probably in the advantage at this point with the double Infernal, and Echo Fox, they get a Cloud Drake, but they give up so much, and they get pitched from all sides. This was a fantastic engage from Team Liquid as Lorlo comes straight into the backline. No idea that that was happening. And then watch Golden Glue from the bottom. Right back onto the carries. Immediately exhaust onto Acadian. He's completely bursted out. They just decimated this fight. It was so well played from Liquid, collapsing from all sides, and that was really the perfect engage.
Set up Kha'Zix for a couple resets there, or even just some damage, and things looking good for TL as they get within less than 2,000 gold of Echo Fox, but more importantly, with the Baron and ready to start pushes. Turrets have been the real issue for this game, and TL should be able to take a number of them with the Baron buff.
Yeah, you'd certainly think so. The first one down in bot, definitely going to be going down. We'll see how much more is going to fall after that.
This one's going to go. Lolo able to slap that away with his anchor. Kind of nudged it, and it fell down. Gives you an idea of how big Nautilus is. Ethan Gate looking to snipe Golden Glue, but Golden Glue returning fire with the missiles. Now Piglet going to clear out the ward. It's going to leave Matt to do it actually, because he's only got 4 bullets. Wants to use them on the turret instead. Hit a Ghost Blade. That's Keith trying to get out of the way. Second turret down. Gold now tied up, and TL riding that double Infernal Drake to a lead with the Baron buff still in their possession. Fox going to have to play defense for a couple minutes.
Yeah, they certainly are, and there was no real chance to defend that bot lane tier 2, as Froggen and Acadian were not there yet, and you can't try to do that 3v5 defense against a Nautilus who's going to be very willing to dive, especially when backed up by this Lulu.
Well, minion clear will be there. It's a little tricky versus the Baroned up minions, but kind of got the power to do it. TL not overcommitting, just poking with the Kha'Zix spikes, letting Golden Glue actually split push here. Get some damage down onto an inhibitor turret. And again, almost tied up the turrets. Just that tier 2 in mid lane left for both of them. Well, the TL have one extra turret to work on in the top lane if they wanted that as well. But most important thing is, 32 minutes in, Baron buff is still there for just under half its cooldown, but no team has broken into the base just yet and really maneuvered themselves into a strong endgame position. TL maybe going to force here, but Fox looking to get the engage down. Chain of Corruption lands in for Keith, but just some cooldowns being traded back and forth. They go Fox again. They're trying to keep the minions out from under their turrets as soon as possible.
And they are at least able to defend that inner turret. This will give up a couple, and the gold is right back to even. It's still an exceptionally close game. Item completion coming in on both sides. These guys are at very similar levels of power. One thing that is pretty key to note, though, for Echo Fox is they're starting to get some of their penetration items. So they're going to be able to deal better with this Nautilus, as Void Staff has come in now. We have Lord Dominix on Keith. We have the Last Whisper on Acadian. So these are really important items to be able to punch through Lorlo, who is really being the massive threat for the team.
We talk about Maokai kind of being the premier tank because of his ultimate, because of how tanky he gets and how much he protects your team, but it does feel like Lolo has been the bigger tank in the last few exchanges, so we'll see if that can turn things around.
And a lot of that was to do with his great flanking, right? It's the positioning. He has better CC than pretty much any other tank, but you have to be able to get in the right position to do it. Oh, Acadian.
That's not good. Acadian gonna get blown up. Perhaps Golden Glue goes all in for it, but misses the last missile. Rainover able to finish it off. Wild Growth on top, looking for the reset, but gets shut down by Froggen. Acadian will leave. He's whimsied up. But 1-for-1 trade. Realm Warp gonna make it 2-for-1. Golden Glue gonna get blown up by Froggen. Exhaust is not enough.
That looked like it was going to be a great pick for TL as Golden Glue and Rainover came flying in, but Acadian with that mob, with the ultimate to get him back out and the innate tankiness of Graves because of that passive, able to live a lot longer than expected, and Fox makes it a good trade for them.
Yep, that's good stuff, but again, no major objectives to kind of convert on. Another Cloud Drake will be up, so Elder Dragon spawn not on the table yet, and Golden Glue tried to make the hero play here.
Yeah, they go in again. Gate is there pretty quickly as well. Froggen there faster too. A fast interrupt on Gate's ultimate. Not sure what happened to that, but with Rainover going down, there wasn't really any damage left, and Golden Glue is an easy chase down here. Does pop the exhaust, tries to turn and fight, but not really ever going to be able to win that one.
Yep, not an even trade. 2-for-1 instead in favor of Fox. But again, it feels like we're waiting for something else to break open. This Cloud Drake, maybe there'll be a fight for it. Maybe TL feels like they don't feel too bad giving it up and want the Elder Dragon spawning instead. And Baron is a few minutes away still from really respawning. So with Inhibitor turret still up with a big wide open map now for both these teams and a very close gold lead, we're going to start to get to the point where we're going to push it later and the tipping points are going to get real narrow because the game could turn around quickly. Looks like Fox, though, in position for at least something here towards the right-hand side.
Yeah, they're looking to set up around Dragon and Rainover. Does have that tonight, going to be okay. They want to be able to get this, and they have done a pretty diligent job of clearing out wards behind them. So there's no flank wards for that Lorlo.
Warping again, but no one being caught.
Yeah. And now they kind of lost positioning a little bit here. They kind of have this awkward spot again where they're kind of a bit surrounded. So they do have to move back over, and Looper thankfully can heal back up off this, and they will start up the Dragon. Should be able to secure this one. We'll see if Rainover wants to go for a steal. Would be very risky.
Might just use to start a fight. Lolo, they're going to take some pokies. Very tanky.
Good block with those Voidlings.
Extra damage coming. No Voidlings really helping out. And there's the Drake over to Fox. They're pretty fast now. They're going to try and chase down Team Liquid, perhaps.
Can't get too overconfident because Lorlo can turn for the re-engage, and he will do so.
Looper, now the tank getting poked out here. He's trying to zone the rest of them away. Golden Glue wants to try and find the flank, but so does Froggen. And now the team's on the opposite side of the map. Oh, Gate. Gotta be careful, taking damage from the Jin trap.
Voidling procs the hook again.
Ulti's in. Looper needs to tank them. Doing a good job, but he's getting slowed down. Gate found the last bullet there from Jin. And Lolo again tanking things up. These fights are getting close, and both teams will disengage.
Yeah, it's very tense. TL had the inside track there on the inner turret, but if they commit to that turret, they can get sandwiched against it. So it's very risky to go for a play like that in the end. Both teams playing it pretty safe. He has to be given a lot of credit, though. His Voidling usage blocked multiple hooks from Lorlo where he wanted to engage.
That's what happens when he's the first guy to play Mal's on spot.
There you go.
Brought it over from Korea here in the preseason. Baron up in 20 seconds, excuse me. So looks like TL back to make sure they were fully stocked for that. I think Fox have also managed to get their recalls in. As you can see, the pretty roller coastery looking gold graph here. I mean, Fox, it felt like at one point early on, that was just a straight curve up for them as far as snowballing and gold lead went.
Oh, they're looking.
Who are they going to find? It's Golden Glue, but he's not going to get ultied. Gets out early, though, the Valkyrie, and Rainover's in a dangerous spot. He pokes them out, but Fox don't follow over the wall. Acadian gets chunked out low as well.
Echo Fox are going to have to back off here. Lorlo isn't here, but look, Flash Force on Acadian. He's very low. Now Lorlo's coming in from the side. Rainover's in the back.
Lupin's trying to tie them up. He's doing good damage. Keith's going to go down as Froggen actually gets slain by Piglet. Keith dies there as well for the double. Now Acadian also locked up. Goes down to Lolo. That's almost a wipe. It's just Looper left.
What was Echo Fox thinking taking that fight? I mean, they saw Rainover on the side. They dive in past him, and Rainover is able to get so much work done in the back, barely surviving Gate and Keith. And this is going to be another free Baron for TL. Echo Fox really dropped the ball in that fight.
Yeah, just too eager to try and start something, and the teleports might have been a little too deep. TL, though, seems like the cohesion's much better moving into this last game, and this just looks...
I mean, just watch this fight. Okay, Acadian's already really low. He's basically dead. You have a TP coming in. You have Kha'Zix, who has already shot Ws from the side. And then what is Looper doing? He's diving in. Froggen's diving in. Where's your backline going to be able to survive here? I mean, Keith dies immediately to the Kha'Zix plus Lorlo. Then Acadian, who had 10% health, also dies in the background. They completely abandoned their backline there. and took a fight that they had no business taking.
We talked about Lupa not being on the same page as his teammates. That's another moment where it's like, okay, it still does take time to build that synergy. Things have improved, but that's definitely a moment. And I think we saw one earlier in this game as well, where it's like, okay, still got to work on it here. And you could just see the amount of damage that Golden Glue in particular was able to do. I mean, the numbers on Echo Fox don't look impressive. That's because they didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Completely lost the team fight before it even started.
Exactly. They were doomed to fail in that one. And Looper had a great game one. In this one, he's 0-1-1. He's had almost no effect in the game whatsoever. He's even down in farm, so he really has not been doing much of anything besides kind of pushing out these side waves. And it felt like he just kind of got a bit over eager there to try to make something happen. But with Acadian already so low on health, it was definitely a very desperate looking play.
The Baron buff from TL means it's starting to knock down even more turrets. That's 6 as they take the turret lead in the game. And these are the important ones. Piglet lines up the ulti, trying to get some poke down, finds Froggen for a little bit, finds Gate and Keith with an extra. There's a 1,000 damage crit on the Froggen. And now Keith, oh, that's going to be disaster. Golden Glue takes the kill out. Rainover looping forward with a wild grid. There's a double in for Glue. Looking for a couple more. Looper going to go down here as well. The GA is popped. And TL going to take the inhib. Rainover lives again with almost no health as Looper goes down to Piglet's rampage.
Complete collapse for Echo Fox. Hard to say much more than that, but TL pounce. And they are going to cleanly close out this game.
They broke the big game they needed to in the second one, but now they're going to search for it and just clean through this third one. Piglet going to look to snipe down Froggen. Froggen trying to fight, but there's the ace for Team Liquid. Nectus now exposed, and they take the series.
Definitely a messy one for Echo Fox, and it felt like they just did not have kind of the mental stamina going into this final game. Maybe they got tired. TL are going to be the beneficiaries as they look solid in Game 3. Rainover for me especially, 8-3 and 7 on the Kazakhs was really big. Had a great game. But I mean, Echo Fox from the start of the series to the end of the series looks like a completely different team,
yeah,
right? Game one, they looked incredible.
Game 2, tough, still looked decent, and it just didn't feel like their hearts were really in the final game.
Yeah.
I can't blame them. It was a very tough series to try and play, but like I said, Liquid, they needed that second game win, and I think in some ways it propelled them to a very clean-looking final game, and all of a sudden, that's all you really need as a team. They've been down and out. It's been a very tough start to the season. But they'll shake hands with their fans. Golden Glue had a huge smile on his face when that final game ended.
I mean, you know, he was able to contribute in that last game. Did well on the Corki, getting some good team fight damage out, being able to grab a double kill as well in the final minutes of that game. Definitely something positive to take away from this series for TL. And they really did need a win because they've been on a slide. For Echo Fox, a great week last week. Incredible first game here, but they definitely faltered in Game 3. I mean, had a massive lead, and they threw it away big time.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all you can say. Golden Glue, thumbs up. Smiles at the camera, like you said, as he should. Even Rainover's got a small smile on his face there. As Team Liquid do manage to take the series 2-1. A speed bump, certainly, for Echo Fox. We'll see if this slows down their momentum. That's probably the big deal now. I mean, TL will certainly be surging off that win. But Echo Fox, they need to bounce back. They're only going to get tougher opponents. We thought Liquid would be the team that, you know, almost everyone could take games off. And now Liquid say, you know what? We're ready to fight. They dig their heels in. They take the series.
And they do take the series. And Echo Fox, it's going to be tough for them to bounce back in their next game because they're playing C9. So C9 is really kind of the agreed upon best team in the league right now. And that's a tough one because now you're facing down an 0-2 week, right? After that great week 2. Definitely not the start that they wanted. Liquid, really important for them to get this win, though, you know, especially after a loss yesterday.
Yeah, it's good that they kind of broke that there. And unfortunately for Echo Fox, they'll break their streak that they were on. So it'll be kind of interesting to track them throughout the rest of the season. It's still early, don't forget, but we're maybe lining up for a roller coaster here for Echo Fox.
Yeah, we definitely are, man. I feel like a lot of the teams in this league have been so up and down. You know, we've seen flashes of brilliance from teams like Liquid and Echo Fox and Dignitas, and even, you know, Envy looked pretty darn good in a couple of their games. And then you have complete opposites, complete breakdowns in some of the games. You know, some of the calls that Echo Fox made when they are kind of watching their games today, when they're doing their reviews of what happened today, they're going to be very disappointed with themselves.
They certainly are, but I believe we have an interview ready to go. So we're going to go down with Liquid's mid laner for more on that hard-fought series. Let's hear from Jack and the Team Liquid mid.
Thanks, Pacer. And yes, I'm here with Golden Glue. First off, congratulations on the victory. And I know it was a marathon, really. All 3 games, very long. How do you feel after being able to get a win at the end of this week?
It feels great. You know, we've been like self-destructing recently, you know, Like, we won our first set, and then we went on a 4-game loss streak, so it feels really good. I just have the mindset every day that, you know, this is the day like we can turn around our season, and I think we played like that today.
Yeah, and you do mention the struggles you guys have been having after the first win. There were very high expectations for this Team Liquid team coming into the split. How have you kind of dealt with the adversity of losing essentially 4 sets in a row before this match?
Yeah, it was just really tough. I mean, everyone was really stressed, and it kind of built up to, I think, yesterday's performance where we did really bad. So last night we had a huge team meeting where it was like 3-4 hours long, where we just like, everyone voiced all their opinions, like what's going wrong, why are we losing, emotions, like people crying. Like, it was pretty insane, pretty intense, and I think it put us in the right mentality to play good today.
Yeah, and even today, it wasn't without its adversity. You lost the first game, you struggled a little bit in the second game. How were you able to communicate as a team to pull this series through?
We just knew, like, even after the mistakes that we made game 1, we basically, the early game went as poorly as it possibly could have, and we still were being proactive in the mid game. So we just knew if we could get a solid early game, that we could pull it through mid game and late game. And I think that's just kind of how the games went.
All right, and now you guys are done for this week. You've played Friday and Saturday. You have Cloud9 up next on Friday. How are you going to prepare for that, and how do you feel going into that match?
I think we addressed a lot of the issues in our practice in that meeting last night, and I think we're going to get much more efficient and goal-oriented practice this week, and I think it'll help a lot, and C9's going to be a tough opponent, so it should be fun.
All right, well, thank you very much, Golden Glue. Congratulations once again on the victory, and we're going to send it to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you very much, Jat. And yes, let's talk about this match. It came through for Liquid. I mean, game 2 was super difficult. Game 3, pretty difficult as well, required a bit of a comeback, but they made it happen, and I got to give Liquid props for, you know, finally turning things around a little bit.
They really seem to struggle in their early game pretty consistently, similar issues in game 1, but when they do fall behind, they are a team that does seem to have some kind of resilience. They showed a little bit in the TSM series, they showed it a little bit in this series as well, that they do keep fighting and trying, they keep trying to force plays, maybe not always the best ones, but they do have the desire to win. They keep trying, and eventually sometimes it pays off.
Yeah, and the desire to keep trying and make plays, I think, is kind of the theme of the bottom lane right now, because I can't tell you how many times we've seen Piglet and Matt as a duo like dive very early on in the game, doing a tower dive, trying to do a 2-on-2 dive, dying in this last game where it was just the Voidlings going after him, and actually having really plays where they are not on the same page. If they can get that synergy down and they can start, you know, playing like a lot of the other bottom lanes that we're seeing in the NALCS, then you have a lane that is more stable. And we're watching people have to make hero plays like Rainover, Golden Glue, and Lorlo. It's like, imagine if they didn't have to make those plays to get him back in the game.
Right, and I think you have to look at Acadian as well, the fact that he had a really strong early game once again. Okay. The Nidalee pick, maybe not quite his forte. Who knows why they went with that option in game 2. But once back onto Graves, the champion we've seen him excel on, he showed that he can take over the early game yet again.
Yeah, he has some really smooth mechanics on that Graves. Like, Rick, you pointed out where he has a quick draw animation cancel where he shoots at the beginning.
I don't know how to do it exactly, but you can. So quick draw is an auto attack reset, but you can shoot at the beginning of quick draw. So you shoot quick draw, and then shoot while you're animating, and then you end quick draw and just AFK while you're reloading for normal, and just you can get 3 autos in like a half second.
Like, that's
how he killed Rainover.
Super good at that champion, and every time the Echo Fox really want to go for Graves composition, they have point-and-click CC, which they had 3 members of their team with point-and-click CC. So he had the ability to go off that game, but TL prevented that in the mid-game by actually grouping up and winning a lot of these team fights against Echo Fox.
And I've got to give props to the top 3 members, you know, lane order-wise from Liquid. Golden Glue, I'm going to bring it up again, how was so hard on himself for his last few games, but this entire series, I thought, played well. And I'm not saying his ceiling is Faker's ceiling, but Golden Glue played well for Golden Glue. He played well for NALCS, put out a lot of damage numbers, and was a consistent force in this series, and was a large reason why they won. Rainover looked pretty close to back on form, good numbers throughout this entire series, and Lorlo with a bunch of game-winning teleports. And I mean, we have replays of some of these team fights where Lorlo is doing so much work in these fights.
Right, and I think the big one is that 3-0 that they had around the Dragon Pit, because we talk about how we want Lorlo on carry champions to take over the game, but a carry champion usually can't do this, where he gets the perfect TP flank off, gets behind the enemy team, and just CC locks Froggen out, basically.
But this is like Echo Fox going back to what their big issue was their team fighting, right? They'd get early leads, then they'd go for objectives. Their macro was a little bit off in terms of timing. But then what is Looper doing as the last person out of the pit? Why is everybody else leaving the Dragon Pit? And then Looper comes limping in as a Maokai. Is like, What is he going to do now? Because Lorlo is completely all over the other 3 members of the team while Golden Glue is flanking. It's like Looper's in a really bad position in that fight, and that's on the entire team to coordinate better for Fox.
Right, I think you can say that for a majority of the series, Lorlo actually played team fights better from the tank perspective, and it was game 2, he had a number of them. Game 3, again, there's the other one in the top lane where he got the TP flank off and cut off the escape and finished off Acadian. There's a number of team fights where Lorlo was able to play the tank, situation extremely well.
Yeah, and I thought Lolo was very good. He was like my honorable mention for player of the game, but honors do go to Reignover for this one, and I think well-deserved. Though we got behind in the early jungle matchup, he did do some really wonderful things as far as team fights. In the game winning, he solo kills Keith in the back line and plays the mechanics right. And yeah, I thought Reignover did a very good job of having really high presence in the late game and being the assassin he's supposed to be.
Right, and it can be a little difficult to play Kha'Zix from behind sometimes because your damage isn't quite there, or they're tankier than you thought they would be. But the fact that he always seems to be relevant despite if his early game is going his way or not, especially when he's not stuck on Olaf, a champion that's a little more binary. But when he's on the Kha'Zix, people have been giving it a lot to him, and he seems to perform pretty well on it.
Yeah, I actually enjoy seeing him on that champion, but none of our questions about TL and that champion pool in the jungle have been tested this week because we saw it previously where he was triple banned on blue side, and they lost both those matches last week. So nobody tested Reignover this week, so that's still a question for me moving forward.
Champ pool can always be an issue. With 5 bans, you get a lot to target people with. We'll see if that ends up coming into fruition later on in this season. But for today, we are done. The games are on the book. Let's see how the standings have shifted. Well, Cloud9, of course, they remain undefeated, alone in first place. They defeated Envy in a clean sweep. Once again, TSM, Phoenix 1, and FlyQuest, they all won, so they're all sharing second place at 4-1. And after a hard-fought win, Liquid does improve to 2-4, which nets them 7th. They've been not where they want to be, but at least a win is a win. CLG and Team Dignitas still tied at 8th with only 1 win, and Envy, of course, with an extra loss alone in last. But there are lots of ties that are bound to be broken up with the games coming up tomorrow, and it starts with a battle for second place. Phoenix 1 versus TSM on NALCS 1. That's going to be followed by Immortals versus FlyQuest. One of these teams playing much better than expectations. Then over on NALCS 2, Team Dignitas and CLG face off, surprisingly, both these squads with miserable records. And then Cloud9 up against Echo Fox. Going to be a fun one to watch as well. Seeing and hoping to continue with more and more wins. Lots of good matches. Stay tuned for all those. So, for myself, my wonderful analysts, the casters, the interviews, the players, the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. More NALCS action going to be there. See you tonight. Sorry. See you tomorrow. Good night. That's what I was going for. I can't read.
I'll see you tonight.
As we head into game 1 of the best of 3, TSM CLG, beginning of week 3. Here we go.
Monster can't help.
Here, flashing, there's the root coming in, and who he's nearby as well. Sven's got no way out anymore. That's going to be first blood counter logic gaming.
That's exactly what he does here.
Flash is in. One no shot will do it. Nicely done, Bjergsen. The summonerless Huhi goes down.
Huhi getting a little greedy with the wave when he comes back lane. And Sticks again jumped on.
Beautifully played here by Final Frost in turn of the flash play. Couldn't predict it in time.
I got Jin.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get him. I thought
All right. Big man.
I'm
gonna go mid. Hey, if you didn't feel that motivated to win this game, then just remember how you felt when you lost to them in the spring finals. I don't remember that.
They're going to try to body block it. Looks like Darshan doesn't have a way of doing so.
They get him.
Perfectly played. TSM removed the escape route. The attacks are there. Brushmaker for the auto attacks, and there's first blood coming through. Nicely done, Svensker, making the gig happen. TSM will cement the comeback in the series. TSM improved to 4-1 as TSM wins the match.
Bob's gonna go ahead and fire off that chain of corruption in bottom lane. Stranglethorn's counterattack. Bullet time coming out too. Chaser's gonna be bursted. So is Lod. Someday forced to watch as the base and the Nexus are reduced to nothing, and FlyQuest grabs their 2-0. But still, they stay spread. Top left side might be that entry, but you have Edge of Night locking him out. Hakuo gets taken out. Bullet time shreds through the team.
Lupa's gonna revive, Lolo's gonna revive, Lolo, he's not gonna live, Piglet almost gets choked by a kick, it's down! Slapped him down with a piercing arrow!
Okay. Ash in the back, Ash in the back! Yeah. He's down, he's dead! Conky is alive, Conky is alive!
Gonna look to slap down Froggen trying to fight, but there's the X for Team Liquid, Nexus now exposed and they take the series!
Bye.